2025, we're here at Maple Beach, Kensington Metro Park. First race of the day is underway. It is the women's varsity pairs. Over in lane 1, we have Culver Academies. Lane 2, St. Ursula Academy. St. Ignatius in lane 3. Lane 4, St. Ursula Academy B. Carlson in lane 5. Lane 6, North Catholic. Lane 7, East Grand Rapids. And in lane 8, Parkersburg.
So as you're looking at your screen, lane 1 is to the left, lane 8 is to the right. And this is for the Frank Sand Trophy, women's pair.
A little bit about Frank Sands, former board member of the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Association, coach over at North Catholic in Pittsburgh. Honor to them for this event. So again, the women's varsity pair final is underway. Looks like we've got a good fight there out on the outside. Over in, is that Culver Academies and St. Ursula Academy?
Yeah, it looks like they're neck and neck fighting for first place there. We've got a pretty good race developing in the pack behind as well.
Yeah, looks like a good move being put on by North Catholic onto Carlson there for places 3 and 4, but there's a good charge over to the right or left-hand side of Ursula by St. Ignatius. They kind of see things that are going on. They want to be part of that fight.
We're coming up to 500 meters. This is a third of the way through the race course when they pass by that big pink Dorito buoy.
Yeah, things that rowers think about, right? Some snacks. What do we got here to fuel us on? Part of the journey, right? So, yep, it's easy for the rowers to spot. So they'll see that that Dorito-shaped buoy off to the sides of the course, but also the buoys in between are typically white with the exception of that 500-meter mark and then also the 250s in between each 500. So that's how the rowers will keep track of where they are within this race. So probably at this point over 600 meters into the race. Strong race being laid down by lane 2, St. Ursula Academy. Followed there shortly by Culver, then Carlson, North Catholic, St. Ignatius. But again, 8 lanes across. A lot of boats to keep track of, wide field here. Lots of good level water for them to race across. The wind seems to be not too much of a factor here, ever so slight. We can see some of the flags here from where we are at the finish line, just a gentle puff. So really these athletes have a great opportunity with a level conditions across all 8 lanes.
And we'll see today that island that you see is a great reference point. That is the halfway point of the course. So they are 750 meters down in this 1,500-meter race course here. And we're looking at pairs racing here. So this is 2 people, obviously, rowing. But each rower has 1 oar. And so this is a very challenging boat to handle because there's no steering mechanism other than you just got to make sure that you're pulling together.
Sometimes they'll have a foot steering as well, but this is such a great boat class to see here at this level because it really teaches you those technical skills. What you're saying, the pair is a very challenging boat because you only have control of 50% of what's going on. And 50% of what's going on, but 100% of what's going on your side.
Exactly.
Between the port and the starboard, right? So we can see that St. Ursula Academy out in front, clearly plying the blades together really nice and evenly. Culver Academy right there after them. And so what we're looking at technically is that catch, that little white flick of the blades when the blade enters the water and when it exits, are those happening at the same time side to side? And so that is something that timing is critical in a pair, and these crews are doing it well.
Yeah, it's really nice racing from these varsity women pairs. And as we're coming into the last probably about 450 meters here, that buoy again is at 500 meters to go. We still have St. Ursula Academy A in the lead, Culver in second place, and a good race developing for third. It looks like it could be anybody's game there.
Yeah, and things always get spicy there in the last 500 meters of any race, am I right? People know it's countdown, it's the final, so they say, what else do we have in the tank? So you can see some surprises starting to happen here.
Yeah, and as we're starting to approach the beach here, this is where the rowers can hear their teammates, they can hear their fans in the grandstand. So as you see them, be sure to cheer them on. That boost of energy really, really helps, because this is where the fatigue is really starting to build up.
Yeah, as you said that, Jim, we started to hear a couple of those chants here from where we are and in our announcing booth. So as you can see here from the Jumbotron area, we're kind of square with those launch docks. So those crews out in front, the sooner they hear those cheers, the faster they start rowing. So here we see Culver Academy trying to hold on to that speed that St. Ursula's got built up, but they hear it and they know they're coming. Look at that charge here, this near boat on screen.
Yeah, I think that's Carlson.
That's Carlson. They look to be trying to charge down the course. Ooh, good. It's going to be
push here.
It's going to be bow to bow here, this last 100 meters of this race.
Yeah, we're in the red zone of those buoys. So right here, they're just lifting their rates as high as they can go, pushing to really empty the tanks here.
And good correction over on the part of Carlson. Their blades were a little bit overlapped with that lane line. It's very difficult to be able to execute a sprint down the straight part of the lane. But St. Ignatius Chicago doing a great job here, just staying within their lane, keeping those blinders on, trying to be on the hunt for that finish line and for that final beep. But it is still the St. Ursula Academy A in the lead. They have heard the call. They are trying to get to that finish line first. And it looks like they will win the women's varsity pair, followed then after by Culver Academies. Looks like St. Ignatius Chicago may come in for that third position. Can Carlson catch on to them?
Oh, just shy.
Just
Great
shy.
racing there. Really good push.
Next up, we've got the St. Ursula Academy B boat. Then here on the near side, we see North Catholic just crossing that finish line buoy there. Rounding out the field, we'll also have East Grand Rapids just a smidge ahead of Parkersburg. And again, that is your women's varsity pair final, the Frank Sands Award. First race of the day here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships.
Yes, and the winner of that race gets a qualifying berth at the Youth Nationals down in Florida.
Yeah. So there they will have the opportunity to meet all of the other first place finishers of the different regionals happening across the country. So congrats to that crew for being able to punch their ticket to Sarasota.
We've now moved on to the next event, second of the morning. It's the men's varsity straight four. So this is 4 rowers, 1 oar per rower, no coxswain. So typically it's either the bowman or the strokeman steering with their toe. But we've got a good race developing here through the first 500 meters.
Over in lane 1, we have Northville, who are in the lead. We have St. John's Jesuit in lane 2, but second place is to Carlson, who is in that lane 3 position. Lane 4 is Rockford A, Montgomery Bell in lane 5, lane 6, Skyline, Parkersburg South in lane 7, and in lane 8, we have Riverview.
And Northville's really pulling away now. It looks like they put a major push on at that halfway point there at the island. Really getting nice speed with each stroke, sort of pushing on. We got a really nice race developing here in second place between St. John Jesuit and Carlson.
And then a good fight, kind of still in contact with each other there from from 4th until 6th place between Rockford, Montgomery, Bell, and Skyline, kind of in that order at this moment. Parkersburg South and Riverview then behind them. But Northville really laying on the speed here. Look at them just open it up, just creating more distance between them and the rest of the pack. But Carlson still in that about the same margin as they were at the island with St. John's Jesuit.
Yeah, St. John's Jesuit is not letting go. They are really holding on, and the longer they can keep contact there, the more momentum they're going to feel. We can see that we've got the race official following really closely there, making sure that they're staying apart from each other. It's very challenging to both focus on your rowing and focus on keeping the boat going straight.
Right, because in these boats, like Jim said, there is no coxswain. So the athletes are controlling the direction and navigation of this boat. And when you have a neck-and-neck race like we see unfolding here between Carlson and St. John Jesuit, sometimes what happens, if your attention is within your gunnels, you can try to stay as straight as possible. But when you've got just one other boat, and in this case, off to the side, sometimes what happens is you start to drift the steering a little closer to them.
Absolutely.
Because that's what you're focused on, right? You're trying to just get your bow ball ahead just enough. But these crews are both doing a fantastic job staying within their boat, staying in tune with the rower in front, being in command of their race here. And there has not been a change in margin between Carlson and St. John's Jesuit since that island.
So those of you on the beach here will be able to see Northville coming in, give them a shout, and then this next race developing for second place there. Make sure that you cheer for your team here as they come by.
And they're in the red buoys. Red means go here in rowing, so we'll see who will turn on the burners here in this last couple of meters. Carlson looks to have taken up the beat a touch, maybe has gained a seat over St. John's Jesuit off to their right-hand side. St. John's Jesuit's answering back. Their bow ball is just about on that 3 or 4 seat of Carlson next to them. We do have a race going on there between Rockford A and Skyline for the 4th position over to the left-hand side of the screen or the farther side of the course. But it is Northville who have just crossed the finish line here for the men's varsity straight 4 final. But that race between Carlson and St. John's Jesuit.
It's still close. Looks like Carlson has really stepped it up now. They're really starting to unwind all that energy in that sprint here. You can see the finish line is just before that line of orange buoys, right there.
Yep, so about a 2-second overlap. Carlson over St. John Jesuit, then followed there, is that Rockford?
That's Rockford. And then it looks like we got Skyline coming in.
And
Montgomery Bell close on their heels.
Yeah, just a little bit of overlap. That was an interesting thing to see unfold back in the pack there. It looks like Rockford was able to open it up a little bit more.
And Parkersburg South coming in here, rounding out by Riverview.
Again, that's your top 8 here in the men's varsity 4 final at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships.
And the first winner of that one gets a qualifying berth to Youth Nationals. So that'll be Northville in that event. Northville rows on this course right here during their normal practice times. So it's nice to have a little bit of a home field familiarity.
Yeah, especially, and I think also too, if they're qualifying for Youth Nationals, if that's what's their goal going into this race, they're familiar with the water, they know the kind of speed they could lay down. So they did a great job continuing to push the field and race themselves potentially. They might have some times that they're comparing themselves to.
Absolutely.
And trying to keep track of, which is a heck of a lot to keep organized in your head when you don't have a coxswain.
Yep.
So good job on the part of whoever in that boat was keeping track of that, and hopefully is some good experience before they take their next steps.
So next event is the Women's Novice 8B Final. So these are women who are in their first year of rowing. So everybody has not, this will be their first Midwest Championship that they're in. It's got to be a lot of nerves going on here. You can see the boats are still lining up in the stake boats here. So this is a challenging time for the coxswain. So the coxswain is the person who's sitting in the back of the boat, who's going to be cheering on the rowers and steering. And when you back into the stake boat here, there's actually a person sitting on almost like a diving board that's attached to this dock that will reach out, grab, and hold on to the stern of the boat. And then there'll be somebody on the shore that makes sure that all the boats are aligned, that nobody has an unfair advantage. Everybody's bow balls are lined up. And when they're doing that, coxswains have to make sure that they keep their point, which can be a little bit more challenging. You'll see in the lane 4 there's a boat that's sort of swinging around with one of the oars tapping it around.
Yeah, and that's pretty common. It could be slightly windier up at the start. Again, you don't have as much control of the shell when it's not at speed. Kind of like a bicycle is a metaphor I've picked up from some of the coaches around here. When you're under power, it's easier to stay balanced.
Absolutely.
Right? Same thing with steering. So This is quite a challenging part, even though they're not underway just yet. But it does look like they've got some alignment. And a few minutes after the projected start, so we were set to start at 8:12, but getting our alignment here in the women's novice 8B final. Over in that lane 1, we have Rockford, North Allegheny in lane 2, lane 3, Pioneer, St. Ignatius Chicago B in lane 4, lane 5, Perrysburg, and we're now underway, so we've got the field rounded out with Culver Academy's B in lane 6, lane 7, Cranbrook Kingswood, and Loyola in lane 8.
So again, lane 1 is at the top of your screen here as the drone pans around here. It'll be on the left side of the race official that's following the race.
Easier for the referees to keep track of, right? From
Yes.
left to right. So as the course reads from those 2 chase launches behind the field, lane 1 to the left, lane 8 to the right. So lane 1 closer to shore if you're here with us at Kensington Metro Park. But man, here in this first couple of meters, hard to say who's exactly in the lead, but the bigger the boat, the faster the speed, the smaller the margins.
Yeah, I think Culver Academy's B got a nice early start on that on the start there, but they're really getting pushed by, it looks like, St. Ignatius Chicago B and Pioneer.
And don't ever count out the darker shells. So Rockford is in that slightly darker shell off to the left-hand side of the screen in lane 1, and we can't see their bow ball, but I'd argue it's probably going to be pretty close.
Yeah, they're definitely making a good push here.
Man, probably one of the best seats in the house those referees have of a race like this.
Absolutely.
Especially in the start of an 8's race. So as the drone pans around to the side, we'll get a good shot of that first 500-meter mark here at the Midwest Scholastic Championships of the women's B final of the novice 8. But it looks like potentially Rockford may have a smidge out in front, but
Yeah,
is
I think they may
very
have
close.
Yeah, maybe a seat or two. It's hard to tell from the angle, of course. But yeah, maybe even a quarter of a length. At these landmarks in the course where you'll see, the 500-meter mark, the halfway point, this is typically where crews like to put on a concerted push. So you may see some change-ups happening here at these key points of the race. But this is a very competitive race for these women. This is their first championship race. And they're all really hanging in there very nicely. We've got basically overlap across all 8 lanes, which is a fantastic race here.
Yeah, and it's a lot when you're the athlete out in those situations. You're hearing a cacophony of blades and oarlocks and shouts from your teammates and from other boats and other coxswains and your coxswain. So it's a big test to these athletes as one of their first Midwest championships to stay as focused as possible with this race with 8 lanes of racing. It is a lot to keep track of. But Rockford out in front here as they cross the halfway point of this race, first to that island. But then between those next 3, it is a tough call. What do you see there, Jim?
Yeah, I think it looks like it's Pioneer's got just a little bit of a lead. Maybe Culver Academy's B. Hard to tell. Ignatius Chicago B is putting a push here. This is all back and forth, just who's taking a stroke when.
And that's an exciting thing to have happen at midpoint during the race. So at this point, what are coxswains telling their crews? They've passed the halfway point. They're closing in on that 500-meter buoy. What kind of things are being said?
I think at this point of the race, you are trying to make sure that your crew is pushing through the fatigue. This is really where you start to feel the lactic acid burning up, sort of this third quarter of the race. Always the most difficult, both mentally and physically. You feel like, okay, I've got all the initial adrenaline rush pushed out, but when is that finish line coming? And for these strong women here, this is their first championship race, so they're still feeling out that. But really, really competitive here. And the longer you keep that contact with other boats here, the more that they're going to just push on. Wouldn't be surprised to see some pretty fast times for women's novice racing in this event today, given just how competitive this is.
And you definitely get fueled by the momentum of the other crews out there. So for me as the rower, I was always listening to the other sounds going on. And if I could hear something happening in another boat, I would try to respond to it. But instead of reacting, you try to respond. What can you have within your control? So then also listening to, say, what Jim was talking about, how are you commanding your athletes to make this push? They're in that dark pain cave. What else do they have in the tank that they can give to the rest of the team?
Yeah, and it looks like Pioneer is out in second place now. They've got about 6 to 7 seats on the rest of the field. Tight race for third place here. But this is still anybody's game for both third and second. You know, that type of a margin, that is not safe. Rockford's out, but they got to really continue to execute.
And I think we're seeing a little peek here of Cranbrook Kingswood. Is that here on the near lane?
Yeah.
I didn't even see them before, but here they are. They're throwing their hat into this ring to see where they can place. Could they snag a third place here at the Women's Novice 8 event? They might as try.
Yeah, it looks like Culver Academy's B has really stepped up their stroke rating. Starting an early sprint here. All these crews can start hearing you from the grandstand, so make sure you start cheering. We're in the red zone right here.
Rockford hearing those cheers first. We can see a little bit of their fans on shore, definitely taking in that fuel to just keep pushing the field away. But it is Pioneer who is in that strong second position. North Allegheny trying to stay with them, trying to keep overlap, maybe having that bow ball move on to the coxswain. From there, it looks to be St. Ignatius, Chicago B, Culver Academy's B, then Perrysburg and Cranbrook neck and neck.
Pioneer's looking sharp here, pulling away now. Got just a bit of clear water for second place there. Still a fight for third.
Third might come all the way down to the line on this one, folks.
Remember, the finish line is about 5 meters before those aiming buoys, so looks like Pioneer's crossing right about now. And then let's see what's going on for third place here. This is exciting.
Wow, very, very tight. But look to be North Allegheny.
I think North Allegheny got it just at the last moment there.
Just a smidge ahead of St. Ignatius, then Culver Academies.
Cranbrook Kingswood coming across there. And we got Perrysburg and Loyola.
Wow.
Strong finish there.
Yeah. Very tight there for third, but that's what it tells you. You got to race all the way to the line. You never know how it will shake out. So you never win a race off the start, but you certainly win it there at the beginning or at the end. But what do you got in that last 500? Next underway, we've got the A final of the Women's Novice 8. So A final of the event we just saw in lane 1, we have St. Ignatius Chicago A, Culver Academy's A in lane 2, lane 3 New Trier, lane 4 St. Joseph Academy, Evanston in lane 5, lane 6 Upper Arlington, Forest Hills Central in lane 7, and in lane 8 Skyline. New Trier seems to be taking a charge here to that first 500-meter buoy, but closely followed by Culver Academies and St. Ignatius.
I think Culver actually is really taking a push here. They probably committed to make a little push before that 500-meter mark. And it looks like we got a little bit close squeeze there between lane 1 and 2. Looks like the race officials making sure that everybody's all aligned and keeping close.
So something that the athletes can see that the coxswain can't is that the referee will sometimes give commands to the crew if they feel the boat is veering to one side or the other, so they don't have any interference with the race occurring in the other lanes. So sometimes that's why you see these chase launches with referees in them panning the field. So just to make sure that everyone has the fairest chance all the way from the start to the finish.
Yeah, and as you can see across all 8 lanes here, we've got buoys on either side. So obviously those are the markers for what's your real estate. But if you cross those buoys, you're not immediately disqualified. You would have to interfere with the other boat. So when you're getting close to the buoys, the race official is probably coming across and making sure that just nothing's going to happen there.
An interference in a rowing context would probably boil down to about two things, would you say? So we've got the clashing of oars, which is very visible and very,
Yep.
very interfering, literally can stop the boat, but then also this concept of dirty water.
Exactly.
And so do you want to talk a little bit about what that could be?
Yeah, so when you're rowing, you want to be in a smooth water where you don't want to have the waves coming off of the other boat's puddles. So those puddles are where the oars enter the water and they pull and they leave behind some turbulent water. You also don't want to have the bow wake, so the waves that are coming off from the bow sort of going on a diagonal off. If you're in that water, it becomes very bouncy. It's very hard to keep the boat level, and it's just very disruptive. So you want to have smooth water as possible, so those race officials are making sure that not only do we not have physical contact, but that we don't have the water messing up.
So just over, let's see, we're finishing, and we just crossed over the halfway point of the race. We're probably, about 600 meters left to the
about
finish.
that.
So we've got Culver Academy's A in that lead position here. Then kind of New Trier was in that second place, but St. Ignatius Chicago, they are throwing it down here to try to challenge them. Off to the farther side of the course, if you're with us on site, near side of the screen, Upper Arlington, laying it down. They're sandwiched between a race happening between Forest Hills Central and Evanston. Then St. Joseph Academy and Skyline, either side of them, sort of a little bit of a chevron experience happening. So Upper Arlington sort of outperforming their seed here in being able to have a higher finish than they were originally seeded and compared to those who are around them.
Yeah, so these are the finals. So all these women have rowed yesterday. I believe this was a time trial to qualify for this final. So what that means is that all the boats basically rowed single file against the clock, and they picked the top 16 times to go into the final. So the top 8 would be in the A final, and the next 8 would be in the B final.
And it's a very different mental game, going from a time trial to a side-by-side race. It is not uncommon for you to see a little bit of an upset between the two because people get motivated by different things. So
Absolutely.
Upper Arlington did have a really strong first half, first two-thirds, I'd say, but look at this charge by Forest Hills Central. They are really trying to get their bow ball up the lineup of Upper Arlington, meaning that they're trying to walk on Upper Arlington. But we still have Culver Academy's A over in the lead position of this Women's Novice 8A final. Then it is St. Ignatius Chicago, New Trier, Upper Arlington, Forest Hills Central, Evanston.
Yeah, and Upper Arlington's really trying to hold on here. They're getting an aggressive push from Forest Hill Central there. It really stepped up their stroke rating.
You can see all the fans crowding to the shore here, cheering them on. I think I saw a good push there by New Trier. They're famous for their cheers, and so they're feeling that fuel, fueling that fire. But it is Culver Academy's out in front by a little bit of open water. St. Ignatius trying to stay ahead of New Trier, but it's very, very challenging to do so.
Yeah, just about, 5 or 10 strokes to go to the finish line here.
And
Nice finish from Culver.
And it will be Culver, St. Ignatius Chicago A, and New Trier for your top 3 here in the Women's Novice A final of the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships.
And Central's really pushed on a push. They've broken through here. It looks like it's going to be Forest Hill Central next.
Just a couple seats ahead of Upper Arlington, followed there by Evanston, St. Joseph Academy. Then we've got here Skyline coming all the way down here to round out our field of 8 in the Women's Novice 8s.
Nicely done, ladies. What's it feel like after you cross the line there, Grace?
Immediately after, you're glad it's over. It's a lot of pain, so it's nice to have a little bit of a break. But, I think thinking back to my novice days, which now feel eons ago, it's the experience of being out here and the experience of challenging yourself along with your teammates, having that first year under your belt. You're never going to forget that first novice year.
Absolutely.
So congrats to all of the athletes in this final and the one before for completing their first ever Midwest Scholastic Championship.
So we're moving on to the men now. This is going to be the men's Novice 8B final. Again, we're lining up, getting locked into the stake boats, getting our points lined up. One thing that's very challenging, once you've locked into the stake boat, getting aligned is not pulling off that stake boat. So it's a pretty neat maneuver. You actually give, if you're like in the bow seat, you actually pass your oar up to the person in front of you so that they can kind of do these short, choppy pinch strokes close to the boat that just kind of pushes the bow around one way or another.
Gives it a little bit more leverage. And that's a challenging move to make, especially, again, these are novice rowers, perhaps not having as many opportunities to line up with a stake boat, because sometimes there are sort of like running starts or a stake boat start that's not as refined as this one. So kind of just getting used to that experience, because you don't want your rowers to take the full strokes like you were alluding to. So you're taking shorter strokes by passing the blade up. If you were to take a full stroke, you might actually send the boat forward such that the stake boat holder can no longer maintain contact with the shell, therefore having to delay the process. So it is a balance of enough effort to get the bow ball straight, but not so much that you veer out of the stake boat holder.
Yeah, it looks like New Trier B entry there in lane 4. They're swinging their bow around there.
And so once the boat is aligned, Jim, talk a little bit about the kind of refinements and details that happen to keep the boat straight once it's straight.
Well, that's what's difficult, because you really don't want to pass up. Once the boats are aligned, the starter can pretty much start you at any point. So you want to make sure that you're making small adjustments, staying on top of it. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of wind today, so that's making it a little bit easier. But you can see those boats trying to make sure that they don't make contact before we start the race here.
Yeah, they are set to a collision course if they were to start at this point, so that's why the referees have not started them. So yeah, just like you're saying, once the boats are straight, it's a little easier to keep them straight, but getting them to that point is very challenging. So that's what's trying to occur here in the men's novice 8B final. So over in lane 1, closest to shore, but on the left-hand side of the screen, we see Culver Academies. We have lane 2, Pioneer, Theodore Roosevelt in lane 3, lane 4, New Trier B, Loyola in lane 5, St. Ignatius Cleveland B in lane 6, lane 7, Perrysburg and Evanston in lane 8. So here we are at the announcing booth. We're kind of positioned close to the launch dock here. I'm Grace Latz.
And I'm Jim O'Mardian.
And we are pleased to be back here again. Second time for the both of us as a duo doing this Midwest Scholastic Championship. So here we are. Any takes from year 2 to year 1?
It's a great vibe today. I don't know. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, or those in mother's roles. We know that it's a big commitment to support your athlete. So thanks for taking the time out to travel all this way to Milford, Michigan. And fortunately, we have a nice day, good weather, great racing conditions. It should be a good day to spend with your child.
Yeah, and we had an opportunity to walk around the course before racing began, and we saw all of the tents lined up along this row here. Just every single team has so much support for this race. It's fantastic. We've got people cooking out with pancakes and breakfast tacos. I can see all different matters of pre-race food happening.
Smelling it too. It smells really good.
We're in a tough spot here, folks. We can smell all the good eats because rowers love the good eats. But it is a fantastic day here. So you can see behind us, this is the launch dock. Temperatures here today, about 50 degrees at the moment, but it's supposed to get up to about 70 degrees. Light winds. We really have maybe only a slight puff maybe coming in.
Yeah.
So very good conditions here for racing. We love to see it, especially for these beginning events that are going to be really most affected by the wind. So our novice categories and our smaller boats getting great morning race conditions.
Yes. And we're switching back over to the starting line here. Still working on getting those boats lined up here. Now, if you have an opportunity to volunteer to be a stake boat holder, oftentimes I know for a lot of the races during the spring season, we're looking for volunteers. It's a great opportunity to get a different vantage from the race to see the start.
Probably, honestly, one of my favorite experiences, is being a staple holder, only because as an athlete, I'd only really been in that area as the athlete. And to be near that experience where you're hearing the referee calling the different crews and their lanes as the referee gets ready to announce that start, but without the pressure.
Exactly.
It is so much fun to see how different crews react to that situation. The tone starts to be more serious. You can see here the blades start to go into the water, and there we have our start here in this men's novice 8. This is the B final, and they have taken their first 5-10 strokes here. In lane 1, we have Culver Academy Pioneer in lane 2, Theodore Roosevelt in lane 3, New Trier in lane 4, lane 5, Loyola, St. Ignatius Cleveland B in lane 6, lane 7, Perrysburg, and Evanston in lane 8. Good charge out of Evanston with his first couple strokes.
Yeah. I thought St. Ignatius Cleveland B had the fastest start, but Evanston's really given a good push there. Now, these first couple strokes of the race, when you're pulling off from the stake boat, the boat's at a dead stop. These are very heavy. We've got the weight of all the athletes, the weight of the shell, the weight of the coxswain. So they take a few shorter strokes to try to get as many strokes in as possible to get that boat up to speed. And then the stroke rating is going to be really, really high for about 20 strokes or so to get that boat really moving nicely, and then they'll settle into a race pace. Probably for these novice men, we're maybe looking at maybe 34 to 36 strokes a minute. It varies by body type and skill, but higher stroke rating, so the stroke per minute, doesn't necessarily equal faster boat. You got to kind of make a trade-off between what's going to be the most effective and what's going to push the boat fastest.
And it does look like we've got St. Ignatius Cleveland B out in the lead. Again, the boats were seeded into this race, as we've seen before, starting with faster crews in lane 1, then panning to lane 8. So this being the B final, they had a race yesterday. So St. Ignatius really going as hard as they can early. See if they can make an upset here. So they are in a clear lead at this point, followed by Loyola, then by Theodore Roosevelt, Pioneer, Culver Academies with New Trier, but still hanging on, Perrysburg in that mix too, and Evanston in this lane 8.
So the athletes know this area off to the right is known as the Mystery Cove because if they veer into that area as they're going up to the start line, they will not make it to the start. That's a bit of a dead end, so they're warned that. But we're coming up to the halfway point here at this small island here, and it looks like Ignatius Cleveland B making a strong lead. They've almost broken free of Loyola.
So it does look like we've got a good race unfolding there between Theodore Roosevelt and Perrysburg. So even though they've got 3 boats between them, they're going pretty close, but maybe Theodore Roosevelt a hair ahead because of the angle. Pioneer and Culver Academy, so those kind of lighter shells, even though the space between, they're pretty close in speed. Each boat's got contact with the next, so no one's out of this race.
Yeah, and I wouldn't, you got to make sure that you don't discount the folks on the near side of the screen here, the lane 7 and 8, because what will oftentimes happen when you get a pack of crews right next to each other, they'll be concentrating on each other, thinking that's where the race is happening, but there could be a sleeper on the other side of the race course.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes the sleepers are kind of like working with each other because they're focused, again, just
exactly
what's happening to the side of them. They might unintentionally slingshot themselves ahead of the competition and ahead of the race that's happening on the far side of these 8 lanes.
Yeah, so Ignatius Cleveland B out to a commanding lead here, but for second place, it's really anybody's race here. You can see as we're looking at that line of buoys going across there through the 1,000-meter mark here. We've got 500 meters to go. It is anybody's race here. A seat or 2 between the crews looking for second place.
Again, last 500, this is when everyone's trying to just throw out everything they have. They started with strong starts, so that paid off really well for St. Ignatius Cleveland. But these other crews all have contact with each other. So it's all about who can stay composed, who can stay controlled, while also turning up the heat as they get closer and closer to those last 250 meters of red buoys.
Yeah, because it looks like Theodore Roosevelt is out by just half a seat over Loyola, but that is nothing in a race like this.
No, that could change in just a couple of strokes. We'll see which coxswains are going to throw out the calls that really speak to the soul here.
Yep, and it looks like Culver may be doing that right now because Culver's making a big push there in lane 1 on the top side of your screen there. This is very exciting here. We're moving into the red zone here, last 250 meters to go here. The rowers can start to hear you on the shore, so if you're in that grandstand, be sure to be cheering on.
That race for second place is very, very tight. St. Ignatius Cleveland B, clear, good open water lead, but second place between Culver, Pioneer, Theodore Roosevelt, New Trier, and Loyola is very, very tight.
Very tight. And it looks like New Trier is putting on a big push here. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that second place in time there. It looks like Culver's got it by a few seats there. Still, though, a few meters to go. Got about 10 strokes or so to push. What's going through your mind in these last 10 strokes, Grace?
Keep it clean, keep it going. And it will be St. Ignatius Cleveland B in that lead. Then Culver Academies. Then from there, I would say it would be New Trier. Then Theodore Roosevelt, Pioneer, and Perrysburg. Unofficially in that order, rounding out the field with Evanston. What a tight race and a B final of a novice event.
That's really, really impressive. Really good racing for high school rowing. And oftentimes you get the pack just split apart at the beginning of a race there for when you're in your first racing crew. It's hard to keep focused on that, but that was very impressive for these gentlemen.
Definitely good experience, a tool in the toolbox for them to draw on later. Next in the blocks, we've got the A final of the same event, the men's novice 8s here. Again, just getting into alignment here. In lane 1, we have St. Ignatius Chicago A, St. Ignatius Cleveland A in lane 2, New Trier in lane 3, lane 4, Northville, Forest Hills Central in lane 5, lane 6, Upper Arlington, Skyline A in lane 7, and in lane 8, Parkersburg.
So we're getting lined up. So what's going to be happening right there, there's the start. So what these rowers hear is once they hear that everybody's aligned, the starter will say attention and then row, and they all start pulling and row. Get a nice clean start here.
And see all the other boats staged off to the right to be able to follow this one. So the women's varsity singles in the wings for the next race. We've got our second referee chase launch joining the men's Novice 8A final field here. Very quick start out of St. Ignatius Chicago A, but again, really only the first 100 meters or so, and it's anyone's race.
Yeah, I think New Trier maybe just have their bow ball ahead, but it's hard to tell. Oh, Chicago A, it looks like. St. Ignatius Chicago. There we go.
And I would say, too, because this is a novice event, it's just worth reminding each crew or each program is going to have a slightly different approach to the start. So what that means is both the mental side of it, or kind of what is their focus going to be, but then also technically what kind of strokes are being taken.
Absolutely.
So those shorter strokes that are being taken to get that big, heavy 8 shell up to speed could be half slide strokes, 3/4 slide strokes, in a different sequencing to get everyone on the same page. It's a short 5 to 10 stroke sequence that they've practiced time and time again to get the boat moving from 0 to 100.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as we're moving in here, we're probably around, well, there's the 500-meter buoy. So we may see some pushes here coming from these gentlemen. And it looks like St. Ignatius Chicago A has about 3/4 of the length, followed by St. Ignatius Cleveland A. So we've got the Jesuits battling it out.
New Trier's close on their heels, but maybe made a move there in just the mere mention of them.
Yep.
Northville on their heels, but then that Upper Arlington, Forest Hill Central, they are pretty close neck and neck. Parkersburg, far lane. You know, again, there could be sleeper agents out in the outside lane. They got nothing to lose. They can see, hey, let's see what we can do. What happens? What can happen if we just try it out, go as hard as we can. And maybe they surprise themselves. And right now, they are in a really good spot to be able to hold on to the speed as we cross into we've crossed that first half of the race here at the island.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easier to keep your composure when you're a little bit outside of that pack there and you don't have all the hecticness of the other coxswains shouting at you, and you can hear the other boats. You can just sort of stay in your own boat and execute your race plan the way you want to. And looks like Northville here is giving a good push here in lane 4. They were a bit behind, but now it looks like Northville has pulled ahead of St. Ignatius Cleveland. And they're making a run here on New Trier. So we're pushed into that third quarter of the race here. The really challenging part for these gentlemen. They've now been rowing for over 3 minutes here in a race that's probably going to last about 6.5 minutes. So this is really where the fatigue starts getting in, but you don't quite sense the finish line yet.
The only milestone they've got is that last 500-meter buoy. So we saw St. Ignatius Chicago A first to cross over that threshold, so the rowers know we're in the last third of that race. Saw a good push there, I guess, from New Trier and Northville and New Trier.
Yeah.
They kind of sensed that. The coxswain maybe saw it out ahead of time, so a little bit of a jump ahead there. But then we see St. Ignatius Cleveland A moving there with them.
But you had it right, Grace. Parkersburg on the near side here, they are still in it. They are still pushing.
There's a little bit of open water between Parkersburg and the field, that top field of 4, but they are fueling. I mean, we see these other 3 boats next to them, Skyline, Upper Arlington, and Forest Hills Central, saying we don't want to be left out of this fun. So they're piling it on here as they get closer and closer to the first red buoy of the last 250-meter sprint. But as we get closer, we thought St. Ignatius Chicago A had a very clear lead, but look at this great push out of Northville.
Yes. Yeah, right now it's hard to tell from that angle, but it looks like Northville maybe has about 3 seats on New Trier. And New Trier is just 1 or 2 seats ahead of St. Ignatius Cleveland.
Ooh, tight race here. The latter 4 closer on screen here between Parkersburg, Skyline, Upper Arlington, and Forest Hills. But that race for second place is going to be incredibly tight. St. Ignatius Chicago, starting to hear them as they cross our path here. But look at this charge from Northville. But then look at St. Ignatius Cleveland A. They're in the yellow shell. They have taken up the race.
They have really stepped it up, yeah.
Absolutely. They're just chugging ahead here. They are neck and neck with New Trier A. But it is still Northville just a hair ahead, but this one might come down to the line.
Well, they have a new photo finish setup here. We may have to test it out here. This is a tight race here. We really stepped up the stroke rating from Ignatius Cleveland.
Ooh, that is a tight one, but unofficially it looked to be St. Ignatius Chicago A, St. Ignatius Cleveland A, Northville, New Trier unofficially, but do look for the official results there online. Close finish here. These last 4 as well. Parkersburg, what an upset from there. And then we've got a really close finish there between Skyline and Forest Hills, Arlington in between.
Yep, and we got, looks like the boats coming together to congratulate each other.
What good sportsmanship.
So we've now moved on to the women's varsity single.
So right now in the lead, we've got Parkersburg over in lane 1, and then followed there by after, I guess in second place might be Celine, but Skyline A is in that second lane. Lane 4 will be Upper St. Clair. Lane 5, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Harpeth Hall in lane 6. Lane 7, Traverse City West. And in lane 8, Skyline B.
So this event is an important event for these women. The winner of this event qualifies for the Youth Nationals and for the SRAA Nationals, the Scholastic Nationals, happening in a couple weeks in New Jersey. Second place finish also qualifies for those Scholastic Nationals.
And the single is such a great event to just really test your own speed. It's really an incredibly challenging event. So my hats off to these athletes. I find it incredibly hard to be able to be the only person out there to push myself.
Yeah.
And so this is an incredibly mental event, as far as you have to be very, very strong in your will of what you want to do, when you want to do it, to ignore the plane, but embrace what opportunities present itself, because we've seen a great job here out of the Parkersburg athlete in lane 1, clear lead. But you see there's a lot going on there between second place and probably 5th place. So Skyline keeping in contact with Saline and Upper St. Clair. Then you've got that Harpeth Hall or Traverse City, or Harpeth Hall there in that mix as well. So they've just crossed over the halfway point of this race. In a single, you don't have a coxswain there to tell you what's going on and how much is left. So you got to be very aware of your placement in the course, aware of your own expenditure, of how much energy do you have left in the tank, and really rely on your training and your experience that you've had in this boat.
Yeah, this is a quiet race too. It's all in your own mind there. You don't hear the boats are smaller, so you don't hear as much clamor coming from the lane next to you. You don't hear the coxswain shouting, either your coxswain or the coxswain next to you shouting. So it's really a mental game here.
I'm just laughing because as someone who was not inclined to racing the single well, I just hear the silent screams in my own mind. So those are the demons I'd have to wrestle if I were out there. But these athletes, what a great opportunity to be able to race this such a challenging event technically and psychologically at this youth level. Being able to do this, it puts you on the map if you want to be able to take next steps. So again, going on to the national championships in different capacities, or if you want to trial out maybe next steps after high school. This is a great way to see what you can do.
Yeah, so this race here is 1,500 meters. Most high school races are 1,500 meters. The SRA Nationals race, the Scholastic racing, is also 1,500 meters, but that Youth Nationals in Florida is 2,000 meters, which is the collegiate and international race course length. So a lot of these athletes are training to specialize in the 1,500 meter course. A shift to 2,000 meters is actually a non-trivial change.
Mm-hmm. But also a little bit tough.
Yeah.
it's you go from having 1,500 to 2,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's an extra say 2 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And when you're trying to go going to 100%, that means a heck of a lot of distance. But we're seeing a great charge here from the Upper St. Clair Saline Skyline trio for that second place position. Parkersburg still out in front here of this women's varsity single final. Starting to see hear some cheers here, both from the launching crews and from the support teams on shore here for all these athletes. But look at this. I think we're starting to see a sprint here. So the buoys have changed from white to red, signifying that we are in the last 250 meters of the race. It is about dead even between Upper St. Clair, Saline, and Skyline, which in a singles race is incredibly difficult. These athletes are going to have to dig deep to be able to make a margin on each other, because the smaller the boat, the slower it is, the harder it is to get an edge.
And it looks like Skyline might be pulling or Upper St. Clair. It is back and forth here.
It is really a testament to who's got the will and the ways here.
Yeah, you can see how, it isn't over till it's over here, because Celine was off to a really strong lead there, and it looks like now it's Upper St. Clair has really stepped it up.
Mm-hmm. Catching a little bit of digger there in the Skyline crew, but they are getting it back on track. Look, they've got their blades nice and clean. They're getting into that shorter up-to-speed strokes, but it looks Parkersburg still out in front. Upper St. Clair, they're in that second place position. Saline and Skyline charging there here in for that third and fourth position. The rest of the field following there closely thereafter. But Parkersburg has crossed the line with your winner of the women's varsity women's single final. Second place will go to Upper St. Clair for that second spot to SRAAs, followed by Saline and Skyline, rounding out your top four here. Next four in the race, the coming across will be that the Skyline B boat, Harpeth Hall, and then the field to round out the field of 8 will be Traverse City West and Orchard Lake St. Mary's. But go and look at the results online for official times and placements for all of these events. So we're just using the best eye count here as we can from our announcing position here. But underway here, about halfway through the race, is the men's junior double final. So lane 1 in the lead, we've got Green Hills. Skyline in lane 2 and in place 2. Montgomery Bell in lane 3 in that third place position. Culver Academies in lane 4. Lane 5, Forest Hills Central. Lane 6, Alderdice. Cranbrook Kingswood really throwing in a good chance here at this third place position over in lane 7, and in lane 8, Northville.
And the our lead crew here, Green Hills and Skyline in second place, they actually row out of the same site together. So these rowers are very familiar with each other. They practice together. So I'm sure that there's some good rivalry going on between lane 1 and 2. But then for third place there, Cranbrook Kingswood pushing on a strong push here. I think they may have pulled up ahead of Montgomery Bell.
They may have. And so we've gone from these different dynamics of the larger boats with a coxswain, the single boat with no coxswain and no teammates, to now, again, no coxswain but with at least one other athlete. And the double is an incredibly challenging event in that you've got just you and another person. You have to match that person perfectly if you're in bow. You have to have a good, strong rhythm and impulse if you're in that stroke seat position. And just staying level port to starboard or left to right so you can thread the needle of that lane all the way from start to finish.
Yeah, 'cause it looks like Montgomery Bell is trying to hold on there, but Cranbrook Kingswood, I think, has pulled up to about 3/4 of a double's length lead there, maybe a full boat length here. Now a double is two rowers but 4 blades, so we're in sculling here as opposed to the pairs that we saw earlier, which was 2 rowers but only 2 blades. So we're going to describe the differences between sculling and sweep here.
Yeah, so it does boil down to the oars. So sometimes when you're reading a sheet of the events, right? So we see over to the left-hand side of the screen 2X. X meaning that you've got 2 oars. So they cross each other. There's a little bit of overlap between the left and the right hand as you come to halfway through your stroke. Sweep rowing would then be signified with just a dash for that one stick that you're pulling on. Technically, you have to be able to do the tasks of, say, your inside hand where you're feathering and your outside hand where you're placing. You have to be able to do both those functions with both hands when you're in a sculling boat such as these.
Now these gentlemen can hear you on Maple Beach there, so be sure to be cheering on. And it looks like Green Hills is pulling out, followed by Skyline, and then that third place finish between Montgomery Bell and Cranbrook Kingswood. Real tight.
You can see the bow seats looking across at each other here between Cranbrook Kingswood and Montgomery Bell. So it will be Green Hills and then Skyline. But I think Cranbrook Kingswood has got the momentum here as they come towards this line.
Forest Hills Central trying to hold off Culver Academies and Alderdice.
But it did look like Cranbrook Kingswood got that one. Montgomery Bell, Forest Hills Central, Alderdice, Culver Academies unofficially in that order.
And here comes Northville. So this was our men's junior doubles final. We now move on to the men's varsity doubles B final. In lane 1, we've got North Allegheny A. In lane 2, North Allegheny B. 3, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Lane 4, Carlson. 5, Saline. 6, Alderdice. 7, Northview. And 8, Pioneer.
It is a pretty interestingly close race between North Allegheny and Alderdice and Pioneer, I'd say, for that first place. Again, sort of throwing things off kilter here because typically we would see the seedings out of yesterday's racing into this, meaning that the faster crews are in lane 1 to span across the course in an even level. But these athletes have decided to do a little bit of a change-up here. So Pioneer doing a fantastic job over in lane 8, keeping contact with Alderdice, who is also in contact with North Allegheny over in lane 1.
And Orchard Lake St. Mary in lane 3 there is not ceding the field either. They're staying tight. We come up to that halfway point at that island. It's pretty much right on halfway.
You can see some crews out on the far side rowing up to their start. So sometimes those crews will give a little bit of an early cheer from what the cheers they'll hear at the finish line. So there may have been a little bit of a push there for those crews. We're seeing a good move. North Allegheny just still opening it up over the field. But North Allegheny B, I think, got a little bit of momentum from the cheers there. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, then in a good third place position.
And it looks like Celine's not wanting to give up here, holding on, but Alderdice is trying to push away. Pioneer, though, on the outside is not giving up here. They have contact, and it looks like as we're moving into the last 500 meters, they're trying to give a push here. They definitely are starting to move, walking in on the other crews. We'll see if this is something that they can sustain and push through. Alderdice is really pushing off. They can see those other crews. You know, in the double here, you don't have a coxswain to give you a heads up on what's going on ahead of you. So when you have a little bit of a lead, it's an advantage, obviously, to be in the lead, but also to be able to see what's shaping up behind you and how you have to push off on these other crews. Pioneer being over in lane 8 here, they don't really see the other crews in their periphery. So really, my hat's off to these gentlemen for being able to keep that focus, keep applying the pressure without the crew right next to them.
Mm-hmm. And then for both the Alderdice crew in the current second place position in North Allegheny, to be able to see the competition behind them, keep them in their view is just more confidence as they come towards the red buoys. But we see a really good fight happening between, who is that, Celine and Orchard Lake St. Mary's for that third place position.
Yeah, I think Orchard Lake has them right now, but it is back and forth. And it just seems like the momentum keeps shifting right here.
And I think the fight that's happening between those two is actually eating into the margin that Alderdice had. They had a bit of an open, but I think that's getting closed in very quickly by Celine and Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Exactly. We've moved into the last 250 meters here, last minute or so, less than that. This is really where they're going to be, all the crews are going to be lifting their stroke rating here.
The North Allegheny B boat is, I think, taking the biggest chunk of speed out, and so they're trying to catch up. Can they close the gap here and get their bow ball into this top 4?
Yeah, and Celine, it looks like, has pulled in there. I believe there's overlap, but it's going to be really challenging for them to catch up to Alderdice. We only have a couple hundred meters left here. You can see the awards dock there. If you are not screaming at the top of your lungs for your teammates, you better start now because they can hear it. They need that encouragement as they come up to the finish line. Last few strokes here.
So it is North Allegheny A in that first place of this B final. Then it will be Alderdice, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and Celine down to the line, but Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Celine, North Allegheny, Pioneer, Northview, and Carlson unofficially in that order for the B final of the men's varsity doubles. And underway here, we have the men's varsity double, the A final of the event we just saw earlier. Over in lane 1, far side of the screen, near side of shore, will be Shaker Heights. Lane 2, Forest Hills Central. Green Hills in lane 3. Lane 4, Skyline. Lane 5, Montgomery Bell. East Grand Rapids in lane 6. Lane 7, Northview. And in lane 8, Alderdice.
We come through the 500-meter mark, so the first third of the race course is down. You can see the race course, the lake opens up a bit here. And we don't have a lot of wind today, but it is a bit of a quartering headwind. So they're going to be facing a little bit more resistance from that wind pushing back on them. And we'll see how they respond.
So Montgomery Bell in the lead here at this point. Second place, kind of a showdown between Forest Hills Central and Shaker Heights. Again, this outside lane surprise from Alderdice, throwing their hat in the ring against Skyline for the 4th place.
And it looks like Skyline's just pulling away from Green Hills there. But Alderdice on the outside here is really applying the pressure here.
And that's kind of an interesting fight, right, between Skyline and Green Hills. They are actually crews that practice near each other, so they might actually know each other's speed fairly well.
Yeah, actually, they oftentimes in practice will mix boats together. So these guys have raced together, and so there's definitely some competition going on here, some good friendly rivalry.
And as we crossed over that halfway mark, I feel like the field sort of tightened up here a bit, not quite as spread out as the beginning.
Yeah, good. We've got a little bit of a lead there in first place, but second place is a tight contest over in lane 1 and 2 between Forest Hills Central and Shaker Heights. We move into the last 500 meters. In a doubles race like this, having a half a length is not much. That could change. Certainly as we move into the last 500 meters, crews lift their stroke rating, decide, okay, I'm going to try to sprint a little bit earlier. I'm going to hold off, stay in my rhythm, and then just apply that sprint later, depending on their strategy here. An early sprint could pay off if you're able to break free from the other crew, but it is risky.
Look there's been a really good development over in these far lanes, if you're watching here on site, and the near lanes on the stream between East Grand Rapids, Northfield, and Alderdice. They seem to be very, very close to each other. No one wants to be left for last here. So that race of 3 is actually pushing up onto Green Hills with their fight with Skyline.
As we start coming up to Maple Beach, these gentlemen can hear you guys, so make sure that you're cheering. You can see the launch docks on your screen there. So they are coming up. You're in the grandstand. Let's hear you.
Montgomery Bell still out in front. Looks like Shaker Heights has put a little distance between them and current 3rd position, Forest Hill Central. Forest Hill Central maybe trying to turn on a little bit more heat here. But Shaker Heights really actually charging now at this point, closing in on Montgomery Bell's pretty commanding lead, but it's getting a little bit close there.
Yeah, it looks like Montgomery Bell's seen them come up, and they've responded. They've certainly lifted their stroke rating.
Good fight between Skyline and Green Hills. Green Hills starting to edge that bow ball up the lineup of Skyline.
Yeah, Green Hills being aggressive here, looking to push into Skyline. It looks like Skyline's really responding there, trying to hold off. They're starting to walk away a little bit, but there's still contact between those crews.
But it is Montgomery Bell, Shaker Heights, Forest Hills Central. Oh, Skyline ahead at the moment. Green Hills hot on their heels. Next 3 coming in very, very tight. East Grand Rapids just about half boat ahead of Northview and Alderdice, but maybe Alderdice might just have been part of the stroke to be a hair ahead, but you're going to have to look back to the official results online for that finish.
Yeah, that'll be close. Remember, we can't see exactly where that finish line is because it's right before those big orange buoys there that the crews are aiming for. So you'll want to check the official results to make sure that you know who won that one and who got what place.
We're just using our best eyeball judgment from over here, but what they've got going on at that finish line are actually a series of lasers and lights and all kinds of equipment to identify the finish down to, the 1,000th of a second.
Yeah.
And so they've got the tools because a lot of the racing here will qualify athletes to get into the SRA Nationals or the U.S. Rowing Youth National Championships. So it is very important, the margins that happen at this regatta, to see where things stack up, if these athletes have a next step, or if that was the last race of that lineup for the season. So very interesting to go back and check the official results here for this regatta, for this Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships. In the blocks here, we've got the women's junior 8s, final B lining up. over here in the announcer's tent. We're just looking forward to our next race. It looks like we've got women's junior 8s lined up. On the schedule, it was the B final and then the A final to occur after. But what we're noting here, we have 8 boats in the blocks, which would signify potentially an A final versus the B final, just to switch up in schedule. But we will get confirmation on that just shortly to make sure we can follow which race will be starting shortly. All right, so next event in the blocks is the B final. Will be the B final of the women's junior 8. So there are 7 boats competing in this event. We've got an 8th crew who've decided to line up and they will stay there. But in lane 1, we have Culver Academies. Lane 2, Shaker Heights. Lane 3, Huron. Lane 4, Pioneer. Lane 5, Parkersburg. Lane 6, Parkersburg South. And in lane 7, Cranbrook Kingswood. So again, a race of 7 in this B final, but we've got 8 in the blocks. One just excited to get going.
Yep. So this is a junior event. So what it basically means is that all the rowers in these boats are not seniors. So sometimes we have junior events, sometimes we have second varsity events. Each one contributes, obviously the crews are competing within their events, but each event contributes points to the total overall points for the team. And certain events are worth more than others. Generally, the bigger boats, the more senior the rowers, the higher the points that are at stake.
Looks like we've got some closer alignment here in the B final of the women's junior 8. And we do have a start, clean start here. Lane 1, Culver Academies. Lane 2, Shaker Heights. Lane 3, Huron. Lane 4, Pioneer. Parkersburg, lane 5. Parkersburg South, lane 6. Cranbrook Academy in lane 7.
And it looks like Pioneer got the jump off from the start there in the white boat in the middle there. But Huron right behind them in the yellow boat. These are both crews from Ann Arbor, so there's definitely some rivalry going on. Culver Academies in lane 1 there is not falling back, and we've got some good racing set up here in this women's junior 8 B final.
And like we said, there were 8 boats at the start, 7 took off, and that was intentional. So there are 7 crews in this B final. Pioneer out in front, closely followed by Huron. Culver Academies unofficially in that 3rd place. 4th, a bit of a toss-up between Shaker Heights and Parkersburg. And Cranbrook Kingswood closing in there, trying to throw their hat into this race, and Parkersburg South there sandwiched between Parkersburg and Cranbrook.
And it looks like Huron has put on a good push here in this first 500. As we start coming up to that 500-meter mark, I think Huron has pulled ahead of Pioneer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anything can happen in these 8 races here.
Let's go, Jones!
It's not necessary to be the winner off the start, just to be the winner at the finish.
And it does look like Huron's got that momentum. So they started behind, and perhaps it's just getting the boat up to speed, but then how effective can you be stroke to stroke? So every stroke, they're just getting an inch here, an inch there, and that's just adding up to seats of Huron over Pioneer. Next, we've got over in lane 1, Culver Academies and Shaker Heights. That's your 1st through 4th unofficially. Then Cranbrook Kingswood, Parkersburg, and Parkersburg South.
Let's go, ladies!
And it looks like it's tough to tell from this angle here, but I think that Pioneer only has about 3 seats over Culver Academies in lane 1. So that's still very tight racing here. Looking at only a few meters separating these 2 crews. Huron looks like it has broken free from the pack and is looking to expand on that lead as we move into this 2nd quarter of the race, coming up to the halfway point.
Again, that dynamic between the coxswain telling you what you have yet to do, but then the rowers getting the visual cue of pushing the field away. Huron is probably incredibly motivated to be that first crew to that halfway point, but Pioneer, their coxswain telling their crew, look, we've only got a couple seats of open between us and them. Let's see what we can do. Culver Academies, they're looking afar. Now they have overlap with Pioneer. And then Shaker Heights overlap with Culver. So threaded together there, places 2nd through 4th.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at maybe 1 or 2 meters of difference between Pioneer and Culver here. Mm-hmm. You can see the coxswains looking at each other. So that Pioneer coxswain looking off to the left saying, hey guys, they're close. We need to push, and we need to push now here in this women's junior 8B final. But it's a real nice race developing between Culver and Pioneer. Shaker Heights they're refusing to be let out of that pack there. They are still maintaining some contact here, but they're really going to need to put a push on right now in this 3rd quarter of the race. Huron's crossing the 500-meter to go mark here in that yellow shell, and they have a nice stride with each stroke, really letting the boat run out, and it looks like they've lifted their rate as well.
You can see a really nice clean finish out of all 8 blades there. They're all timed in and out of the water together, just kind of like a metronome, all in sync with each other. So every stroke, those inches are adding up to seats, adding up to feet, now adding up to boat lengths. So to have that lead, Pioneer staying ahead of Culver Academies, but that fight between Shaker Heights and Culver is what's pushing that field for 2nd place.
Yeah. You pan around, you can see we've gone through a lot of this grueling 1,500-meter distance here. We're moving into maybe 300 meters to go here. Those buoys will change colors at 250 to red.
Great shot here of this Huron crew as the first to cross into that 250 mark. So, yep, we see that first red buoy, last 250 meters of this race.
And so this Huron crew is getting nice catches. Catch of the stroke is where the blade enters the water and you catch on and can start leveraging the boat past where you're planting that blade in the water. The finish of the stroke is where the blade comes out of the water, and then the recovery is where you come up to take your next stroke. And it looks like Pioneer is really pushing on, trying to hold that lead from Culver. That's giving a strong push in this sprint here. But Shaker Heights is not ceding any territory here. They've lifted as well, and they're starting to eat into that distance there on Culver.
All three are very, very hungry for their bow balls to be out in front, but it will be Huron who is going to cross that line first. But this race between second, third, and fourth is what is the hot topic here right now here at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships. As we come level with that finish line, we'll get a good perspective of where each is. Earlier in the race, Pioneer had a very strong lead over the next two that are following behind them, but Culver Academies has chipped away of that distance over time, but it looks like Pioneer is staying ahead.
And I think Culver's going to be able to hold on to this lead, but it's challenging. It's a big push there from Shaker. Just a couple seats.
But great race across all crews in this race. We've got here, rounding out the field, Cranbrook, Kingswood, Parkersburg South, and Parkersburg in that order for all of the eights in this women's junior 8B final here.
Cranbrook Kingswood crossing the line, and then Parkersburg South, and then Parkersburg. We now move on to the A final. And the A final is going to be the top 8 crews in this event.
Underway here, that first 500 meters, we are looking at the women's junior 8's A final. Looked to be that Orchard Lake St. Mary's potentially had that first fastest 500, but over in lane 1, St. Joseph's Academy, lane 2, New Trier in that potential unofficial second place, Northville in lane 3, but East Grand Rapids challenging New Trier for that second place position. Magnificat in lane 6, lane 7, St. Ignatius Chicago, and Harpeth Hall in lane 8. But now again, that second place is now really up for grabs. We've got Orchard Lake St. Mary's in that lead, but St. Joseph Academy, New Trier, and East Grand Rapids having a bit of a dogfight there for that second place.
Yeah, and the crews in lane 1 and 2, they're probably focusing on each other. They have to watch out that East Grand Rapids doesn't pull up here on the outside. East Grand Rapids, still they can sense the contact with the Orchard Lake St. Mary's crew there. And then their coxswain is looking off to the left at the crews in lanes 1, 2, and 3, giving them an update as we cross the halfway point here at that island. 750 meters down, 750 meters to go.
Really good speed out of that St. Joe's Academy crew in lane 1. It looks like their bow ball has moved up a little bit on Orchard Lake St. Mary's from what we had originally. There's not as much open as their lead as there was before. New Trier, only about a third of a boat length there behind St. Joseph Academy.
Yeah, I would not rule out that St. Joseph Academy crew. They seem to be having some good momentum here. We've only got their bow balls about even with the 4-seat or 5-seat here. But it looks like this may be a point here where Orchard Lake St. Mary's decide to make a concerted push into this last 500 meters to go. They seem to have stepped up their rate for maybe an early sprint here, and it seems to be working. We've got the coxswain of Orchard Lake St. Mary's on the bow ball of St. Joseph Academy. New Trier still in there, Third place, East Grand Rapids still has contact in fourth place right now. Northville coming in right now in fifth, still have contact. We've got contact between all these first 5 crews here.
On screen now, seeing contact there between Magnificat, St. Ignatius, Chicago, and Harpeth Hall for the 8 lanes of 8. Always is a tongue twister for me, but still Orchard Lake, St. Mary's out in front. East Grand Rapids kind of pouring on the sauce here, trying to make a push, see if they can move up on New Trier, who's pushing St. Joseph Academy, who's pushing Orchard Lake, St. Mary's.
And these women can hear you in the grandstand here as they come up to the beach. We can start hearing some of their teammates getting excited. Really want to push these women along here in the A final. So the women's junior 8 A final here. This is for the Joe Tewksbury Cup that they're competing. Both first, second, and third places all get berths at the SRAA Nationals. So this is very important who gets in these top 3 places here.
I think that's why we're seeing a really fantastic push out of East Grand Rapids in that farther lane, trying to get that third spot. Orchard Lake, St. Mary's still in that strong first place position. St. Joseph Academy hanging there with them, but that place, that final spot, 2 SRAs is coming down between East Grand Rapids and New Trier. They are about neck and neck. It's going to come down to the line is who is at what point in their stroke who will get that bow ball across the line for the last position to SRAs. But it will be Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, St. Joseph Academy, East Grand Rapids looks to have the momentum here.
Just by a seat or 2. Looks like nice push there at the end from East Grand Rapids. That is very, very hard to do, to come from that position behind and walk through, particularly when you're on the outside and you don't have that crew right next to you to push yourself along.
Next was New Trier, and then Northville. Last 3 in this race will be Magnificat in lane 6, lane 8's Harpeth Hall, and St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 7. What a fantastic walk. East Grand Rapids was a little bit slower off the start, and they just chipped away ever so slightly and really turned it on there that last 500 meters.
Absolutely. You know, this is 1,500 meters.
Next race getting ready in the blocks is the men's junior 8B final. So we will have 5 crews in this event. Lane 1, Huron. Lane 2, Northville. Lane 3, Saline. Lane 4, Theodore Roosevelt. And in lane 5, Trenton.
As you can see off to the top right of your screen there, these are the crews sort of gathering, waiting for the event to start, and then they'll come in for their next event here. And it looks like we are underway here in the B final.
Really close there between the lanes of lane 5 and 4, Trenton and Theodore Roosevelt, but they look to have corrected there.
Yep, looks like Trenton's pulled out now to the side and getting a good start out of the breakage zone into the regular part of the race course.
Similar to the other crews we've seen out of Huron, very strong start out of that Huron crew in lane 1. Looks to be unofficially Saline and Northville. Kind of Theodore Roosevelt, though, using that kind of pressure moment there in the beginning to really slingshot them into that mix here off the start. Trenton only a few seats behind.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Theodore Roosevelt had to do a steering correction there, but they're right now back on course, and they are very much challenging Huron in lane 1.
And I think any kind of bobble like that in a race can either slingshot you forward if you continue out of that focused with a very clear direction, or it can really throw you off your game.
Yeah.
Having that happen actually, as far as like a steering thing, will actually slow the boat down because a little bit of friction, right? A little bit of drag on the shell, but also mentally can be a bit of a hit. So it's good that these athletes have corrected not only the actual course of the boat, but also the mental start of this race. I think that having happened has really fueled Trenton and Theodore Roosevelt to just being a little bit sharper than they were.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is a really challenging thing that these coxswains are doing. So this is typically the smallest person in the boat. The boat is like 60 feet long, and the rudder is about the size of half a credit card. So imagine trying to steer something that long with something so small. It's kind of like pushing a shopping cart, but pushing it in reverse. So that kind of handling, it's challenging for these coxswains.
That is a great analogy. I've never thought of it that way, but that is so true. But here we've got lane 1, Huron, strong lead out in front. Theodore Roosevelt, using that shopping cart analogy, they're pushing down these lane lines pretty well now. They're in that strong second place position. Northville potentially hot on their tails. Saline and Trenton all in contact between places 2 and 5. But Huron in a strong lead here at the halfway point of this race. Seen a good move out of Trenton, trying to push that bow ball up the lineup of Theodore Roosevelt next to them.
Now, this is a great view that you can see because you can see the puddles from the stroke immediately before that they're taking. So when the blades enter the water, it leaves a little splash, and that splash hangs around for a while. And a good way, nowadays, all the crews have GPS, GPS units in the boat so they can see exactly how fast they're going. But a good mental visual that you can see is how far are you making progress over those puddles that you last rode? Are you able to sort of clear all of them before the blades enter the water again? Or are you starting to hit up and then you can see just how much forward momentum you're getting? Crossing up that 1,000-meter mark here. 500 meters to go. It looks like Trenton's correcting back over to their port side, to the left side. Still holding contact with Northville in lane 2.
Yeah, it looks like Northville. Their bow ball is about halfway through the lineup of Theodore Roosevelt, who is in that current second place position. Huron, I would say, ever so slightly just moving a little bit more ahead, creating a little bit more margin between them and the rest of the field. But it may come down to around that 250 where we see a strong leader in that second place position because, again, people will turn on the heat once they start to see the red of those buoys. Trenton trying to maintain contact with Theodore Roosevelt. Saline a little bit off the pace here, but in the fight of this B final of the men's junior 8s.
We got a hard fight here shaping up for second place. Both these crews can now hear you if you're in the grandstand, so be sure to cheer as we move into the red buoys. Last 250 meters here. As they pour it on, it's anybody's race here. Those bow balls are pretty much level.
And Huron, perhaps hearing some of those cheers earlier on, does look like they've taken up the rate. Theodore Roosevelt getting a little bit more speed in these red buoys than Northville. Northville now turning it on.
Yeah, Northville is not giving up here. This is their home turf here. This is where they practice. They know exactly where they are on this race course.
You can see they've actually tightened up, cleaned up, sped up. That bow ball is moving so fast and so close on Theodore Roosevelt. Look at this.
This is great racing here.
They're surging towards the line. This might come down to a photo finish. Theodore Roosevelt did have the momentum before this, but
is Northville going to get it? Oh.
Speed is with Northville, but it could have been part of the stroke. So
you're going to have to check the official results on that.
Too tough to call here from the screen. But then in fourth place, we have Trenton crossing the line. Saline there after them. So very strong, consistent racing from Huron. fantastic push from Northville on Theodore Roosevelt. I'm curious to see what happened with that one.
Yeah, we have to check those results. We've got the A final underway, the men's junior 8. Lane 1, we have St. Ignatius Cleveland. Lane 2, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. 3, St. Edwards. 4, New Trier. 5, Fox Chapel. 6, East Grand Rapids. And then St. John's Jesuit and Forest Hills Central on the 2 closest lanes nearest to you on the bottom of the screen.
New Trier, early lead. Second place, unofficially, to Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Edwards, St. Ignatius Cleveland with Fox Chapel, and then East Grand Rapids, Forest Hills Central, and St. John's Jesuit. But again, only the first 500 meters. We saw there in the last race, and the B final of this event, what can change between this point and the finish line. We could have an upset here. Right now, the field is all in contact with each other. Good push I'm seeing out of Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 2. Their bow ball moving up a little bit on New Trier as we close in on the first 500 meters.
Well, it looks like Ignatius Cleveland over in lane 1 is making a push as well. They can sense their coxswain's telling them we're going through that 500-meter mark here. And I think they're inching in. Looks like they may be even almost to second place there. It's hard to tell from this angle here where we're at.
St. Edwards moving there with them. I felt like St. Edwards and St. Ignatius Cleveland kind of took that move at the same speed at the same time, only making this field tighter and tighter. New Trier still in the lead, but not by as much as they had. It is not comfortable. Look at this, race for second, very, very tight between St. Edwards, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and St. Ignatius Cleveland. St. Ignatius Cleveland probably with the advantage now at this point, but all down to maybe a seat, maybe a foot between places 2 through 4.
Now here's going to be a key point to look at because we're at that halfway point here. Wouldn't surprise me if all these crews decide to take a real strong move here because I think Ignatius Cleveland is now pushing to first place here. It is straight across. As we said, it was not a comfortable position for New Trier to be in. Let's see how they respond here because we're pretty much dead even.
That race of 3 for second through fourth is pushing on New Trier's early lead. I think momentum is with St. Ignatius Cleveland at this point. They are now challenging New Trier for that first place position here in the A final of the men's junior 8.
And St. Edwards not giving up either. They are pushing in. Orchard Lake St. Mary wants to be in the pack too. It is a fight in those first pack of 4.
And it does look to be that St. Ignatius Cleveland has pushed ahead of New Trier. New Trier is still holding on to a second, but Orchard Lake St. Mary's trying to take advantage of that along with St. Edward.
And I think Orchard Lake may have pulled ahead here, maybe in second place, and it looks like it may be neck and neck between St. Edward and New Trier for third. Into the last 500 meters here. This is for the Dr. Mark Bellinger Cup. And first, second, and third of this event get a berth in SRAA. So it is very important for these crews to medal in this event.
And so that's what we're probably seeing here, starting to race for pride here. So we see St. Ignatius Cleveland overtook New Trier for the first place position, but New Trier is now clawing their way back into getting that top 3 spot here. New Trier challenging Orchard Lake St. Mary's for the second place. St. Edward not making it easy. Again, like Jim said, places 1 through 3 getting their tickets to SRAAs. New Trier holding on to a current third place position.
Just barely. They really are now stepping it up here to fend off this push from St. Edward.
Very good push out of Orchard Lake St. Mary's. They said, we were in 4th, we were in 3rd, we're in 2nd now, we want to keep it that way.
Exactly.
New Trier holding 3rd place currently. St. Edward's holding on New Trier.
As we're coming up to the beach, make sure that you are shouting for these crews here. They need this right now. This is where there's very little left in the tanks. So give them a little bit of burst of energy here as they come by that finish, the awards dock there, closing in on the finish. And it looks like We've got Ignatius Cleveland crossing the line first. Orchard Lake St. Mary's second. And it looks like New Trier was able to hold off St. Edward for third.
Fantastic push there, that last half of that race. Next, we've got Fox Chapel charging towards the finish line. East Grand Rapids next to them. Rounding out the field here for this A final will also be St. John's Jesuit coming on screen now. Forest Hills Central with overlap on them.
Some really good composure from all those crews there. These are all gentlemen who have not yet gotten to their senior year because they're in a junior 8 here. So there's still even more growth to happen, but this portends well for the future of the sport in the Midwest. We've got some 4s lining up here. This is the women's varsity 4 with coxswain. So you'll see a 4+. The plus means that there's going to be a coxswain in the boat. This is the B final in lane 1. On the far side of the screen is Fox Chapel, 2 St. Ignatius Chicago, 3 Huron, 4 Harpeth Hall, 5 Theodore Roosevelt, 6 Marietta, 7 Mount Lebanon, and in 8 Cranbrook Kingswood. So most of these boats are going to actually have that coxswain lying down in the compartment in the bow. You're really only going to be able to see their head. Every once in a while, you'll get a 4 that has the coxswain sitting in the back, like the 8s that you see, but most of them have the coxswain lying down in the bow. And I can tell you, having done that myself, that is not a comfortable position to be. It's very cramped. You tend to get very splashed. You have to have your head sort of cramped up the whole way because you've got a board just supporting your neck there. And you get to see a good view of what's up ahead, but you don't really get to see your rowers. So.
Perhaps not the most ergonomic of situations.
No. And so as we see, we're backing into these stake boats here. It's actually really hard because the coxswain can't see where they're going. So the rowers have to kind of guide the way here. Boats also don't really move backwards all that well. So this is a challenging maneuver for these crews to get into these stake boats. You obviously have other shells you need to worry about maneuvering around. You want to move in slowly so that person who is on that diving board on the stake boat can hold on to your boat, grab you, and lock in.
Yeah. Oh, it makes complete sense. I never thought of it this way, but of course the boat's made to go fast forward.
Yeah.
We sit backwards, but we got to go fast the other way. So it makes sense. I think when you see the shells lined up, say in the boat park or in the water, they look perfectly symmetrical. But all of the engineering that goes into these shells is really, really fascinating. All of the aqua dynamics and, balancing and buoyancy and all these calculations that developed over time. It's really interesting, all of the tech that goes into the rigging as well.
Absolutely.
So highly sophisticated boatcraft, even though from afar it may look like just a simple sliver of a toothpick, but a lot of things go into it.
And there's a lot of choices that the coach has in terms of the rigging. So all of these oars are adjustable so they can decide, obviously where the rigger is a pivot point. So they can say how much outboard length do we want, how much inboard length, how much pitch, the angle that the blade is entering the water. All small adjustments that the coach can make to optimize the shell to match the athletes that are in it.
And another way to match the athletes as well is where you're putting those riggers. So this being a sweep event, each athlete is going to have an oar out to either their port or their starboard, their left or their right. And you would think of that as always being alternating, left, right, port, starboard. But we actually also have a crew in here. St. Ignatius Chicago is what's called a bucket rig. So meaning you've got 2 rowers on the same side immediately after each other. So coaches make these sorts of decisions based on the strengths of each athlete, physically, but also technically. You can have a port stroked for, a starboard stroked for, but you might have somebody who just within the power application of the boat makes sense to put 2 rowers of the same side right next to each other. So a lot of options at play with the boat itself to be able to fit the athletes.
And that can be challenging for the coxswain who's steering, because typically when you're lining up a boat here, you have to have one rower take a stroke to bring your bow around one way or another. But if you're changing the rigging around, it can kind of get you confused.
Yeah, where's your left and where's your right?
Exactly.
And as a rower, it's very challenging to be in the bucket, as we'd say, if you're one of those athletes right next to the one on your same side, because you're always having to constantly shadow row. You don't have as much space as you would if you had someone of the opposite side rowing immediately in front of you. So you're constantly always on the move, always on your toes. But again, this is the B final of the women's Coxed 4. Fox Chapel over in lane 1, lane 2, St. Ignatius, Chicago, Huron in lane 3, Harpeth Hall, lane 4, lane 5, Theodore Roosevelt, Marietta in lane 6, lane 7, Mount Lebanon, and in lane 8, Cranbrook, Kingswood.
And we've got a beautiful day here in Milford, Michigan. We've got 55 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. We've got a bit of a light wind coming from the quartering headwind here, so it's coming from lane 8 side, but giving these rowers a bit of resistance. Makes it a little bit challenging lining up the boats, though in this particular race course, we are a bit sheltered here, and it looks like we're off.
Decently clean start across all crews. Marietta looked to have been not quite centered, so the coxswain made a good call there to make sure they took strokes when straight ahead. They can still make up that distance if stay focused. But we've got a good start over in Theodore Roosevelt's crew, current first place position, just these first initial strokes. But again, to call the field, we have Fox Chapel over in lane 1 on the right-hand side of the screen, but nearest to shore. St. Ignatius, Chicago in lane 2. Huron in lane 3, Harpeth Hall, lane 4, Theodore Roosevelt in lane 5, Marietta, lane 6, Mount Lebanon in 7, and in lane 8, Cranbrook, Kingswood.
And it looks like Cranbrook, Kingswood may be out too early later. No, actually, I think Theodore Roosevelt. Just the angle there. We've got some good racing developing here as we come out of that initial cove, and we're starting to move into the heart of the course here, approaching the 500-meter mark in a few strokes.
It looks like Harpeth Hall trying to keep contact with Theodore Roosevelt. St. Ignatius, Chicago, though, may have an advantage over Harpeth Hall by about a seat. Huron in contact with that push by St. Ignatius, kind of moving with them. Fox Chapel, they're closing in. So, and then this crew over here, is this Mount Lebanon or Cranbrook, Kingswood?
Cranbrook,
Kingswood.
Yeah.
In that lane 8. It's definitely making a charge here. Almost didn't think to look over there, but I think they are looking to make an upset here early on in this first 500 meters of this race.
Yeah, and they're a little bit away from the rest of the pack there, so the other crews are probably focusing on each other and not focusing on Cranbrook, Kingswood there. But through the 500-meter mark, it is pretty much dead even between Cranbrook, Kingswood in lane 8 and Theodore Roosevelt in lane 5. Looks like Ignatius, Chicago in lane 2, and the black boat there is probably in 3rd place there. And then 4th place, pretty much straight across. And Ignatius, Chicago is making a strong push here. It looks like they may have moved into 2nd place here. Cranbrook, Kingswood holding on to 1st place, but it is by a bow ball. It is not much here. If you look at the angle, the way those buoys are lined up. And it looks like that blue shell in lane 8, closest to you at the bottom of the screen there. Cranbrook Kingswood is in first place, but just by a little bit, followed by Ignatius Chicago at lane 2 on the other side of your screen.
So you were talking about the perspective of coxswains and these bow-loaded shells. So what is the Cranbrook Kingswood coxswain looking for? I can see a little bit of movement just looking out to the side, but what's the balance that they're trying to strike?
Well, they're trying to make sure that they know that they're in a little bit of a lead because they cannot see any other crew, but they don't know how close that crew is from behind them. So they're trying to push to keep their rowers making that forward momentum, but their rowers can see the crew behind, trying to step off of it. And it looks like Ignatius Chicago may have poked in there and recaptured the lead in that bucket rig in lane 2. You can see the 2-seat and the 3-seat of that Ignatius Chicago boat. Really, those blades close together. That's because they're rowing on the same side.
They do look to have some advantage here as they come into these last few 500 meters. We'll see as we pan the drone close to that line who has the lead here. But what a race by Cranbrook Kingswood.
It is still anybody's race here with 500 meters to go here.
St. Ignatius Chicago, yes, does have the advantage over Cranbrook Kingswood. But then Theodore Roosevelt, am I saying that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Huron and Harpeth Hall, then Fox Chapel.
And Huron is making a push here. They do not want to be left out of medal contention here. Or sorry, this is the B final. They don't want to be left out of the first 3.
But every race is a race, right? So when
Exactly.
we have these points as well, depending on the program, they might be trying to vie for getting as many points as possible for their squad. So all the way down the line, trying to figure out what points can we pick up here for our team. So we've got St. Ignatius Chicago out in front. Cranbrook Kingswood holding on. Third in this race, give it to Huron, I'd say, now at this point.
Just barely, though. It's going back and forth.
But by a seat over Theodore Roosevelt. Harpeth Hall still in contact with Theodore Roosevelt. And then Fox Chapel probably about half boat behind Harpeth Hall.
Now that Cranbrook Kingswood coxswain, this is probably one of the most challenging situations you can be in because you felt like you were in command of the race up to this point, but now you've got some challengers. And how do you respond to that? They're doing an excellent job. You can see they've stepped up the stroke rating here. Mm-hmm. And I think they're starting to try to eat into that lead from Ignatius Chicago.
They're trying to stave off the push from Huron and Theodore Roosevelt. Some of the athletes can sense that a little bit better than the coxswain, but Huron is making a great push here.
Ignatius Chicago hearing the cheers from shore here. Make sure you're pushing on your teammates. Last few strokes here. We've got 10, 20 strokes depending on where you are in this pack here. Very close race here.
So still St. Ignatius Chicago trying to open it up, opening a little bit more distance on the field. Cranbrook Kingswood closing in on second. Huron edging into, though, to what is happening for Cranbrook Kingswood. Theodore Roosevelt not wanting to get left behind.
And, you're going to have to check the official scores on that. I think Huron may have inched out at the last moment there, but it's too close for us to tell.
Rounding out the field here, we have Mount Lebanon, about a boat length ahead of Marietta. Rounding out this field here in the women's B final of the varsity Cox Fours. In the blocks now, we've got the A final of the women's Cox Fours. St. Joseph Academy in lane 1, lane 2, Rockford, Perrysburg in lane 3, lane 4, New Trier, lane 5, Upper Arlington, Culver Academies, Notre Dame Academy, and North Catholic. Just had a start here in that women's varsity Cox Fours A final.
And this is an important event because the winner of this event will get a qualifying berth in the Youth Nationals, and the medaling crews, first, second, and third, will get a qualifying berth in the SRAA Scholastic Championship happening in 2 weeks.
Just crossing out of that first 100 meters into the white buoys of the race. Good first starting sequence out of St. Joseph Academy in lane 1. Probably then Culver Academy is in with Rockford for that 2-3 position. But no, Rockford just ever so slightly ahead. But again, you don't win a race off the start.
Yep.
But it's definitely a boost of confidence if you've got a little bit of an edge.
Exactly. But New Trier is in 4th place there just by a hair, pushing in. Upper Arlington close behind in the thick of things. North Catholic on the close side of your screen, the bottom of your screen, lane 8. This is still a wide open event here. Nice push out from St. Joseph Academy in lane 1 there. Wind is picking up a little bit here. We've got a little bit more headwind than we had earlier in the day. That'll favor crews that are a little bit heavier. The boat's a little bit, it's going to feel heavier. You got to have a little bit more patience, accelerating the boat with each stroke. They tend to lay back a little bit more into headwinds here. We cross by the 500-meter point here, and the water opens up a bit.
And wind conditions are incredibly important in how you actually take the stroke. So like you're saying, sometimes when you have a headwind, you have to be more patient on that leg drive, but you have to push a little bit harder. But kind of like whenever you feel resistance, you lean into it. Sometimes what can happen is there's almost a little bit too much action because you want to throw yourself into that headwind, but you've got to stay controlled. You've got to stay with, kind of use that momentum smartly. And intentionally with the rest of your crew, different than, say, a tailwind where you want to be a little bit lighter on the feet, light and quick through the water. Here, it feels like a slugfest.
Exactly. And it's starting to get a little gustier, too. And so every once in a while, you'll get a big gust of wind, may throw the boat towards one side or another. It's getting gustier. We're even having our announcing tent starting to blow away here.
We'll blow right on into the course. But then we'll get a first-hand account, not needing the drones, but we'll be out in the water ourselves. But it looks like St. Joseph Academy out in that first position as we cross the halfway island here. Second place, Rockford. Third place, very, very tight here.
Yeah, I think it's New Trier here. But it's really hard to tell. Culver in the white boat there, also in the thick of things. Upper Arlington, right between them. We're seeing a good push from Perrysburg.
Mm-hmm. And again, I think what we're seeing with a lot of these races that have first through thirds qualify for SRAs, nobody takes their foot off the gas. No matter what happens off the start, no matter what happens at the 500-meter mark, no matter what happens halfway, you gotta try to get to that top 3 spot. So we've seen a lot of things change just in the last 100 meters of each race, so no one is letting go at this point. So we know St. Joseph Academy out in front. We see that Rockford in a good, strong second place position, but third is where the fight is happening.
Yeah, Perrysburg has really turned on the heat. Same thing with Culver Academies. New Trier is trying to hold on. Upper Arlington also making a strong push as we move into the last 500 meters here. Wind conditions get a little bit better towards the end of the course. It's a little bit more sheltered, but it's still challenging for these women as they are coming in through. About 2 minutes to go here. The burn is really setting in the legs here and in the lungs. Going to see who's going to be mentally tough, really able to push through here. And Perrysburg has really done a nice job of pushing into cementing that third place here, and they're not satisfied with that. They are pushing hard on Rockford. See, with each stroke, they are just inching in, and Rockford is pushing as hard as they can to fight them off.
They're trying, but Perrysburg has got a lot of grit. It looks like they are only about 2 seats, maybe just 1 now at this point, to be pulling even with Rockford. Rockford holding them off.
These two coxswains are looking at each other. They are shouting. They are trying to update their crews as we move into the red zone, last 250 meters here.
Wow, very, very tight race between those two crews. St. Joseph Academy not wanting to be part of that, but whew, look at that Perrysburg crew. They look like they may have taken a seat out of Rockford, but Rockford pushing back, both trying to tighten up, get fast, be quick. Perrysburg looks to have the advantage here from this angle, but it can come down to those last few strokes. Seeing some very good speed out of Culver Academy's Upper Arlington and New Trier. Again, top places 1 through 3 get their ticket to SRIAs. So that's what they're fighting for here. St. Joseph Academy closing in to be first at that line, but Perrysburg looks to have taken a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, maybe 2 seats here. You can see as you get into the final strokes here, they elevate the stroke rating. They tend to do less backswing, really concentrate just mostly on legs and arms here, trying to get in as many strokes as possible. Perrysburg has really lifted the stroke rating here, and they are starting to just push away as they cross the line here. Looks like Rockford will close in on 3rd place. 4th place, ooh, it's tight.
Perhaps Upper Arlington, Culver, and New Trier, unofficially Notre Dame Academy, and then North Catholic. What a fantastic push out of that Perrysburg crew. All the way from what, 5th to 2nd?
Absolutely.
That's a heck of a haul, especially with that headwind, especially with all the things that are going on side to side happening across all these lanes. But what a fantastic race for all of those crews.
A lot of mental toughness from those women here in the Varsity 4.
Next race on the docket will be the women's second varsity Cox 4 final, but they're still lining up, so you can join us here. Hello, I'm Grace Latz.
And I'm Jim O'Mardian.
And we're here for the finals day of the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships here at Maple Beach in Kensington Metro Park. So far, we've seen a lot of these finals come down to the line here, those sort of 2nd through 4th places, people fighting for all of their points. Any highlight moments for you out of what we've seen so far?
I mean, I think that last race that we were watching there was just fantastic. I was really, really impressed with that Perrysburg crew because, in all honesty, the first couple of strokes, I didn't think they were going to be a major contender there, and they really pulled in, and I think that was a fantastic push there.
Yeah. I feel it's really interesting to see over the course, especially from that halfway mark to the end, where the middle of the pack closes in, especially when they know those top 3 spots are on the line, to be able to make the next step, to have this not be that last race of the season. They want to stick together and see what they can do. So it's really, those are the memories that stick with you over time as a rower, are those tight races, whether you ended up on top or not. Those are what fuel you for those future trainings.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, this is such a great development aspect for these athletes to be in a situation where you are very stressed and see how you're going to respond to it, because it's very challenging to step up from, you know, you thought maybe you were going to be in the lead off the start, and all of a sudden now you're in 4th or 5th place. How are you going to respond, and are you going to come back into it?
Yeah, incredibly challenging, but good to have early in your career, but also at a championship. Just another feather in your cap, a tool in your toolbox as you continue on. And we're continuing on here to the women's second varsity Cox 4 final. So again, we watched the women's first varsity Cox 4s. Now we're watching the second varsity Cox 4s. Lined up in the blocks, we have Lane 1, Culver Academies. Lane 2, St. Joseph Academy. Lane 3, St. Ignatius Chicago. Theodore Roosevelt in lane 4, lane 5, Upper Arlington, Harpeth Hall in lane 6, lane 7, Perrysburg, and lane 8, East Grand Rapids.
So the second varsity 4 means this is the second set of boats. So you earn slightly fewer points for the points trophy, but we see, it's across the whole day. So these are very important races for the crews looking to close in on the various divisional championship cups.
And I was looking sort of ahead in the schedule. We've got this block of coxed 4s between first varsity, second varsity, juniors, and all of that. And I think the coxed 4s is such an excellent initial boat class to get started in, just having the start of that race. And I say that because it's an accessible amount of people. You can field a deep squad both on the men's and women's side, separately and together, so that you can really develop a whole program around a boat like this.
Yeah.
And this is a great one too, because you know that if you've got that second varsity 4, they've probably had some in-practice racing against their first varsity 4.
Exactly. Looks like lane 2 may be out to a slight early lead, St. Joseph Academy, which is great for St. Joseph Academy because right now they are the current points leaders in women's sweep. So this event will contribute to their point total if they're able to hold on to that early lead.
And would make sense from the race we just saw where we saw St. Joseph out in front.
Yeah.
This other crew, the second varsity crew, know the speed that they can hold probably against their first varsity 4. And so they have that in the back of their mind as they go down the race course here.
It's always been one of my favorite things to be in a second boat, actually, because you are competing against that first boat oftentimes in practice, and oftentimes there's nothing for you to lose, and so you lay it out on the line, and every once in a while you actually do catch that first boat.
Yeah, that's always the target is on the other one's back. It's easier to aim to go for. So we do see that St. Joseph Academy probably trying to race for time in that kind of respect. They know what they can do. They don't know that St. Joseph Academy first varsity boat won that race, but they know that they could have some good chances. So they're pushing against Culver Academy off to their right-hand side, Upper Arlington in that kind of current second, third place position off to their left, sandwiched between Theodore Roosevelt and St. Ignatius in lane 4 and 3, respectively, kind of going back and forth there for places 4th and 5th. We see Harpeth Hall, East Grand Rapids, and Perrysburg in that order for the field, but it's still St. Joseph Academy out in front. Culver Academy hasn't let them go.
No.
St. Joseph's tried to chip away, get a little bit of distance, but there's been continual overlap with the bow deck of Culver on the stern deck of St. Joseph Academy.
And that Culver Academy coxswain is going to be telling their crew that we still have overlap here. You may not see them, but I can see them, and we are still in this here. Now, the rowers are going to be looking behind them, and they're going to be seen charging up on the side. Looks like Ignatius Chicago and Upper Arlington. And so they're going to be fighting off them, trying to push them with every stroke here. It is a tight race here.
So again, it looks like St. Joseph Academy, while still out in front, has only gotten a little bit more distance over Culver Academy, but not by much. Culver Academy is trying to get to the halfway point just ahead of Upper Arlington. Upper Arlington being pushed by St. Ignatius Chicago, which now has a little bit of open water over Theodore Roosevelt.
It's pretty much dead even for third place right now. Still overlap between those first two crews. St. Joseph Academy out in front, but Culver Academy's right behind, not ceding any territory. And if anything, they may have put on a little bit of a push here into this second half of the race course here. Now, these athletes have been training very, very hard. Oftentimes they're doing work over the winter. They may be rowing in the fall. Really, it's a year's worth of work culminating at these championship regattas. Good push from Upper Arlington there. Starting to close in. We still have good overlap between these crews. St. Joseph Academy may have broken free. Once you are able to break free of contact, it becomes really, really hard to come back from that. It's not impossible, but it's a lot easier when you have contact. You can sense that that boat is still in your sights. You can try to reel them in like a fish on a fishing line.
And respectively, once you have open and you're ahead, all you got to do is just keep pushing them
Exactly.
away. You can always just play defense in that respect. So it does look like we've got some spread St. Joseph Academy, touch of open over Culver Academy, not by much, but Upper Arlington now is only about a foot or two away with overlap with Culver, Theodore Roosevelt, and St. Ignatius Chicago on screen here, but it's really definitely St. Joseph Academy is trying to set the pace, but Upper Arlington, I think, is who's pushing the race down the course.
And right now, this is going to be an important race for St. Joseph Academy. If they can hold on to it, they'll add to their point total, because right now, in addition to women's sweep, they are also the point leader in Division II. So the the teams are organized by the number of athletes that they have in the division. So Division I has 1 through 21 athletes, Division II, 22 to 54, and then the big schools, Division III has 1 to 21, Division II is 22 to 54, and then the big schools of Division I is 55 and above. St. Joseph Academy in that Division II right now currently in the points lead.
It'll be really interesting as they close in on the beach at the finish line. How is Upper Arlington going to challenge Culver Academies? St. Joseph Academy, they are still in the lead, but they haven't gained more off of the other two. St. Joseph Academy trying to stay ahead of this fight behind them between Culver and Upper Arlington. Culver may have the advantage now. They hear the crowd. Look at all those fans on shore. They can hear you. They can feel you. Culver Academy is now making a little bit of a push on St. Joseph. It was open, but they're clawing their way back in there.
Yeah, they may still have a little bit of contact here as they approach the Ward's dock there. Last 5 or so strokes here as they round out to the finish line.
So it will be St. Joseph Academy, Culver Academy, then Upper Arlington unofficially for those top 3 in this women's second varsity Cox 4 final. Followed thereafter by St. Ignatius Chicago and Theodore Roosevelt on screen for your top 5. Rounding out the field, we will have Harpeth Hall, Perrysburg, and East Grand Rapids for your women's second varsity Cox 4 final here at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships. Looks like East Grand Rapids there. They're the ones who came in that 6th position, 7th going to Harpeth Hall, 8th to Perrysburg. Next race underway is the B final of the men's varsity Cox 4s. So who we have in the field from left to right as the referee reads and the way we're seeing it: Perrysburg in lane 1, Cranbrook, Kingswood in lane 2, lane 3, Forest Hills Northern, lane 5, Theodore Roosevelt, lane 5, New Trier, lane 6, Huron, lane 7, Northville, Rockford in lane 8.
So it looks like Huron is out to an early lead, but not by much. You got, looks like Forest Hills Northern in second place in lane 3, followed by New Trier in lane 5, but it's still pretty close. As we come up to the 500-meter mark here. Excuse me, that's the 1,000-meter mark.
We're just blasting on through here. So we are coming into the last third of the race. Huron in the current lead position here of the B final of the men's varsity Coxed Fours. Second place over to that Forest Hills Northern boat. New Trier in a current third, but Trier looks to be gaining a little bit of speed on Forest Hills Northern.
I wouldn't rule out Perrysburg over there in lane 1 yet.
They've been spicy this regatta.
Yeah.
They've been able to come back from back in the field and push through the front, especially in that last third. So probably some kind of team ethos and focus around being able to have that grit, resilience, and trust in their crews and their combinations as it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, you do a lot of training, physical training, obviously strengthening the body, a lot of learning the stroke and how to be as effective as possible, but a lot of what you're doing on a day-to-day basis is building up that mental toughness here. Mm-hmm. And we've seen that Perrysburg has been able to do that consistently in races here. New Trier is pouring on the speed here to try to hold them off. Cranbrook Kingswood, though, is also making a good push as they hear their teammates on the shore here. We've got a great race developing here at the end.
It looks like we do have a different leader now. So it's that Forest Hills Northern boat that looks to have taken away the lead from Huron. But again, you called it earlier on, Perrysburg, seeing what they can do here at the end. But it looks to be, as we cross the finish line, we have Forest Hills Northern, then Huron, Perrysburg trying to stay ahead of New Trier. That one may come down to the line, but Perrysburg has the momentum.
Nice finish there by Northern. They really stepped up their stroke rating. You could see, and I think New Trier just held them off.
Oh, what a good sprint there. Then we have Cranbrook Kingswood, Theodore Roosevelt, Rockford and Northville neck and neck. Rockford have
nabbed it at the line there.
Yep. So again, trying to get those, kind of pick up all of those little points here for their teams all the way down to the line. Fantastic racing there in that last third of that B final. Up next will be the A final of the same event, so the men's varsity Cox Fours. Over in lane 1, we have Culver Academies. Lane 2, Upper Arlington. Forest Hill Central in lane 3. Lane 4, St. Ignatius Cleveland. Lane 5, Mount Lebanon. Pioneer in lane 6. Marietta in lane 7. And in lane 8, St. Ignatius Chicago. So at this point in the race, actually probably pretty close at top, say 1 through 4. Not a lot of margin.
No, not at all. And this is a very important race. Being the varsity for a final, there's a lot at stake here because we have first place gets a berth at Youth Nationals. First, second, and third place get berths at SRAA Scholastics. So it's not just who wins this race, but it's also who medals. And we see there's also quite a bit of points involved for a varsity 4 A final win here. So even beyond first, second, and third place for the teams looking to close in on those points trophies. You can see in lane 8 on the bottom of your screen, Ignatius Chicago. We've got a great view of that bucket rig that we were talking about earlier, where we have the bowman is on the port side, and then you see both the 2 and the 3 seat are both on the starboard side, and then the stroke is back onto the port side. Most crews don't adopt that rig, but we see in this particular event, it looks like we've got 4 crews that have a bucket rig.
Yep.
So
more common in a 4 than say an 8.
Absolutely.
Just because each rower has 25% of the impact, so being able to fine tune those things has a lot more effect on how the whole comes together than say an 8. Obviously not going to do that in a pair. It makes no sense. You wouldn't be going straight down the course if that were the case. But looks to be paying off for these crews. Looks like a tight 1-2 sort of back and forth between Upper Arlington and Culver Academies. Culver Academies perhaps with a foot of advantage there. But then St. Ignatius Cleveland in third, followed shortly by Forest Hill Central. And then the latter 4 in the race will be Mount Lebanon, St. Ignatius Chicago, Marietta, and Pioneer going back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Now it looks like Upper Arlington does have a little bit more over Culver Academies now. They know they're in that last 500 of the race. And they want to get towards that finish line first.
Yeah, we're in the last quarter here. Only about a minute and a half to go for these athletes here. Really, the burn is setting in here. They are going to start hearing the cheers from the beach. So be sure to lay it on. Cheer on your crew. They need it here. Give them that support as we come up to the final here. Moving into the red zone here. That's the end of the white buoys. Last 250 meters to go. And it is pretty much dead even here for first place.
It is very, very tight. So again, the coxswains trying to stay as focused as possible, kind of keep their athletes as focused as possible, not give any energy or attention to the crew either side of them. But it does look like Upper Arlington maybe gained a little bit over Culver. Culver responding. Looks to be they've taken up the rate. Their bow balls are about dead even.
Dead even. It's who's taking a stroke when here. Upper Arlington, though, is stepping up the rate right now. They seem to have picked up some speed here. But Culver is not making it easy for them. They are responding well.
Oh, now we're seeing a surge out of Upper Arlington, just taking a little bit more. Every stroke could be a couple inches.
Let's hear those voices as they come up to the finish line here. Looks like it's Upper Arlington just by a hair, but too close to tell from us. Really want to look at those official race points. Oh, that's very close. Moving in for third place here. And it looks like Ignatius Cleveland cinched it.
Just a little bit over Forest Hill Central, followed thereafter by Mount Lebanon. Mount Lebanon and St. Ignatius Chicago with Marietta and then Pioneer, but it looked like Mount Lebanon, hair ahead, St. Ignatius, Marietta, and Pioneer in that order. But again, those sort of tight finishes all the way down to the line for points for the teams. It's very, very important for the end day to see who stacks up between their divisions and within their points. So fantastic race. Right now we've got the men's second varsity Cox 4 final. Current leaders of St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 2, but in lane 1 we have New Trier, lane 3 Upper Arlington, Northville in lane 4, lane 5 Culver Academy, Montgomery Bell in lane 6, lane 7 St. Edward, and lane 8 St. Ignatius Chicago.
We're through the 500-meter mark here in this 2V event. We've got a lead developing here from Ignatius Cleveland in the yellow boat out in front. And then it looks like it's Northville in lane 4, followed closely by Upper Arlington and New Trier in lanes 3 and 1.
Yeah, that race for third is very, very tight. The entire field has contact with each other all the way down the line. No one, St. Ignatius Cleveland in a lead at this point, but when everyone has contact, the field can get pushed from the back all the way up to the lead. So Northville in the current second place position, but third, it could be Montgomery Bell. It could be Northville. It could be New Trier. I'm sorry, it could be Upper Arlington. It's very, very close. And again, all of the points here add to a team total, to division totals. And as we cross the halfway point, there's still contact between places 2nd through 8. St. Ignatius Cleveland has pushed ahead with a little bit of open over those crews, but it's going to be a fight.
I think right now, Northville and New Trier are dead even. If you're looking at that angle, it's hard to tell on the right side of the screen, but I think they are bow ball to bow ball, fighting it off. Upper Arlington refusing to be counted out of that fight there, though. They are really applying the pressure as we start moving into the last part of this race course here. You can see that Dorito buoy for the last 500 meters to go. The wind has died down a little bit. They've got nice flat water. Let's see what they can do as they step up the sprint here. But you can see those bow balls as they cross that 500 meter to go mark are dead even for second place.
Very, very tight there. So you can see New Trier and Northville looking across at each other, seeing where each other stack up, but do not count out Upper Arlington. I think Upper Arlington just made a pretty good push there, staying ahead of that ref's launch to try to get their bow ball in the middle of that fight for a second. They want to be places 1 through 3 as well, but St. Ignatius Cleveland stomping ahead, opening it up with a little bit more now at this point of open, so that they don't have to take part of the tight finish line things that we're going to see out of New Trier, Upper Arlington, and Northville. We have Montgomery Bell also kind of pushing the field here. They're trying to get a little bit of speed on Upper Arlington, but they're still open between those first flight of 4 and the second flight of floor.
And St. Ignatius Cleveland, in addition to being in the lead right now in this event, they are also in the lead in the points tally so far for men's sweep at 50.4 points, ahead of Northville at 30.8. So they're looking to add to that total with this event here. It's still anybody's game for second place here. Second place matters tremendously in these force events for the points trophies.
Coming into the last 100 meters or so of this final, the men's second varsity coxed for St. Ignatius Cleveland charging towards the line. Northville and New Trier neck and neck. Looks to be New Trier with a slight advantage as they come past that last little motorboat just to check, but it looks like they can hear their fans, hear their friends, have a little bit about 2 feet ahead of Northville.
New Trier's really stepped up their stroke rating, though. They are refusing to get beat, and it looks like they were able to just poke through ahead.
Upper Arlington in that 4th place position. Ooh, neck and neck here between Culver Academies and Montgomery Bell. Montgomery Bell maybe just taking it away from them. And then we've got St. Edward over St. Agnes Chicago. Oh, just got a whiff there from us here near the finish line of some of the breakfast being cooked up for these crews. I think that might be another reason why we got some tighter finishes there at the end.
Exactly.
They're smelling breakfast, wanting to get some of those post-race recovery started early. Certainly making me hungry over here.
So we can see the next event is the women's freshman 8. So we're lining up into the stake boats here. So these are going to be obviously freshmen. So this is their first Midwest Championship regatta here. There's obviously going to be a lot of nerves going on as we line up here and get these boats ready to go.
And so I think those new to rowing and maybe coming at this from different perspectives, what would be the difference between, say, a freshman boat versus a novice boat? Both obviously in the beginning stages of the rowing, but what's the hard line defining freshman versus
Great
novice?
Great question, Grace. So freshmen are going to be people who are in 9th grade. So freshmen in high school. Novice are going to be people who it is their first year with the sport. So they've never raced through a championship regatta. And so depending on the makeup of the team, the coach may choose to enter a freshman event if they have a lot of freshmen, or if they have a lot of upperclassmen that are new to the sport, they may decide to enter a novice event. So they're very similar in terms of the makeup, but it's just a strategy based on the composition of the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All in their first year. I sometimes think of it as rowing age.
Exactly.
It's your novice year, versus your actual age, which usually informs your grade, because you can kind of come into the sport at any point. You could technically have a senior be a novice if it's their first time rowing.
Absolutely. And we're off to a start here in this freshman 8 event.
So over in lane 1, we have Orchard Lake St. Mary's, lane 2, St. Joseph Academy, Upper Arlington in lane 3, lane 4, Magnificat. We've got New Trier in lane 5, lane 6, Loyola, Fox Chapel in lane 7, and in lane 8, Forest Hills Eastern.
Looks like New Trier is out to an early lead there with the green and blue blades and the black shell, lane 5 in the center. Loyola looks like in second place in lane 6. And then a good fight for third, but I think Forest Hills Eastern right now has the lead. They may have sacrificed it right there. Looks like Fox Chapel may have pulled in. You can see that Forest Hills Eastern boat getting blown a little bit by the wind, making a correction there to stay in their lane.
Again, the wind is sort of pushing them that direction. So, Jim, as a coxswain, what kind of corrections are you making to the steering to accommodate that condition?
Yeah, it's actually very challenging to have a crosswind pushing you because the boat is not going where you're pointed. So if you are just aiming straight down the lane, you will actually be blown over to the lane to, in this case, your left, because the wind is coming from the bottom of the screen towards the top of the screen. So these coxswains need to be aiming just slightly to the right, and their boat will actually kind of crab into the wind as they go down the course. When it becomes gustier, that becomes even harder because you can't just keep that same angle into the wind. You have to constantly adjust. And any time that coxswain touches that rudder, it adds drag to the boat. It disrupts the set, and so the coxswains really want to avoid that as much as possible. We've got New Trier has pulled out at the 500-meter mark to a nice lead. They've got about a boat length of open water between them and the fight for second place, which is pretty tight here.
Yeah, between Upper Arlington, Loyola, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's kind of hot on their heels. That's going to be a tight one there, but New Trier really stomping all the way down the course. They've got probably 2 boat lengths now ahead of the field. Second place fight, again, that Loyola and Upper Arlington crews. Neck and neck here, maybe Upper Arlington now with a little bit of advantage at this point. Coming in on that halfway point of the race. Once we see that island, it's halfway through this 1,500-meter race. So the athletes and the coxswains know it's only a countdown from here. We've mounted the first half, we've got the boats up to speed, but now it's just time to empty the gas tank.
Exactly. Upper Arlington's really trying to separate from Orchard Lake St. Mary. But New Trier has got a nice commanding lead here, and they are just trying to exhibit no mercy here as they pull out further and further.
Well, look at this good charge here by Orchard Lake St. Mary's. I feel I'm only now just noticing their advance. I think they took a very solid move right before the island that's slingshotting them with Upper Arlington. So now we've got a really tight sort of fight happening for that third place position.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's is a great program here. They won the state championship for Michigan last year. They've only been having the women row for a few years now, but they've really developed into a very, very strong powerhouse here in Southeast Michigan. We still have that fight on for second place as we come into the 1,000-meter mark.
New Trier staying very, very strong, kind of trying to see what kind of time they can lay down. And if I'm seeing correctly here, this freshman women's 8, the first place qualifies if all athletes are U16 for the Youth National Championships, but first through third qualify for SRAAs. So New Trier may be trying to play a double card there, figuring out where do they stack up. But it's also that fight first through third. So that's why we see a very strong race unfolding for that third place position between Loyola and Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
And they are competing for the Hope S. Poor Trophy here in the women's freshman 8 event. Now, one thing that you see is you notice that the U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals are based on age category, whereas the Scholastic championships, of which this is one, the Midwest Scholastics, are based on grades because for the Youth Nationals, it's not only school-based programs, but it's also club-based programs, which may combine multiple schools.
And U16s is, I believe, the youngest age category that they have at the national championship level. So it could be their first opportunity to compete at that level of event, which is very exciting. But New Trier, what other can we say than commanding lead?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the most dramatic lead we've seen yet in this regatta. So it will be New Trier taking away a win here in that women's freshman 8. Second place unofficially now to that Upper Arlington crew, but still for third. We'll see if Loyola can challenge Orchard Lake St. Mary's in this last 100 meters or so. Very challenging to do, but you can see all the fans going towards shore, giving them their energy, giving them their praise, trying to see, just getting a little bit more out of each stroke.
Well, one of the exciting things to watch in these freshman and novice events is this is basically the future of the sport here. And so for New Trier to have that commanding of a lead in a freshman 8 that speaks well for the upcoming years for the program. Fox Chapel coming across the line now, followed by Forest Hills Eastern. And these women are really laying on the heat at the very end here. And they are completely gassed as they cross over the line there. You know that feeling, Grace, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you put everything, that whole year of training into those races, and so you don't want to leave anything left. So great job on the part of all of those athletes in that race. Next in the blocks, we have the men's freshman 8 final. Getting lined up, just about ready.
We've got the same setup here. Winning crew is able to go to the U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals in Florida if everybody's under 16. First, second, and third of this event get a berth at the SRA Scholastic Championship in New Jersey in a couple weeks. Getting the final points here. Now, as you are locking into the stake boats, the starting official, who will be in that tower that you can see there, will be polling the crews up, and we are off. We're going to have hopefully a correction here from lane 7 so that we don't get too tight there.
Looks
And
like they
we
followed
did.
your advice.
Good.
They could hear you out there. But it does look like, so what you were saying is that the referees will poll the crews, meaning that they go through the lineup as we are somewhat saying. So they'll say lane 1, St. Ignatius Cleveland, lane 2, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, all the way down the line. And so for us, in lane 3, we have Loyola, New Trier in lane 4, lane 5, St. Edward, lane 6, Culver Academy, lane 7, Shaker Heights, and in lane 8, St. John's Jesuit.
And so obviously this being a freshman event, these are the first time these rowers are out there. So it is a great opportunity for you to really understand what this sport is all about in your first year of rowing. To really feel the nerves and the excitement of having 8 boats across.
8 lanes of 8. Especially spicy for those 8 because the faster the boat, the bigger the boat, the faster the boat, the smaller the margins. So you don't see the spread quite as wide as you would say in a single. And it's harder to gain those advantages. You can get the boat up to speed, but making those advances, it is tough to do. But we see a good current lead out of the Loyola crew in lane 3, but St. Ignatius Cleveland right there with them.
Right with them.
Third place there, dead even between Central Catholic Pittsburgh and New Trier. Contact with St. Edward's, who might have a touch of open over Culver Academies, St. John's Jesuit and Shaker Heights. Then to round out all of the 8, but perhaps a little bit of an advantage over to Loyola at this point.
And we were talking about that bucket rig in the 4s, and if you look at St. Edward in the green boat here in lane 5, they have a sort of a modified bucket rig where they have their stroke is on the port side, 7 and 6 are on the starboard side, 5 is on port, 4 is on starboard, 3 and 2 are on port, and bow is on starboard. So that's going to be challenging for this freshman coxswain, probably first year rowing, to keep straight.
That double bucket, as if you will. A lot to keep track of, but perhaps due to the power of those in the boat. But now we've got a good lead out of St. Ignatius Cleveland as they cross halfway through this race. Loyola in second, but third. Wow, what a charge out of New Trier and Central Catholic Pittsburgh. That is going to be very, very tight. I see New Trier and Central Catholic moving with each other. It is a seat between them and Loyola.
Yeah. Now, Loyola's got some pretty clean catches here. They're being effective, but they're facing a massive challenge from Central Catholic Pittsburgh and from New Trier.
And again, this is one of those events where first through third go to SRAs, and here we are with 4 teams vying for 3 spots.
Yeah. Coming up to the 1,000-meter mark here. You can see that buoy getting blown around. We're getting a little bit more wind picking up for these crews. They need to really be laying into that headwind here.
Doing just that. St. Ignatius Cleveland kind of walking away, handling those conditions very, very well. The fight happening off to their left-hand side. Loyola is now perhaps in that second place position. New Trier closely thereafter. Central Catholic about half a boat back, but not out of the fight in this last 500 meters. Starting to see a little bit of St. Edward's pop on screen here. Further back in the pack, we see Culver Academies next to St. Edward's, and then St. John's Jesuit just ahead of Shaker Heights. This fight for second, third, and fourth, very, very tight. Looks to be that, is that New Trier?
I think
Loyola. New Trier, just a slight advantage over Loyola by a foot. They're going to start to hear all of those cheers. We've heard really strong fan contingents here from both of these programs, from New Trier and Loyola. They're starting to hear them feed that fuel. Looks like New Trier has taken up the rate.
Yeah, they definitely have. They don't know that the women just had that commanding performance here, but they're really starting to pull in away from the other crews here.
Pretty handedly. They're taking about a seat every stroke here.
Yes.
They've got only about 10, 15 strokes left. They're going to try to see their coxswains looking across that they've got the bow ball of Loyola next to them, but they want open. They want to see how much distance can they make between New Trier and Loyola, but it will be St. Ignatius Cleveland, but New Trier fighting to get a little bit of open before the finish line over Loyola. Just keeping a little bit of overlap, but what a charge, almost taking 7 seats there.
Yeah.
In just a couple hundred meters over Loyola.
Really nice sprint.
Central Catholic Pittsburgh there then in the 4th place position. St. Edward's and Culver Academies coming down to the line. Culver Academies making a little bit of a push here. St. Edward's maybe. Ooh,
Oh, and Culver, I think Culver just nabbed him there.
I think you're right.
It's hard to tell where that finish line exactly is. It's before those buoys, but.
What a fantastic last push there. And then you got St. John's Jesuit and Shaker Heights rounding out this field of 8. But yeah, what nice sprints. That last 400 meters.
Okay, and we see the start of the women's junior quad. So this is 4 rowers, 8 blades. So each rower has 2 oars.
First quad of the day. Yeah, we've seen a lot of 4s recently. But now we're into quads. Yep, so like Jim said, 4 rowers and 8 oars per those 4 rowers. Challenge in that now you've got to command both the feathering and the direction and all these things with both hands instead of just one each for the job. So incredibly technical, no coxswains in this event. So the role of the coxswain is dispersed amongst all the athletes, similar to the straight 4 or the 4 without coxswain. Good early lead here out of Harpeth Hall, but as the field is reading from left to right, we've got Skyline in lane 1, lane 2, Green Hills, lane 3, East Grand Rapids, Fox Chapel in lane 4, lane 5, Eastern Hills, or Forest Hills Eastern, Harpeth Hall, lane 6, lane 7, Northville, lane 8, Parkersburg.
And I think Skyline may have put on a push here. They are very close. I think they may have poked out a little bit ahead, but it's still very early in this race.
Now, time speed, relative time compared to other boat classes we've seen, these quads, even though they've got 4 athletes, are almost as close in speed to the 8s we just saw, which is pretty amazing to think about. You've just got more power you can apply per athlete because of those 2 oars versus the 1. So these are incredibly fast objectively, but also subjectively, because
Yes.
it is lighter. You don't have the coxswain, you don't have those other 4 bodies. So things in the experience of this boat happen very quickly. So you have to have a lot of practice with each other, be able to trust yourself and your hands and your whereabouts, but also making sure the other 3 are moving with you. So incredibly technical boat to be able to row this well and row this fast.
It's also hard to communicate within the boat because you're obviously, when you're pulling at 100%, you don't have much energy to maybe shout to your teammates if you're going to make a move or something right now. So they have to plan in advance what their race strategy is going to be and then try to execute it. And it looks like Skyline has pulled out to about a length lead over Harpeth Hall, and then Fox Chapel in third place. But we have East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat making a push there. Not going to be let out of the medal contention here.
So, as Jim was talking about, the role of a coxswain being distributed among the athletes, typically the bow seat, that first person closest to the finish line, or perhaps even the second, the two seat, the second person in line, is actually the person actually saying this race plan, actually trying to get out a word or maybe a two-syllable or maybe just a guttural sort of sound to signify to the other athletes in the boat, like, this is where we're taking the move, this is what's happening. Because again, you're going 100%, but you're going 100% together, and you have to make sure that these things are made on the same stroke. So we got a good lead out of Skyline, and then Harpeth Hall thereafter. Fight for third happening between East Grand Rapids and Forest Hills Eastern. So you've got athletes in the bow or two seat looking across, trying to say to the others, like, we gotta go.
Yeah. We're moving in, closing in on the 1,000-meter mark here. One thing that you'll see is that it's very obvious in a quad how well they're rowing, because you see these blades are so close together, you can really detect the small differences between the blades if anybody's timing is off. And one thing I think you can see out of that Skyline crew that's in the lead there, their blade work is very nice. All 8 of those blades from the 4 rowers entering together, exiting cleanly. Obviously, it requires a lot of physical endurance, a lot of strength, but also a lot of technique. Make sure that you're not wasting any energy, because any sort of mistiming, any application of power differently can actually just slow the boat down.
And so in this race, in the women's junior quads, it looks to be that the first and second crews are the ones that get a ticket to SRAAs, so there's going to be a bit of a fight down to the line. It doesn't seem to be that Forest Hills has made any advance over East Grand Rapids in the last couple hundred meters, so East Grand Rapids might see that as an opportunity.
But East Grand Rapids is only about half a boat length behind Harpeth Hall. So don't count them out yet.
Yeah, my mistake. It is Harpeth Hall out there in that second place position, crossing into the red buoys, into that last 250 meters. But it could get spicy here, folks. We've got East Grand Rapids sensing they have an opportunity here, only about a half boat, maybe 2/3 of a boat length behind Harpeth Hall. But then that 4 through 6, all within contact of each other.
Yes, they need to go now. They need to really push it on.
It's always tough when you're sitting here, either at the announcing booth or on the sidelines. It's just, you feel yourself in the boat. I'm over here trying to kick my legs because I'm seeing this happen. It's just, can you take advantage of that opportunity? It looks like East Grand Rapids is definitely trying to.
Yeah, and I think Harpeth Hall had a little bit of a steering issue there, and so I think East Grand Rapids sensed that and was able to capitalize, because I think they have just nudged ahead by a bow ball. It is coming down to the line here. And I think East Grand Rapids just gets it.
Just by a hair over Harpeth Hall, then Forest Hills Eastern, Fox Chapel, and Green Hills, unofficially in that order. Northville and Parkersburg rounding out this field here in the women's junior quads. Looks to be Parkersburg just a hair over Northville. But in the blocks, we'll have the B final of the women's varsity quads. So we had that flight of Cox 4s. Now we've got a flight of quads. Getting all those 4-athlete boat things out of the way here. We've got two more events before we have a little bit of a break. And then we get into some of the other men's sculling events before a lunch break at 11. Continuing all the way down to our last race of the day, the 1:30 with the men's varsity 8s. But underway now, we're looking at the women's B final of the varsity quads. North Allegheny in lane 1, lane 2, Northview, Forest Hill Central in lane 3, lane 4, Upper St. Clair, lane 5, Saline, and in lane 6, Rockford.
North Allegheny is pushing out to an early lead here as we've come through the 500-meter mark here, closing in on the halfway point at 750 meters.
Saline not far behind.
No.
That green shell of Forest Hills Central, keeping contact with the momentum Saline has on the field.
One thing to think about is that Forest Hill Central, I believe they're understroking Saline there. So they're keeping that same boat speed, but they're taking fewer strokes per minute. So they're not getting as fatigued as quickly. So that may play an important role towards the end of this race.
Yeah, definitely that second half. So the race profile is kind of what Jim's alluding to as well. So you've got that beginning strokes that you try to get the boat up to speed, and then a lot of crews try to hold a consistent speed that kind of rides the line of what's possible for that middle third, maybe middle 2/3 of the race. But then you just empty the tank with as much as you've got. So if they know that they're understroking the teams around them, they've just got a little bit more to work with, some more gear shifts they can make in the last third of the race.
You know, and obviously you are pulling as hard as you can for the entire 1,500 meters, but there may be some points where strategically you're going to make some pushes, that you're going to push at an unsustainable rate because you think psychologically you may be able to break free from the other crew. And that can be very risky, but it can also have a big payoff if you're able to make a move at a good point and it'd be demoralizing for your competitor. It's hard to tell from this angle, but I do think that for second place, we are in a very close race here.
Yeah, definitely between that Saline crew and that Forest Hills Central boat. Probably a little bit half boat lead. No, just even actually maybe only a seat or two between Saline and Forest Hills Central.
I'm really impressed with this Forest Hill Central, how long they're able to keep every stroke. They are very composed. And as we move in, they see now in their sights that 500 meter to go mark. I bet here's where they start picking it up and really trying to challenge Saline. They can sense that that boat is right near them, 2 lanes over. Saline sees them and is responding.
Yep, you can see the rate coming up in the Saline crew.
Yep, they're sitting more upright here, using more of their legs and arms, less backswing.
But
Really
again,
being punchy here.
Yeah, but you can see again that rate that you're calling out. Forest Hill Central taking fewer strokes, but maintaining the speed. They have more gears to shift. No one's in the red buoys yet, and that's when it comes down to the line. Saline trying to get to those red buoys first. Saw the bow woman look across, try to identify where in the heck is that buoy. North Allegheny also isn't yet in those buoys, but these boats are starting to sprint early to try to get ahead. Rockford here now on screen, trying to throw their hat into this fight. They've made a bit of distance over Northview, but Forest Hill Central, they've got some gears they can use here. Saline trying to get to the finish line before they have a chance to use them.
Yep. Now all these crews can start hearing you now, so this is critical for you to start cheering now. There we go. Yeah, that's it. This is an exciting race coming on.
And in quads, again, it is an incredibly fast boat for the amount of athletes who are in it. So once one athlete starts to go and you feel that, it is such a boost to the rest of the crew. You can literally feel their power and feel their speed, and you just add to it. So North Allegheny in that first place position, but Saline and Forest Hills battling it out all the way down to the line.
And Saline has really stepped it up here. Really upright. Good strokes, good blade work, getting those blades in. Coming by the metals dock, we got like 5 strokes to go here.
Saw Forest Hills take a little bit of a bump in speed here. A little bit more of a gear change. But it looks to be that Saline just stayed ahead of Forest Hills Central's advances that entire way down the course. Rockford, and then Northview. What a strong race and sprints out of a B final. I mean, that is a fantastic opportunity for all these crews.
And we got Upper St. Clair finishing strong here. and switch over to the A final of the women's varsity quad. So again, these are quads, 4 rowers, no coxswain, 8 oars.
So over in lane 1, we have Skyline. Lane 2, Fox Chapel. Northville in lane 3. Lane 4, East Grand Rapids. Lane 5, Parkersburg. Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 6. Lane 7, Traverse City Central. And in lane 8, Skyline B. So Skyline A in a lead here in the first half of the race. We're just about to the island, signifying halfway through this 1,500-meter course. But then Parkersburg potentially in that second place position.
And they are competing for the Don Heckenstaller Cup. This is a critical race here because first place gets a berth in the Youth Nationals, and first and second place get a berth in the SRA Nationals. I believe the Skyline crew here has folks that were the SRA Nationals winners last year. So an experienced crew. We'll look to see what they can do here. They are certainly getting challenged by the rest of the crew here, though. They are not yet walking away.
Now, Northville is still got contact with their stern deck. With Northville looks to be Parkersburg, just probably about, a little bit back there, but not too far off. And the Fox Chapel trying to be, again, in that first flight of 4. But Skyline B also kind of outperforming where they're at, because, again, if they had raced previously, they seed the faster crews to lane 1, slower crews to lane 8, but they're sort of outperforming here a little bit. They're just ahead of Traverse City Central, coming all the way from up in that Cherry area, but they're doing a great job staying ahead and in the pack. We've got then East Grand Rapids and Orchard Lake St. Mary's for all of to round out this field of 8. But Skyline 8 still in the lead. I think Skyline B can probably have them in their sights a little bit. They've definitely rode each other in practice, so
absolutely
they're kind of sandwiching the race either side of the course.
Well, and Northville in lane 3, basically Skyline and Northville race each other every week during the spring season. So there's a bit of rivalry here going on at the Kathryn Bennett Racecourse here. And Northville's continued to hold a little bit of contact, maybe just about astern here. But they are not letting Skyline A walk away. We moved into the last 250 meters here. We still have overlap between that Northville crew and Skyline. Skyline has not yet been able to pull away. We see Northville stepping up their rate.
Both crews stepping it up there. You can see Skyline responding. Northville trying to hold onto it. It's their stroke seat, looking across, seeing how far they can push away, but they're also keeping an eye on Fox Chapel, who's making a good charge.
I think Northville's going to run out of racecourse in order to catch them. I think Skyline's going to be able to hold it, but they are coming by the beach here. These women need your cheers here. Cheer them on as they come by the medal stock here, closing in on that finish line.
Skyline taking the last couple of strokes here to take away this A final of the women's varsity quads is Skyline, then Northville, Fox Chapel, top 3. Panning over to the whole length of the course, good race underway here between Skyline B, Traverse City, and Parkersburg, but Parkersburg will take it. Traverse City Central over Skyline, East Grand Rapids, and then last boat in the field, last couple here would be Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Those would be your winners for the women's varsity quads A final here at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships, Kathryn Bennett Racecourse. So after this, we were supposed to have a little bit of a buffer in case we had some hot seats, but we are going to launch our next race, which is the men's varsity singles. So next in that race will be Traverse City Central in lane 1, lane 2, Northville, Skyline A in lane 3, Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 4, Pine Richland in lane 5, lane 6, Skyline B, Riverview in lane 7, and in lane 8, Trenton.
And so this is the men's varsity single, so it's going to be contributing to the men's sculling points trophy. So just to give you an update right now, Montgomery Bell is in the lead, followed by Green Hills and Skyline, Forest Hill Central and Shaker Heights, but they are all within a couple points of each other. So these events are going to be crucial for who's going to be competing for the men's scull. Over on the women's side, Skyline is in the lead in the women's scull, followed by Parkersburg and Northville.
So it really looks of all the crews we have in this event, Skyline has an opportunity to really add to their points, being the only crew that's in that top 5 who've got athletes in this race. So just by being here, they're already contributing. But then they've got to fight for their individual titles. So men's varsity singles, we saw the women's varsity singles, I believe, earlier today. One athlete. We've gone from 8s to 4s, doubles, down to singles. So again, not as loud as you were saying, at least not as loud externally, but maybe loud internally.
Yep.
You got to know where you are on the course and how much you have left. Some of the feedback that you use in replacement of having teammates and coxswains, each athlete is going to have a monitor, usually positioned somewhere on the rigger or between their feet, that tells them their speed, their stroke rate, how far they are down the course. They use it to time themselves against their practice runs and trial runs, perhaps some different sprint work pieces they did in preparation of this event, so they can measure themselves as they go down the course, so they're not looking too much side to side, but they're going to have to look a little side to side, even though we've seen Traverse City Central, that crew, out in front in a really great lead. It is very, very tight between that next 2nd through 5th place. So we've got in the red shell over here, is that a Riverview crew. They are very, very tight there with then Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Skyline A, Northville, and Skyline B.
And Pine Richland has still got contact with Skyline B there. We wouldn't want to rule them out yet. A lot could change in the second half of this race.
Because again, in a single, it is a little bit of a slog. A lot of success in a single comes down to the amount of time you've put in long before you've come to the race. So do these athletes have the endurance, and do they have a deeper tank to draw from because of the practice? So just as you saw, Pine Richland has been able to claw their way back in to this race. So that bow ball is now halfway through the Skyline B and overlap with Riverview. So still in striking distance here. Then we've got that fight of 3 happening on the lower lane course at Northville, Skyline, and Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Traverse City Central, though, really walking away with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like the Skyline crew is got a slight advantage here. Seems like with 600 meters to go, this gentleman has stepped up and decided to make a move here. About half a boat length out ahead of Northville, but that is not much in a singles race.
So that Traverse City Central boat out ahead, we're looking here that the opportunity afforded to the athlete who finishes first in this event is to be able to qualify to both SRAs and Youth Nationals. And then first and second in this event will have an opportunity to go to SRA Nationals. So Traverse City Central athlete out in front, still trying to keep a hold of those tickets. But Skyline and Northville neck and neck for that second place position, trying to fight their way into that ticket to New Jersey to compete at SRAAs.
On the line here is the David Fisk Trophy for the men's varsity single. And it looks like Traverse City is most likely going to cinch that one up, but it's still, we've got 500 meters to go here.
Anything can happen. Sometimes if you've got that much of a lead, you don't want to get comfortable.
No, never. It's not over.
It's not over till it's over, until that finish line horn sounds. We've got a very good fight. Skyline had an advantage just a few strokes ago, but Northville seems to have gotten a little bit back on them. But both of these crews, again, see each other multiple times over the course of the season, so they know well what each other has in the tank. Orchard Lake St. Mary's, current 4th place position. But look at that sprint out of Northville, trying to get through those red buoys first.
But Skyline, it looks like, has lifted its stroke rating, so he's taking more strokes. We'll see if that converts to more boat speed. Northville is really laying it on hard here at the end.
Ooh, neck and neck. Yeah, Northville out.
Maybe about 2 feet ahead, Northville, as they come into the finish line here.
And outstroking, as far as many strokes as possible, the Skyline boat. The Skyline boat has another gear to shift, so we can see if they can throw that card into play here. Northville just advancing a little bit more every stroke, shortening up, going more to those half slide strokes to keep ahead. Looks to be just opening up. Can they get open before the end of the finish line? But it looks like Northville will take it just over Skyline, followed there by after Orchard Lake St. Mary's. And then closer here on screen, good push out of the Trenton crew, Riverview crew. Close race here between Skyline, just over Pine Richland, and Trenton. That's a very tight finish, those last kind of like 3-4 spots there, because again, in a the smaller the boat, the slower the speeds, the bigger the margins, but to have it be so close and so tight, fantastic way to round out a men's varsity single event.
We're now looking at the men's varsity pair final. So 2 rowers, 2 blades. Lane 1, St. Ignatius, Chicago. Then Carlson, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Ignatius, Cleveland in the middle. Skyline is in lane 5, Northville in lane 6. And then rounded out by Saline and East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat at the bottom of your screen. As you can see, this is a very, very challenging. This is probably one of the hardest boats to row, if not the hardest in the event today, because you only have 2 people in the boat. They need to coordinate, and they each have 50% of the power, but they also have 50% of the steering almost.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you're completely applying pressure together.
And that comes into play more today than it did earlier in today's racing, because the wind has picked up a little bit. So the wind is going to have a bigger impact on these smaller shells. So navigation and steering will become more of a factor here. So the athletes are aiming not to just be centered of their lane all the way down the course, but Jim was alluding to just the tactics of steering. They almost have to direct themselves into the wind a little bit so they don't get pushed around too much. So they're sort of drifting and crab walking their way all the way down the course on top of just trying to stay together. But they've crossed over that first 500-meter mark here. Strong lead by St. Ignatius Cleveland. Second place would be the Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Third, St. Ignatius Chicago. Carlson in a 4th place. 5th, kind of a toss-up there. Skyline and Northville the Northville Saline boat going back and forth. Skyline still kind of in contact with Saline and East Grand Rapids there, just below the graphic. But it is that St. Ignatius Cleveland boat out in the lead. But see, even though you're in the lead, it was talking about steering, it's not uncommon in smaller boats to have a harder time kind of ping-ponging between the buoys, even if you've got no one to worry about, just because of the conditions.
Yeah, you can look and you can see that Ignatius Cleveland boat is right on their buoy line. Looks like they are coming into lane 5. They are far enough in the lead where it's not really a contact or interference issue, it appears, but they're going to want to get back into their lane just so that they keep on the shortest course.
And they're doing that by just minute adjustments. You don't want to make any drastic steering decisions, especially if your goal is to have this straight line. And they're timing this incredibly well. As they've gotten closer, they were keeping the blades clear up and over the buoys, even though they're clearly there. So great job of composure through that element. Great push here in that second place position of Carlson. They are also getting pushed around by the wind, but using that to their advantage to sort of get a little bit closer to St. Ignatius Cleveland.
As we're coming into the 1,000-meter mark here, they're going to start homing in on the finish line. They're going to start to hear the sounds from Maple Beach. Their teammates on shore, their parents on shore.
And pardon, I misspoke. That was Orchard Lake St. Mary's, not Carlson, in that second place position. But Carlson is getting closer every single stroke. They are just ahead of St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 1. So we see St. Ignatius Cleveland on screen, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, Carlson, and then St. Ignatius Chicago. Perhaps starting to smell the grills firing up here, getting close to that lunch break. So charging towards that line, St. Ignatius Cleveland in that first place position with open over Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Carlson took advantage of some of that push. They are now firmly over St. Ignatius Chicago, but St. Ignatius Chicago kind of holding on here.
Mm-hmm. And looks like Ignatius Cleveland's back into their lane there. They had to make an adjustment here. So that's an opportunity for Orchard Lake St. Mary's. They are closing the gap as they move into the red buoys here with about 200 meters to go. Orchard Lake, they are a tough crew.
Especially with the wind, with the conditions, with the smell of those grills. As you come all the way down to the line, you know you're trying to fight for these top spots to be able to qualify into the SRAs or into the Youth National Championships. St. Ignatius Cleveland holding on to their lead, but they haven't gotten more lead off of Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
The winning crew of this event in the men's varsity pair does get a spot at the Youth Nationals in Florida. So it looks like that will go to St. Ignatius Cleveland. Coming in first, Orchard Lake St. Mary's just shy of contact in second, and St. Ignatius Chicago in third. And these guys are spent when they cross the line. Last couple boats crossing the line here, completely spent here, laying it all out on the line. So underway is the women's novice 4 with coxswain final. In lane 1, St. Ignatius, Chicago. Lane 2, St. Joseph Academy. 3, Orchard Lake St. Mary. Fox Chapel, Huron, Riverview, Northville, and Harpeth Hall at the bottom of the screen. Looks like St. Joseph Academy got the little early jump at the start, but really anything could happen in this race because we see Northville make a good push in these high strokes here off at the start, and it looks like they are starting to separate out.
Mm-hmm. St. Ignatius, Chicago, kind of coming in a little bit more here, but really good push out of Northville. Again, home course, like you've been saying, so they kind of know all the lanes of this course really well, so they know where they can sort of have their, if they've got a deck of cards at the beginning of the race where they can maybe throw out a couple of gambles and know it'll pay off.
And that's probably even more important in this race because this is a novice race, so this is the first championship regatta that any of these rowers have been in. And so having a little bit of familiarity with the race course, probably a big advantage at this stage of the rowing career.
Mm-hmm.
We see a really good push from Ignatius, Chicago out in lane 1 there. Wind has picked up a little bit, headwind here, so they may have a slight advantage, particularly early on in the course. But as we start moving towards that halfway point, really the lake opens up and you're going to really feel the brunt of that headwind coming across from your starboard side or the bottom of the screen.
I just have to say, I had to remind myself, this is a novice event. So here we are, the first 500 meters, and not only does every boat have contact across the field, they all have contact with each other.
Exactly.
Across all 8 crews. That is really impressive. This is a race for them to remember. So we see St. Ignatius, Chicago trying to push away as the only crew with distance on the others. But Northville is really tight second place with St. Joseph Academy and perhaps Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Probably that St. Joseph crew over Orchard Lake St. Mary's. But every single boat has contact with each other. Now starting to see a little bit more of a spread occurring, but again, it's very, very tight here for a novice race. That is really great to see so early on in their career. We're going to see these athletes probably again and again if they get hooked on this type of tight competition, like I think you and I do.
Absolutely.
Definitely something that fuels you, something you live for, that you train for. You live for moments like this. So here we are halfway through the race. St. Ignatius, Chicago, halfway leader. Then we're seeing St. Joseph Academy over Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and then Fox Chapel. Trying to get a little distance over Huron. St. Ignatius is really opening it up here.
Yeah. Clearly the race plan is to do something at the halfway point because they have stepped up their stroke rating. You can see they are taking more strokes per minute. They are in one of those bucket rigs where they have the 2-seat and the 3-seat are both on the starboard side or the closer side to us. And you can see that they are just taking a lot of strokes. Now that is a risky move because you still have the last half of the course to do, but we'll see if they've put in the mileage over the earlier part of the season, maybe over the winter, been doing the training to really sustain it over the 1,500 meters here.
And really good push from Fox Chapel.
Absolutely.
They look to be about even with St. Joseph Academy.
And one thing that's really impressive about that Fox Chapel crew is that it has a very long stroke. Mm-hmm. You can see just if you compare the stroke rating between them and St. Ignatius, Chicago, St. Ignatius, Chicago is taking more strokes per minute than that Fox Chapel crew. So that Fox Chapel crew is really being able to be very efficient. And as we move into this last 500 meters, they may have a little bit of extra gas in the tank.
So here we are, that 1,000 meters. So we saw that first flight of 4. The second flight of 4 looked to be Huron, Harpeth Hall, Northville, and then Riverview unofficially in that order. But scanning up again to the first 4, St. Ignatius, Chicago, over Fox Chapel.
May have had a little bit of a bobble there at Orchard Lake St. Mary's, but they're getting their rhythm back.
And that's bound to happen, especially when it's a dead head or a dead tail, sometimes there could be a little bit of a snag of the blade coming out of the water, or the wind, it's not constant, right? You might get a gust and it pushes your blade and kind of throws you off keel a little bit. So rowers, you know it's going to happen. It's just how do you get back on track after that?
Exactly. We've got about 300 meters to go. We're not yet in the red zone, or there it is right now. So 250 to go. Believe there is overlap between that Fox Chapel crew and Ignatius Chicago. Ignatius Chicago's fighting hard to keep in the lead there, pushing off that real strong push from Fox Chapel. St. Joseph Academy is refusing to be left out of the contention here. This is a tight race here. As we pan around here, we'll get a better angle on the lead. This is going to be a close finish, folks. Make sure if you are on the beach, you are cheering for these crews. They need that extra push right here as they come close to the finish line.
What a fantastic surge out of Fox Chapel, just like you called it. St. Ignatius, they made that really strong move at the halfway points, but Fox Chapel trying to see what kind of cards can they throw down here between now and the finish line.
And I think they are pulling in ahead now. Having that composure early on in the race, that seems to have made a difference here. Let's see if they step up now, sit up a little bit taller for the sprint here. Ignatius Chicago, though, is refusing to roll over. It will be a photo finish.
Oh, so
unofficially,
close.
It looks like Fox Chapel may have just eked out there, but it is a foot or two, if that.
Very, very tight. Then we have St. Joseph Academy, Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, and then rounding out this last four, we've got Harpeth Hall just over Riverview. Huron, Northville trying to push in a little bit. Very close there between Northville and Huron there at the end.
You have to check the official results there, folks, to see who got the Southeast Michigan bragging rights there towards the end.
Yeah, and underway we're looking at the men's novice coxed quad final. So again, our first actual coxed quads here today. I'll give you a rundown of who's in this race, and then we'll kind of explain that event. But we've got in lane 1, Northville A, lane 2, Skyline A, lane 3, Montgomery Bell, Northville B in lane 4, lane 5, Green Hills, lane 6, East Grand Rapids, Skyline in lane 7, a Skyline B boat, and in lane 8, Forest Hills Central. So first time seeing a cox quad. So what that means is it is a sculling boat, which typically do not have coxswains, but this one has a coxswain. So it's just kind of adding a little bit of the navigation and kind of the wherewithal of the coxswain to this sculling boat. So sometimes used in this novice category if they're just starting out on their journeys. Again, first year rowers. Just to give them a little bit, take on some of the navigation experience and race experience so they can focus on just the task at hand.
Yes, so they don't have to worry about the steering, they don't have to worry about the race plan execution. They can just focus on getting those blades in and out of the water together, having good solid blade work. And as we come across the 500-meter mark, we've got, looks like Skyline A, followed by Northville A, Montgomery Bell, third place. Then it looks like Green Hills, Northville B, Skyline B, East Grand Rapids. Now that Green Hills boat in lane 5, that Green Hills crew will be practicing with Skyline A and Skyline B. So there's definitely a lot of cross boathouse rivalry going on here. I know a handful of the athletes in this race, and there's a lot of bragging rights that they're hunting for.
And that's kind of one of the things of beauty, I think, with the sport of rowing. You're definitely very competitive with yourself, but then ultimately you get into a combination, and you then are competitive as a combination, but then you also are practicing against these other teams, but that competition doesn't mean that they're an enemy. You're using them for speed, and there's such a tremendous respect across programs because you know that ultimately you're not going to push yourself as hard as possible if they're not right there with you.
Absolutely.
So we're seeing that fight happening here between Northville and Skyline. Again, they've seen each other time and time again over the course of the season. Northville with the advantage of about a half length at this point, but the Skyline boat definitely trying to make a move here before they get into the last 500 meters.
Yeah, and you can see the Skyline boat has definitely lifted their stroke rating. Northville is understroking them, so you can see Skyline is taking more strokes per minute than Northville, but Northville seems to be a bit longer, and that seems to be paying off as Northville is able to hold that half boat length of distance and maybe even inch away with each stroke. As we move to the last 500 meters, that means that Northville may have a little bit more in the tanks and able to step it up. As we pan back out, we see Montgomery Bell in third place, Northville B in fourth, Green Hills. Actually, Green Hills is probably just ahead of Northville B. And then we've got East Grand Rapids, Skyline B, and Forest Hill Central on the near side of the screen. And looks like Northville has pulled out to almost a boat length, if not a full boat length here, as we come up to maybe about 300 meters to go in this race here. Now, these are, again, men, novice men, so probably mostly freshmen, but maybe some upperclassmen mixed in there who are in their first year of rowing. This is their first championship regatta. So this is a great experience for these gentlemen. And Skyline's not letting Northville break out. Northville is really pushing off. They may only have about 1 or 2 seats of open water, but now as we move into the red buoys, Northville having understroked to this point, we'll see if they step it up and start sprinting. If you got on the near side, Skyline B is refusing to roll over. They are eating in there to Northville B and the Green Hills crew.
You can see here from this fantastic drone shuttle, the fans there on shore cheering on the crews closest to the finish line. Northville probably picking up on that energy, kind of making some more space between them and Skyline. Skyline, multiple boat lengths ahead of that next third place crew of Montgomery Bell. Montgomery Bell, though, having to challenge or push and resist a challenge of Green Hills off to their left-hand side. Northville pushing that race within the race.
And Northville's crossing the line right there. That was a very impressive sprint from them. Mm-hmm. They were able to still keep it long. Well, it looks like second place Skyline.
And then very tight here, actually. Green Hills walking back a little bit on Montgomery Bell, but is perhaps just a smidge ahead. Montgomery Bell over Green Hills, hard to say, but look at the official results for that one. Northville coming in just behind Skyline B. Yeah. East Grand Rapids then duking it out with Forest Hills Central for the last boats in this men's novice coxed quads.
It was great racing from these gentlemen. And lining up right now, after our very short lunch break, we have the women's varsity straight 4 final with in lane 3, Culver Academies, lane 4, Carlson, lane 5, Northville, and lane 6, St. Joseph Academy. So a straight 4 is a boat with 4 oars people, and no coxswain. So the rowers here each have 1 oar, and they also have the steering responsibility. So you have a nice clean start. And it looks like Culver Academy's over in lane 3 on the far right side of your screen had an early jump, but Northville is also pushing in. So it's pretty much dead even between those 2 crews here as we're in our starting high 20 strokes here. Northville in that bucket rig in lane 5 with the bow oarswoman on the port side, and then 2 and 3 on the starboard side, and the stroke on the port side. They are really settling into a nice race pace here and have taken a good lead of a length off the start here. We got a little bit of a steering issue, looks like from St. Joseph Academy, but they're going to correct. Remember, in the straight 4s, only have 4 oars to steer the boat and no coxswain to keep their eye on the course here. So typically the person in the bow seat here has got a little mechanism on their toe where they push their toe pointing one way or another, and that is connected to cables that then move the rudder. It is a very challenging position to be in, to both have to steer and to row.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in this boat, either training or racing, and it's one of my favorites, I think specifically because of that challenge. No offense, because I know you're a coxswain, but sometimes it's kind of fun to have to do it yourself.
Exactly.
But it gives me more appreciation for all that coxswains do, because it is really challenging, and it is tough to steer, so that's what you're doing is what Jim is talking about, being able to control the steering with perhaps your foot attached to the rudder. And then also a big part of it, especially in a sweep boat, is that power application between port and starboard. So looking like a great lead here out of Northville.
Yeah, and we can see here, Northville's not only doing a great job of rowing, but they're also doing a great job of steering. Mm-hmm. They have stayed right in their lane and have kept a very good course. I happen to know that the Northville coach is also a coxswain, so I'm sure that it was drilled into them, the importance of steering here. And they are really having a very nice row here in this bucket-rigged straight 4.
Moving really quickly. I don't know if it's just the way the drone's flying, but it seems like this crew is flying. Very smooth, very level back and forth. This angle gives us a really great perspective that the shell is really slicing through the waves. There's not a lot of wiggle side to side. They're not slapping either side of the shell here. It is pretty straight and narrow all the way down the course. They're able to battle this wind, stay composed, good blade work, kind of clearing the water well.
Exactly. The blades are very horizontal. The movement here is very level. And sometimes in windy conditions like this, the wind can really pick up the blade as you're squaring it up, moving from being flat on the water to being vertical to enter the water. Sometimes the wind can kind of catch it when it's at an angle there, and you'll get a lot of tipping back and forth. But this Northville crew is really keeping nice and set. And we can see them just pulling away.
I was going to say this is a really competitive event at the Youth National Championships down in Sarasota. So it's going to be really interesting if Northville can keep this lead, how this time will stack up and put them in contention if they choose to move on to the Youth National Championships. Because it is a very tough event, but one that a lot of programs are starting to do with their women's teams, especially because college teams are looking at it for their recruiting.
Yeah. Really nice clearance of the puddles there. If you're looking and you see just how much of a gap between the set of puddles, the splashes that you see after the blades exit the water, and then where those blades enter. They're getting really nice clearance there. It looks like Culver Academy's over in lane 3, or it may be over in lane 1 right now, is in second place, and Carlson in third place. Now, if this Northville crew chooses to go down to Youth Nationals, it'll be a little bit of a different experience moving from 1,500 meters to 2,000 meters.
That's true. And even though we have great weather here in Michigan today, probably now a little bit more like 60, a little bit of wind, Sarasota's going to pose a different challenge because it's going to be a lot hotter and a lot more humid.
Exactly.
But you know, it's Florida, so it feels pretty nice. You're at that Youth National Championship, so Northville might have an eye on that. It looks like they've just continued to push away from the pack, so perhaps using some sort of time standard that they've worked out with their coach to try to aim for here as a trial run for that, a little dress rehearsal. But they're charging towards the line here. You can start to hear some initial Northville cheers, but as Culver Academies and Carlson still kind of going back and forth here.
Yeah. Well, when we zoom back in on, and those crews will be able to get a closer vantage for who's coming into second place. But crews will certainly be able to hear you from the shore. I just happened to take a brief stroll over by where all of you guys are on the shore, and it's a great vibe going on. Be sure to send that energy out to the crews out on the water. They definitely need it. This is the last 20 strokes here. Your legs are burning, your lungs are burning, your forearms are tense from gripping that oar, and you are just trying to get to that finish line. And it looks like Carlson has just a little bit of a lead on Culver Academies.
So yeah, it will be Carlson over Culver Academies, and then St. Joseph Academy rounding out this field of 4 of varsity straight 4s. Next in the blocks is the women's junior Cox 4s. It's the B final of that event. Lined up for this, we'll have Culver Academies, St. Ignatius Chicago, Harpeth Hall, North Catholic, Magnificat, Trenton, Theodore Roosevelt, and Cranbrook Kingswood.
Hey, we are just lined up for the women's junior 4 with Coxon B final. Everybody's locked into the stake boats, and they're just getting their final points, getting ready to go, and we're off. In lane 1, we have Culver Academies, 2, St. Ignatius, Chicago, 3, Harpeth Hall, 4, North Catholic, 5, Magnificat, 6, Trenton, 7, Theodore Roosevelt, and 8, Cranbrook Kingswood. So qualifications for this race is that you cannot be a senior. So we have 4 oarswomen plus a coxswain in here. And it looks like off the start, Trenton may have a bit of an early lead there in the black shell in lane 6, but pretty close across the board here. North Catholic in lane 4 also in a black shell. And in lane 1, Culver Academies in the white shell, maybe first, second, third, but also in lane 7, Theodore Roosevelt as we come into the end of our high strokes, settling into our race pace. And nice push from Culver as the lake starts opening up here. We're approaching maybe 300 meters into the race. Really settling into a nice strong rhythm. The red and white blades, the white boat over in lane 1. Getting some good pressure though from lanes 2 and lanes 4. Lane 2, St. Ignatius, Chicago. Lane 4, North Catholic. And Ignatius, Chicago in that bucket rig that we've seen a couple times from them today. Looks like they've poked their bow ball out half a canvas as we start approaching the 500-meter mark. Got beautiful conditions today. Perfect racing day.
Perfect spring day. Probably closing in just a little bit above 60 degrees here in mid-Michigan, outside of Milford, Michigan. Great way to set up this sort of regional series, either feeders depending on events to next steps, but it has been a fantastic day thus far. The entire regatta lane, all the way from the drop-off of the athlete areas to the launch dock to the fan areas to all the tents, is sort of a little rowing city has popped up between all of the different marketplace opportunities and the ability to pick up a bite to eat. So it's definitely kind of turned into a bit of a Midwestern rowing hub overnight. Absolutely. For this regatta. So fantastic showing here at this Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championship.
It's been a couple of years that we've had the Midwests here in Milford, Michigan at Kensington Metro Parks, Maple Beach here, Kathryn Bennett Racecourse, and it's really developed into a fantastic venue for rowing in the Midwest here, particularly for Scholastic youth rowing here.
And St. Ignatius, Chicago, kind of taking advantage of the race right now. So current second place position over Culver Academies. And then that fight for third is getting pretty spicy as we cross the halfway mark.
Yeah, it looks like North Catholic there has the advantage right now, but it is only a seat or two, and they are fending off a good push from Magnificat. Trenton refuses to be left out, though, and they are also closing in. It looks like Magnificat may have just pulled its bow ball ahead. This is the time in the race where a lot of crews like to make a push. They see that island, they know they're into the second half of the course, and so here's where it gets very mentally tough. And so a lot of crews may take 10, 15, 20 strokes here of really concerted effort to lay down a good rhythm and a good boat speed for the second half of the race.
And sometimes those technical focuses can be something like we want to have our leg drives together, catch timings together, finish timings together. All of it's always together. You're just wanting to, as you're trying to ride the line and the wheels start to come off the bus, you're trying to keep those wheels on in a very specific, targeted way, in a way that everyone can get on board with.
Yeah, because what happens is any of your technical flaws, they become exaggerated when you get tired, right? And so focusing on getting the blades in cleanly, getting them out cleanly, getting them out together, squaring up together, applying the pressure together, that's really what you need to focus on.
And just bringing it down to one thing at a time. It doesn't work if you've got 3 focuses and have 3 things to work on. You don't got enough brain power for that right now.
No. Particularly when you have all this lactic acid flowing through your bloodstream and clouding your thinking.
Yeah, so thankfully all of these boats have a coxswain on board to be able to hone in that focus. They've worked out ahead of time what the focus will be, and the coxswains know their athletes really well. They know what they need to work on and when. So there's typically a boat call, but maybe potentially some individual shout outs as well as just like a general reminder, hey, like, you need to focus on this. We talked about it. Let's do it. I feel it. I see it. Thanks for adding it. So it's definitely a change you can feel over the course of a race as well. So once you feel the move, you literally will feel, if the effect is positive, the boat lift out of the water a little bit, and you feel that speed change occur.
This is really impressive moves from Magnificat. I mean, they were in a clear 5th place position just 500 meters ago, and now they have moved into solid 3rd place. They have contact with the boat in 2nd place. I don't know if they're going to have enough race course to catch them, but it's really good composure from this junior women's crew.
And Trenton is pushing them along. I think that's what's been fueling that fire over there. So St. Ignatius Chicago in a really strong 1st place position, but Culver closing that gap. Magnificat, like you're saying, trying to hold on to that 3rd, trying to see if they can get a 2nd. But it is St. Ignatius Chicago crossing that finish line first. Culver Academy is followed by Magnificat and Trenton. North Catholic coming in for that 4th place position. Harpeth Hall. And then Theodore Roosevelt with Cranbrook Kingswood. So that's our B final of the junior women's Cox Tours. Got the A final up ahead.
So now in the A final, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place get a berth in the SRA Scholastic Nationals. So there is competition for the gold, silver, and bronze. Is very important for these crews, in addition to the points that can be earned for the women's scull and for those women's sweep and for the divisional trophies.
So just out of the blocks is the A final of that event, the women's junior Cox Fours. Over in lane 1, closest to shore but farthest on screen, is New Trier. We have St. Ursula Academy in lane 2, lane 3, Upper Arlington, lane 4, Forest Hills Central, lane 5, Huron, Pioneer in lane 6, lane 7, Shaker Heights, and Northville in lane 8.
And Pioneer looks like maybe off to the lead in the high strokes here in lane 6, 3rd closest to us on the screen here. But Northville in lane 8 there with the orange and black blades, not making it easy for them. Over in lane 4, we have Forest Hills Central. They are also applying the pressure there in the green boat.
I'm seeing good, consistent speed out of the New Trier boat in lane 1. Maybe not the fastest out of the blocks, but I think the fastest overall in boat speed. So it's just these kind of incremental advances, nothing major, but just stroke per stroke.
Yeah, and we've seen that New Trier has been a powerhouse in some of these events today. So I would expect them to be very competitive in this event. And it looks like, it's hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like they may be out in the lead by a seat or two. We come across the 500-meter mark. It looks like it is New Trier in 1st place. And then 2nd, unclear if it's Forest Hills Central or Pioneer. But we also have heavy competition coming from St. Ursula Academy in Upper Arlington in lanes 2 and 3. Not to rule out Northville in the closest lane to you in lane 8. Huron in the yellow boat there, keeping contact as well. Shaker Heights still in the mix. A lot of rowing to go in this race. We're only about 600 meters into it. You'll start to see that island coming up at the 750 meter mark.
I think it must be pretty fun for the coxswains in this race who are sandwiched right there in the middle, because we don't have any one boat with a gargantuan lead at this point, but it is something where you can hear the boats either side if you're just ahead, but you can see them if you're a seat behind. So it's a pretty exciting situation to have to navigate for those coxswains.
Exactly. I think that the coxswain in New Trier actually has one of the more challenging jobs, because the rowers can see the boats behind, but the coxswain can't, because the coxswain is wedged in. You can only see their head popping out here. And with a little bit of a lead, you can't tell how far behind that boat is. So they're going to be relying on their endurance to just keep stepping off the crews behind. Second place, it is a dogfight between St. Ursula Academy, Lane 2, Upper Arlington, Lane 3, Forest Hills Central, Lane 4, Pioneer in Lane 6, and then Northville in Lane 8, Huron in Lane 5.
So as a coxswain in a bow-loaded 4, in the situation where you're multiple boats across, what are you aiming to do and what are you aiming not to do, aside from separate from your plan? Everyone's got their plan when they go out there, but when you have to maybe pull out a card you weren't planning to, what are you thinking about at this point?
So I think you have to be really dialed in to the rowers in your crew. And this happens over a season where you start getting like almost a spiritual connection with those rowers to understand what is it that they need right now. Are they starting to get to that fatigue point and they need a little bit of extra encouragement? Or do they need just a factual update on here's where we stand on the other crew? You may also, if you're in a spot where you are next to another crew, you may jack up the volume on your Cox box to try to say something to rattle those other rowers. I've done that a time or two.
Kind of speak to the rowers outside of your boat here.
Exactly. I mean, we have 3 bow balls dead even for second place.
Wow.
3 bow balls dead even for third place. And the difference between second place and third place is 1 seat here. This is fantastic rowing. This is what we like to see at the Scholastic level here in Southeast Michigan. And we have now, if you look at that, we have, 6 boats across?
Yep, all within a seat of each other. And this is an A final here, folks. So if you're not down to the shore at this point, you definitely should be. I think this is going to be a definite barn burner of a race. We see that we've got 1 lead boat, but it is 6 boats across with about 2 seats difference across all 6 boats. They're trying to fight for that 2nd through 7th place position, and it is a toss-up as to who it will be.
Anybody's game here. Now, right now, St. Ursula and Pioneer really need to decide if we're going to go for this, we have to go now to make sure that we are in the pack here. Huron really has done a nice push. But Northville on the near side, it is still dead even. It's hard to tell from this angle as we're low with the parallax here.
I could tell that Northville just took it up a notch.
Well, they can hear their rowers on the shore. If you are not cheering for your crew right now, you better start shouting right now. Full decibels right now. These women need your cheers here as we are coming to the awards dock here. It is still anybody's race here.
It is going to come down to the line with multiple photo finishes. We see New Trier out in front. That is not a surprise. But who will be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place boats in this event? It might be, is it Northville? Is it Pioneer? But dead even across from those, Shaker Heights, Huron, Arlington, too close to call. You'll have to check the official results online to see the exact placement of those, because my eyeballs can't move in separate directions to keep track of all of them.
And you look at the fatigue on those rowers, they have emptied the tanks. There was nothing left there. That is what we like to see at the high school level. It is sometimes so hard to get a competitive race like that, particularly in a junior 4 event. This is super exciting. Guys, if you are just watching on the live stream, the feel of the energy here is amazing. If you are anywhere in Southeast Michigan right now, get yourself down here to Maple Beach to join the crowd. There's still good racing left because it is just an amazing day right here. I mean, look at the crowd there on the shore. Beautiful day.
All on their feet for that one.
Yep.
Definitely has grown over the years as well. But on the field now, we have the men's junior Cox fours as the B final of this event. Over on the far lane, but the nearest one, if you're here on site, is Forest Hills Central. Cranbrook Kingswood is in lane 2, lane 3, Culver Academies, Huron in lane 4, lane 5, Saline, Rockford in lane 6, lane 7, Pioneer in Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 8.
So again, when they start this race, they take a series of 5 or 6 strokes. It varies from crew to crew. They may start doing half-length strokes, 3/4 length strokes to try to accelerate the boat, get it up to speed because it's basically at a standstill, and then they want to get it right up to race speed, and then they'll take a sequence, typically 20 strokes, maybe in the mid-40s, low to mid-40s, 40 strokes a minute. So about 30 seconds of very fast rowing to try to keep the boat accelerated. And we'll see them accelerate here as we move up towards the 500-meter mark.
Similar to if you're on a bike to get started.
Yeah.
You can't just crush the legs on the pedals. You're not going to go anywhere super fast. You've got to kind of gently apply that and gradually apply it over time. Get the RPMs really, really high, but you can't hold that and sustain that for an entire ride or push. So then you got to settle into these other gear changes. So that's what we're talking about. You've got that kind of shorter sequence to get the boat up to speed. Once you're at speed, then they might have different shifts to then get to their base pace. It's all trying to kind of fine tune their RPMs or strokes per minute to be able to find the balance between the speed and power that's needed to get the boat to race pace.
And it looks like right now we have a tight race for first. Looks like the slight lead may be for Forest Hills Central in lane 1. Culver Academies in lane 3, maybe half a foot behind or dead even. And then lane 2, Cranbrook Kingswood. Followed closely by, looks like, lane 7 there?
Pioneer.
Huron in the yellow boat, Saline in the black boat with the white blades, Rockford with the orange blades, black boat. And we see the bow of Orchard Lake St. Mary at the bottom of the screen, right behind the time clock. Through the halfway point here, still dead even for first place.
Yeah, both boats took a bit of a move there, but at the same time, so no clear leader at this point. But that, again, common point halfway through the race to then make a shift mentally or technically to get a little bit more out of the crew. But I think both of those first and second place crews, Forest Hills and Culver Academies, they made that shift together, sort of making a gap between them and Cranbrook Kingswood.
And I think Culver may have started to get a little bit momentum off of that. You know, you may have a race plan where these are the points that we want to go at, but if your competitors decide to go at different points, you may need to respond and you may need to evaluate. And that's one of the things that the coxswain does is sort of strategically decides, am I going to modify the race plan or are we just going to row our own race? Sometimes you want to just focus on your plan and execute what you know, but sometimes there may be a strategic reason to go a little bit earlier, to hold back, and it's amazing how much you can sense that when you're out on the race course.
It does feel like it's one of those X factor type qualities in a coxswain, but also the athletes of that spidey sense, that connection with your teammates. Because it's not just a sum of muscles, times, erg scores, and there's also that X factor of how connected are you with the feeling of what's going on. And you can really make a change to the sense of where that's going. So that could be done with physically, there might be an extra couple of stomps that everyone can feel and that adds in, or maybe someone chimes in with an extra yawp or like let's go kind of call, and that just fuels the fire for everyone else in the boat. Strategic calls at the right time really make all the right difference.
Yeah. And Forest Hills Central on the top of your screen in the green boat there, they are not letting up at all. Culver has a slight lead on them, but it is not much. As we pan out here, we can still see that there is still contention even between, what's that? Looks like between Cranbrook Kingswood over in lane 2 and Pioneer here with the purple and white blades here in lane 7.
Ooh.
But Rockford with those orange blades, the black boat, is making a push, as is Celine.
They're going with each other as they come down the course, closing the gap between them and Cranbrook Kingswood.
About 15 strokes to go. If you are in one of those last crews here, you are looking to empty the tank. And it looks like Culver is going to take this by about half a boat length, followed by Forest Hills Central, Cranbrook Kingswood. Third place. It's going to be close there. And Rockford, very close, but I think Rockford's got 4th.
Yeah, Rockford over Celine and then Pioneer. Huron crossing the finish line next. And then Orchard Lake St. Mary's rounding out the field in this B final of the men's junior Coxed Fours. Next race underway is the A final of the same event, the men's junior Coxed Fours. So over in lane 1, closest to shore, we have St. Ignatius Chicago, lane 2, New Trier, lane 3, St. Ignatius Cleveland, St. Edward in lane 4, Central Catholic Pittsburgh in lane 5, lane 6, Northville, Loyola in lane 7, and in lane 8, Marietta.
And so right now, this is a men's junior sweep event. So we are adding to the sweep trophies. So current check-in in men's sweep, St. Ignatius Cleveland is in the lead with 99 points. Good, healthy lead over New Trier at 48 points. But the main sweep events of the day, the 8s, are coming up. So anything could still happen as we look in these points trophies.
Current leaders seem to be New Trier and St. Ignatius Chicago, battling it out there. Perhaps a ever so slight advantage to New Trier. Then we've got Northville kind of charging out from these nearer outside lanes for a potential, say, 3rd, 4th place position, kind of battling it out with St. Ignatius Cleveland there in the yellow shell. Can see a lot of back and forth actually there between the 1st and 2nd place crews of New Trier and St. Ignatius. I think St. Ignatius kind of poured on a little bit more there as they crossed that halfway point, and have maybe are a foot or a bow ball ahead of New Trier. Both of those crews focus so much on each other that they've started to peel away from St. Ignatius Cleveland and that Northville boat.
It's still a tight race between Ignatius Cleveland and Northville for the 3rd place. And it looks like Ignatius Chicago is about a canvas out. You're going to start seeing them on shore. If you're by the grandstand, they can start hearing you at this distance. I'm sure they'd appreciate some verbal encouragement.
Definitely just, if not to just drown out the crazy thoughts in their head, because they're putting every ounce of effort into this race right now. New Trier seems to have answered a little bit of the challenge that St. Ignatius Chicago put down, so their coxswain's trying to keep them in line and on check, but as all of these crews come closer to shore, they're starting to hear the cheers. So again, these are all tallying up points into the men's sweep category, which each one of the events from here on out will have drastic impact on that final points for the teams.
You can see the tension between these two crews, because the coxswain in St. Ignatius Chicago in the white boat there has sat up a bit because they can't, that coxswain can't see the other crew out of the corner of eyes. He's sat up to kind of take a peek over there. New Trier is in a position where they are just trying to drive in. That coxswain is trying to convey to his crew that we are still within striking distance. We've got about 20 strokes to go. But Ignatius Chicago seems to have stepped it up here with a good sprint into the last portion of the race here.
Yeah, coxswain trying to almost sit up so they themselves can reach out for the finish line
Exactly.
ahead of the athletes.
We've got a nice sprint being put on, and they are pulling away here And it looks like we'll have an open water victory here for St. Ignatius Chicago, followed by crosstown rival New Trier.
Then it looks to be is that Northville over St. Ignatius Cleveland, Loyola, coming then very close between Marietta and Central Catholic Pittsburgh, followed by St. Edward. For development of a coxswain, sort of that halfway mark between a 4 and an 8. Mm-hmm. Anything you feel it might be different or challenging for a coxswain to be coxing a sculling event?
Well, you don't do it a lot. So, maybe a lot of these coxswains don't have a lot of experience. It's a different discipline, so there's a different technique. You have to think about different things with the hands, about the body position in terms of pivoting around as you would in a sweep boat. You don't do the same thing in a scull boat. And so oftentimes the coxswains are really dialed into the sweep technique, the technique with one oar. So it can be a bit of an adjustment. One thing also to note, the coxswain is in this cockpit in the front, laying down, and they have a bar in front of them that's attached to some wire ropes that then run to the back of the boat and connect to the rudder. And it is extremely easy to oversteer in a four. The boat responds with a lag. So when you move that bar one way or another, it can be a second or two before the bow starts moving. And then by the time you get to your point and you move the rudder bar back to being centered, you may overshoot your point. And that's actually very, very common in a four. So for a novice coxed event, seeing this level of steering where we don't see a lot of swerving, that's actually very encouraging as somebody who has a deep love of coxing.
Yeah, so we're seeing Skyline A here in that lead position, half boat ahead of Traverse City Central. Third then, likely Northville, but then the rest of the boats still in somewhat contact and overlap with each other. So you've got that darker shell of Forest Hills Central, neck and neck with Riverview. Shaker Heights, Traverse City West, in contact with each other on the far side of the course, near side on screen. So again, 8 lanes of novice coxed quads here at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships. Event number 91 of 106. So we've seen so many flights of athletes go down the course, sometimes 2-3 times, trying to vie for spots in different events. But here these athletes in the novice event trialing out this experience for the first time. Looks to be a little bit of a snafu here with the Skyline Quad. So Traverse City Central taking advantage of the moment, pushing ahead. Skyline getting back on track here, but now having to stay ahead of the margin they had on Northville.
Yeah, it looks like there may be some equipment problems from the stroke seat there because she's not able to row.
But the coxswain has got those bow 3 under control. They are now plying their effort all the way to the line. Mm-hmm. Northville seeing that happening, that coxswain's telling all 4 of their athletes to keep going. Maybe they can catch Skyline, but Skyline is really pouring on the sauce here with those bow 3, but it is Traverse City Central who've crossed the line first. Skyline holding on to it. Northville closing in with every stroke. Forest Hills Central in the green shell, following in after them. And it will be Skyline who will stay just ahead of Northville.
Yeah, Skyline was just saying, where is that finish line?
Right.
We need to get across here.
Yeah, absolutely. So then we've got Forest Hills Central, then Riverview, Shaker Heights ahead of Traverse City West.
So one thing to note, in a coxed event, the only person who actually has to make it across the finish line is the coxswain. And I'm glad that rower didn't jump out of the boat, but you sometimes do see if a rower loses an oar or something, they do jump out of the boat. If the coxswain jumps out, you're disqualified. But,
right. And they're trying to do so to lose the extra weight in the boat, but you don't really want to have to play that card if you have to. Underway now, we've got the men's novice coxed 4s underway. So we've got St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 1. In the red shell, we have Parkersburg in lane 2. Lane 3, Perrysburg. Lane 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Culver Academies in lane 5. Lane 6, St. Ignatius Chicago. New Trier in lane 7. And Forest Hills Central in lane 8. Good early first pushes here by Orchard Lake St. Mary's, but there's overlap between them and Parkersburg, Perrysburg, Culver Academy, St. Ignatius Chicago. So we're only in the first 500 meters of this race, and it's only going to get tighter between here and the halfway mark.
So these are coxed 4s, meaning there is a coxswain and 4 rowers, 4 blades. So we have now moved from sculling was our last event. We've now moved to sweep rowing here. This is more of a standard boat that you'll see more regularly. With a coxswain and 4 oars. We've got a tight race developing for first between Parkersburg and Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Hard to tell from this angle, but I would say that Orchard Lake St. Mary's has maybe about three feet of lead, but they are fending off a good push from Culver Academy. Now, Culver and Orchard Lake see each other a handful of times during the season, so these novice men's 4 have probably raced each other a time or two already this spring, and they have a little bit of familiarity, and they're looking to sort of score the final score here before the national championships.
I think every single crew in those lead 5 crews took a move just before, at, or after the 1,000 that or halfway mark. Everyone's sensing that that's the point in the race that was going to matter. So the yellow shell of St. Ignatius Cleveland, they've kind of pushed their bow ball into the mix here. They may be just ahead of Orchard Lake St. Mary's now at this point. Very strong move made just before the halfway point. But then the red shell of Parkersburg kind of hanging with that speed so that they're not losing margin on St. Ignatius Cleveland, but moving with them, just not overtaking just yet. But maybe kind of holding back until that last 500 meters. I think that's when we're going to start to see the next shift. Who can finish out that last third the fastest?
Yeah, but I think you can't rule out Perrysburg here in lane 3 because, they may not be in the position right now, but we've seen from either some of these rowers or from some of their teammates in some of the events earlier today that they had some real strong mental toughness. We still have plenty of race course to go here. It is really anybody's race in a men's novice 4. We saw in the last event, there was a little technical snafu or something there. That could happen in any of these events, particularly at the novice level. So you really want to be applying that pressure all the way to the end. And it looks like Culver has snapped a little bit of a lead from Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
And then Parkersburg trying to make a little bit of a move, but St. Ignatius Cleveland trying to see if they can get open water. We've actually said or thrown in there they're overlapped with their canvas. They're a canvas ahead. I think it's kind of interesting for folks who are maybe newer to the sport. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Where's the canvas? Aren't these things made of fiberglass?
So back in the day when these boats were made out of wood, the part of the shell that's outside of the water, the deck there, between the bow ball and where the rowers or the coxswains are, was actually made of canvas with, they would put lacquer on it to stiffen it up. And so we oftentimes call that part of the boat a canvas or a bow deck. But it looks like right now these boats are dead even for first place between St. Ignatius Cleveland and Culver. And if anything, Culver seems to be pushing on a really strong sprint here. They may be taking a couple inches with each stroke.
Well, I think the effort was there. They were definitely, you could see it in their body language, just how much effort they were putting into each stroke. But and they were with each other there for a minute. They were off each other there for a minute. So every time they're together, they're really building a lot of speed. But it is St. Ignatius Cleveland who are doing so consistently. So Culver Academy is now back on the charge, trying to see if they can make up those few couple of feet, but it is St. Ignatius Cleveland, and then Culver Academy is followed then by Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, Perrysburg, and Parkersburg to round out those first 4 here in the men's novice coxed 4s. St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 6 for the 5th position, lane 7 New Trier, and then Forest Hills Central in that lane 8.
And St. Ignatius Cleveland has been today's, so far, runaway leader in the men's sweep points trophy. So, that is a sign of depth of a program. And when you see the men's novice event going to them, it certainly portends a good future for the program, continued success.
Absolutely. On the water now, we are looking at the women's junior double final. Good surprise here in the upper lanes. I think that might be Notre Dame Academy. But starting in lane 1, over on the near side shore, far side on our screen is Green Hills. Skyline is in lane 2. Lane 3 is Fox Chapel. Lane 4, East Grand Rapids A. East Grand Rapids B right next to them in lane 5. Lane 6, Green Hills B. Notre Dame Academy in lane 7, and Harpeth Hall A in lane 8. So a lot of doubles here between our doubles. So that's kind of a fun thing as well. So a lot of these athletes potentially maybe doubling up into other sculling events, maybe breaking apart there, or specializing in this event. So it's quite nice. You've got these A and B boats, so you've got some inter squad competition. You've got crews that work in the same spaces, share the same water, like Green Hills and Skyline, so they know each other pretty well. So it's really interesting to see how, like, all these threads between crews across the course. This isn't the first time they've seen each other. It's not the first time they've raced each other. So just how can they all put the pieces together on race day?
Yeah, and so in lanes 1 and 2, Green Hills and Skyline, you know, they are two separate schools, two separate teams for the purposes of this competition, but they practice together. They effectively train as teammates. So you can see the fight that's going on between them. This is more than just for a medal in this event. This is personal. As they're crossing the halfway point here, it looks like Green Hills has stepped it up a little bit. But don't rule out on the near side. Is that Notre Dame? Or sorry, Harpeth Hall.
Yeah.
We're into the second half here. Getting some good length per stroke here. Again, this is where the rowing stroke tends to break down. And when you're in a double here, you don't have anybody to correct you. It is, you have to be both paying attention to managing your energy, making sure that you don't, blow all your energy too early in the race. But you also have to be sure that you're focused on your technique, executing your race plan, steering if you're the person towing. You can set these boats up, either having the stroke or the bow to steer. Typically we have the bow steer during practice periods because it's a little bit easier to, if you're worried about oncoming traffic, when you're having 8 boats across, it may be easier to have the stroke steer because they'll actually be able to see all the way up to the start and can tell if they're going in a straight line.
It does look like the Green Hills crew starting to create more distance between them and Skyline, so about a boat and a half of open between the two of them. But East Grand Rapids A is really putting a good challenge on Fox Chapel, but that Harpeth Hall boat is really just hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, Harpeth Hall, I think, is dead even with Fox Chapel here. And Fox Chapel is probably worried about East Grand Rapids. They can see them. They can't see Harpeth Hall 5 lanes over. And so they may just out of the corner of their eye, but they've got a boat in the way there. And so they need to make sure that they don't just focus on one crew.
And the Green Hills double definitely opening it up here. Now they've just increased their lead as they come closer to shore. They can start to hear the fans, smell the food, perhaps sense the finish line. Is getting ever so close now that they're in the red 250 buoys, that last 250 meters of sprint.
And let's hear it from you guys on shore here. These women need that extra support here as we come in towards the finish line here. And it looks like Fox Chapel is starting to pull away from East Grand Rapids and from Harpeth Hall. It may have been a little bit of a bobble there from Harpeth Hall, but they are jumping right back in, trying to get it back together. East Grand Rapids A is not letting Fox Chapel walk away with it. Still about 15 strokes to go here.
Very good push out of the East Grand Rapids A boat on that Fox Chapel boat. But it will be Green Hills A taking away a win here in the women's junior double. Skyline, Fox Chapel, and East Grand Rapids A closing in on the finish line for 2nd through 4th. And then panning across the field, Harpeth Hall just staying ahead of Notre Dame Academy with then Green Hills B and East Grand Rapids B rounding out this final in the women's junior double.
So the next event is the B final of the women's varsity double. As we switch over, we have in lane 1, Celine A. Lane 2, Traverse City West. 3, Parkersburg. In the middle, Cranbrook Kingswood. Lane 4. Lane 5, Celine B. Harpeth Hall, Orchard Lake St. Mary, and then Northview B in the shell closest to you at the bottom of the screen. We are coming up to the halfway point of the race course here, and it looks like Traverse City West has an early lead, followed by Celine in lane 1, and then in lane 3, Parkersburg. Looks like Harpeth Hall, lane 6th, is in currently fourth place, followed by Cranbrook Kingswood, lane 4. But still a lot of contact between these boats. Got a beautiful day for racing here. We got a little bit more wind probably in the second half of this race course here. That island that you see is basically exactly 750 meters. So a natural point to help you gauge where you are on this course. Push for the second half. This is where it becomes very grueling for these women. Now, Grace, can you tell me a little bit more about how the hands work in sculling? Because you have to do both this feathering of moving the blade from being flat against the water to being vertical when you put it in, and you have to pull, and you have to put the blade in the water and take it out. How do you do all of that with just one hand?
It's a lot of practice. It is very tough. So when you're beginning, you're trying to just get used to doing the same thing with both hands, and you might just stay on the square for a while. But then as you're steering and as you're moving around, you'll practice doing one with one hand, one with the other hand. But you're holding the oar ever so lightly in your hands. It's not gripping the oar, not death gripping. You can't be too firm with that grip because you can't then do that articulation, that feathering of the blade. So a lot of it is holding it in those kind of second and third knuckles of the hand, and then trying to just roll it out to make that difference between perpendicular blade and parallel to the water blade. The ins and outs, there's a little bit of a difference. You'd think that they'd be perfectly parallel, but they actually, your left hand and your right hand cross over each other, and you want to sort of have your left hand be lead, so leading that right hand out, leading the hand back. So your left hand's actually moving a little bit faster than your right, even though you want to catch left and right at the same time, finish left and right at the same time. The in-between, when your oars are out of the water, it's a lot to finagle. So that's why you got to be really well practiced, and that's why I'm excited to see a lot of sculling events at this junior youth scholastic level, because when you nail down those basics now, you never have to think about it later. Yeah. And this is a sport specifically, a discipline within the sport you can do for the rest of your life. So here we see all of these athletes on their journey here in the women's varsity double, doing just that. Probably a race to remember for Celine and Traverse City West over there, places 1 and 2 currently. Good challenge. Near side boat in the light colored shell. But as you get down to the race 2, and if you've got a headwind, we're talking about hands and sculling, sometimes the wind's going to take hold of that blade. You got to do different things with each hand to be able to keep the balance of the boat as well. You got to think about your handle height. So it's a lot of things to keep track of as you come down to the end. And Traverse City West, maybe having exposure of rowing in some rough conditions, it's paying off here. It looks to be just edging out Celine.
Yeah, but this is close. This is close. Celine has really poured it on here. And it looks like they may have just steered a little bit off to the side. That may have cost them a little bit of distance here. And it's going to be a 1-2. Traverse City West, then Celine A. 3 to Harpeth Hall. 4 to Parkersburg. Celine B. Cranbrook Kingswood. Closer on the bottom of your screen, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and then Northview B. moving into the women's varsity double. This is the A final. In lane 1, way out in the distance, is Skyline, followed by Marietta in lane 2. Lane 3, Northview A. Lane 4, and currently in 3rd place, North Allegheny. 5, Traverse City Central. 6, Upper St. Clair. 7, East Grand Rapids. And 8, Rockford. Now, I've got a bit of trivia for you, Grace. The Skyline crew here is rowed by a pair of seniors. Bow is going to Brown. Stroke is going to Michigan. They're both going to be rowing. And they are hoping to compete at Youth Nationals this year. So it looks like they'll have that opportunity from a win in this event.
Yeah, very exciting that they get to qualify for a different series of national championships out of this event. And that's exactly what you see. When you see a race like this unfold, clearly we've got one boat out in front. They're not just racing the field, they're racing themselves because they've got their eyes on the next step, whether that be the next competition or the next level in rowing. So congrats to them and all the other athletes here for completing this level and then also leveling up and choosing to figure out how they can row in college as well. So definitely strong representation of the Midwest across collegiate programs in the country, men and women, lightweight, open weight, and just really speaking to having access to events such as these, younger in your experience, just gives you a foundation to build upon for future opportunities.
And you can see these women have a commanding lead there in the Skyline crew. They were part of a quad that won the SRAA Nationals last year, so these two are quite experienced here. A good fight developing here for 3rd place, it looks like. 2nd place, it looks like Marietta has nailed up, but between North Allegheny and Northview, it's still a deep competition right now.
And as we can barely see Skyline remaining on screen, just the back half of their boat. This is the last time they'll be racing down here together in this combination for their team, for their club before taking the next step. So congrats to them for punching their ticket to Youth Nationals and for SRAAs. Next up looks to be Marietta in the 2nd place position. We've got North Allegheny. They're trying to fend off Northview, who's charging towards the line here. Very tight finish then. 5th through 8th place. Traverse City Central trying to stay half a deck ahead of Upper St. Clair and Rockford. Very close there. Maybe Rockford edged out Upper St. Clair by just a hair. And then East Grand Rapids.
Our next event is the men's junior quad in lane 1 at the top of your screen, Skyline A. Lane 2, Fox Chapel. 3, Montgomery Bell. 4, Whitefield Academy. 5, Forest Hill Central. 6, East Grand Rapids. And then North Allegheny and Parkersburg at the bottom of your screen. So it looks like we have an early lead out from Fox Chapel off of the start. Skyline not too far behind. Montgomery Bell in 3rd place. Say, I'm really impressed with the rowing coming out of North Allegheny in this boat. That boat, they are being very technically sharp here, closer to us on the screen here. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they actually are able to get another level as we start moving into the latter half of the course. They seem to have a bit of composure. You know, obviously, we have a push through the 500 mark here. Fox Chapel still out in the lead. Skyline about 3 seats behind. Followed by Montgomery Bell in 3rd. Not far behind Whitefield Academy.
the most colorful spread of boat shells thus far. Got a boat a different color almost in every single lane.
Yes, we got East Grand Rapids and their signature yellow. Most of their boats are yellow. All those Skyline boats tend to be white.
Forest
The
Hills
Whitefield
Central.
one is in blue, though.
Right? Yeah. And you know, that has to do with, sometimes it's the make of the boat. Sometimes it's just the selection of color of the make of the boat. Each boat manufacturer has different offerings of what they have. And in some instances, crews will share or rent boats from each other. So it's really more about the rowers in the boat. And it's not as defined to say like the uniform. But that's why in the culture of rowing, you'll see a lot of pride or the signifier of teams being with what's actually the blade. So those designs are specific to solely that crew. They're not held by any other crew across the country. And so that's how you know who you row for. The unis can change, the boats can change, but the oars are typically always going to be representative of the crew in that lane.
We got about a length out for Fox Chapel in lane 2, followed by Skyline, and then a fight developing for third place here between Montgomery Bell in 3, Whitefield Academy in 4, and East Grand Rapids in 6. And then behind them, North Allegheny and Forest Hills Central, pretty much neck and neck.
And something I think about if newer to the sport is just like what people's roles are in the boat, because you're not just copying and pasting the same person,
Yeah.
3 times for some total of 4. Each person has their own designated role. So the bow person plays the part of the navigator and perhaps scanning left to right for what's happening on the course. 2C, typically, perhaps a shared responsibility with bow seat, will implement the race plan, so calling different shifts at different times. So in this case, a lot of these crews are coming up on the red buoys of the last 250 meters, so calling when the shifts of the sprint will happen. 3C is there as part of the engine room to apply power and then to translate the rhythm set by the stroke seat, the one furthest or closest to the back end of the boat, who is looking at a monitor to maintain the stroke rate and keeping the rhythm for the rest of the crew to follow.
Yeah, it's a big responsibility from the stroke seat because they're the ones that set the rhythm. Even if there's a coxswain in the boat, the coxswain will give them feedback, but you follow the stroke. All of these stereotypical movies where you hear a coxswain shouting, stroke, 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 that never happens. It's the stroke who sets the...
You obviously know a rowing movie is false if that happens.
Yes.
Immediately distrust that. But we're seeing, as we come close to the finish line, that red Fox Chapel crew kind of charging in to cross that line first, ahead of Skyline A, to take away 1-2 in the men's junior quad. Tight race here, those next 3 positions between Montgomery, Bell, Forest Hills Central, and Whitefield Academy.
And so in this event, the first and second place get a berth at the SRAA Youth Nationals. So it looks like it'll be for the berths available for Fox Chapel and for Skyline.
And then East Grand Rapids was actually in there ahead of Forest Hill Central and North Allegheny. We're now seeing Parkersburg cross the line here in the men's junior quads. Out of the blocks is the men's varsity quads. This is the B final of that event. Over in lane 1, we have Saline. Lane 2, Parkersburg. Riverview in lane 3. Lane 4, Traverse City Central. Whitefield Academy in lane 5. Lane 6, Forest Hills Central, North Catholic in lane 7, and in lane 8, Forest Hills Eastern.
We had a nice start. Pretty much, we've got all the crews in there. Maybe a slight lead over in lane 2, Parkersburg. But good competitive racing off the start from the high strokes here. And we've got the 2 boats in lanes 4 and lanes 5, a little bit close there. And it looks like we've got the race official directing some crews around here. That's what you see, the flag popping out to make sure that these crews don't get entangled with each other. Still very competitive. bow ball straight across. Lanes 2, Parkersville, 3, Riverview, 4, Traverse City Central. Dead even. Only a seat behind with Saline. And then in the red boat there, it's that North Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
Riverview may have pulled out to a little bit of an advantage here by a seat or two. And then pretty much even for second place between lane 1 and lane 4. Lane 4 being Traverse City Central and lane 1 being Saline.
Yeah, so for racing 8 lanes across, you have to have 2 launches following the race. And so what the athletes are experiencing with those corrections from the referee, a white flag will come out to point, and so we're seeing them use that flag again to signal direction to these crews. And then depending on how the referee feels they need to escalate, they'll also give a verbal cue depending on the wind. So they use the flag in case the athletes are far enough away they can't hear. So there's always the visual cue that the athletes have to be on the lookout for, similar to the start. So I think perhaps some of those corrections in direction have slingshot all these crews into a little tighter speed. So we've got a pack of 4 for the first 4 and a pack of 4 that's tight for a second 4.
Well, we've seen some change-ups in who's leading, because right now it looks like Traverse City Central is out in the lead, followed closely by Riverview, and then in lane 1, Saline, Parkersburg in 4th place. But we're at the halfway point of this race. It is anybody's race in that front pack. And it looks like this second clump of 4 is starting to break apart here. We're seeing in lane 6, Forest Hills Central starting to pull out a little bit away from North Catholic in the red boat, lane 7, and Forest Hills Eastern on lane 8.
An incredibly tight racing. As a reminder, this is a B final, but I think the level of competition is pretty high. See, really good move there. We were talking about the Forest Hills Central boat. Mm-hmm. They're breaking away and trying to connect that second pack of 4 to the first pack of 4. They're really making a move.
I think they're going to be able to do it too.
Yeah,
we're right now to bow to stern, and or maybe even some overlap. And this is very challenging. My hat's off to these gentlemen in this boat, because there is no coxswain to keep them informed of that. Mm-hmm. This yellow boat, Parkersburg boat, is ahead of them, and so they can't see them in their sights, yet they still have that mental toughness to just keep executing the race plan, which seems to be working for them as they're pulling into this first group. But in the first group, it looks like Traverse City Central has now pulled out to a boat-length lead in the white boat there, followed by a tight race between Saline and Riverview. Saline at the top of your screen, mm-hmm. Riverview, the third crew down.
Yeah, Saline staying really nice and straight in their lane. Riverview getting a little bit, kind of rowing at a drift angle, which is perhaps providing a challenge for them, but is actually pushing Traverse City. I think Traverse City can sense they're quite close. They're trying to just keep out ahead and out of it. It did look like Riverview made a good correction there. They are now threading that lane straight, and they are really only about a seat down from Saline.
Yeah, I think one thing Saline has done really nicely over these past 500 meters is steering. Mm-hmm. And I think that may have helped them, because these two boats are very equally matched, the Saline and Riverview boat, in terms of boat speed. But I think Saline was able to go just a little bit straighter, which mm-hmm. may be putting them a little bit closer to the finish line. Though it appears that Riverview they've got their stride back, and they are pushing back. They can hear you on shore. It's still a tight race for second place in this men's varsity quad B final.
Definitely people are down on the shore and on their feet to cheer on these crews. It's Traverse City Central trying to open up even more between them and second and third place. Saline looks to have made a nice clean push. They're maybe even trying to gain relative speed on Traverse City, but it is Traverse City who crossed the line first in the B final of the men's varsity quads, followed by Saline and then Riverview. Parkersburg after them. As we pan out, really good charge here from this Forest Hills Central boat, with the red crew of North Catholic just behind Forest Hills Eastern, and Whitefield Academy rounding out this field in the B final of the men's varsity quads.
And so, Grace, so we talk about a B final. What does that mean?
A B final. So typically in a race where you've got a lot, or in an event where you have a lot of entries, on the first day you may have a time trial or some heats against each other, and then you're seeded into the first 8 go into an A final, and then places 9 and whatever remain will go into a B final. So that's what we're seeing. So we watched places 9 through, what is that?
16?
16, doing math here, for that particular event. But now we're looking at the A final underway, which is places 1 through 8. So in a current lead, in a kind of interesting position, we've actually got Montgomery Bell on the near side of the screen, but far side, if you're here with us on site. In lane 7, off to their right-hand side, or further up on screen, is Alderdice. Northview is just ahead of them on screen. Green Hills and in lane 5. In lane 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. East Grand Rapids in lane 3. In lane 2, North Allegheny, and in lane 1, Skyline.
So this is the men's varsity quad. So they are competing for the Don Marcus Cup. First place in this race gets the opportunity to go to the U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals in Florida if they choose. First and second place earn berths to the SRAA Scholastic National Championships in New Jersey if they choose. And it looks like Orchard Lake St. Mary's is developed into the first place position, followed by Green Hills in lane 5. And then in lane 3, East Grand Rapids in the yellow boat. And then I believe in the lane closest to us, that'd be Montgomery Bell. Skyline on the far side in lane 1. Very close. Actually, Skyline, I think, might be a little bit ahead of Montgomery Bell. Hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll see that. You'll see a crew sort of outperform their seed. So we were talking about what's the difference between an A final and a B final. And also what's the difference between if you came in first in your, say, time trial or your race yesterday, where does that put you? It typically will put you in lane 1. So we saw a really early jump out of lane 8, probably trying to throw out their cards, see if they can shake up, shake the confidence of the other crews who were technically seated above them heading into this race.
And that can change based on wind conditions. You know, if it was a complete dead wind, oftentimes they seed them so that the middle lanes are the fastest seeds. But if the wind conditions maybe are blowing from one side or another, they'll try to make sure that the top seeds get the more favorable lanes. So with the wind directions today, it looks like they've seeded to lane 1. Still looking at Orchard Lake St. Mary's in the lead here, but they are dead even right now with Green Hills. You know, we're looking at this from an angle here. We have East Grand Rapids also pretty much dead even with those 3 boats. If you're looking at how those buoys line up on your screen, it is a 3-way competition for first place here. Remember, first place and second place are very important in this event.
So yeah, we're looking at that really tight fight between Green Hills, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and East Grand Rapids. I think East Grand Rapids maybe tried to edge ahead of this trio, but it's really 3 boats for 2 spots.
Exactly. And don't count out Orchard Lake St. Mary's here.
No.
You know, just because momentum may have shifted a little bit, we still have some race course to go here. We're not yet into the red buoys. It's looking good for Green Hills. Starting to inch away from Orchard Lake St. Mary's. But East Grand Rapids is still holding a good first place position here. And they, I believe, are moving ever so slightly faster than the Green Hills boat at this point.
And some of this comes down to the training on the days and the months that led into this race. And both physiologically, but also technically, can they stay clean together as the rate comes up, as the legs get tired? And it's also, now that we're in the red buoys, now it's when you empty the tank. So you try to give yourself a push ahead of that, but do you have enough left? So it does look like Green Hills is starting to answer that.
Yep.
They have taken up the rate, and they're starting to edge back into the lead that East Grand Rapids had on them just moments ago.
Yes. Now we got to watch out here. This is the time where you can oftentimes, you've got so much lactic acid sort of coursing through your body. You lose the focus. You got to make sure that you keep on the steering here. It looks like these two boats are starting to split apart. And that East Grand Rapids is just going to cross the line just ahead of Green Hills. Green Hills taking the second place. And third place going to Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Fourth place Skyline in lane 1. Tight race for fifth place here. And it looks like Northview just edged out North Allegheny. Montgomery Bell, followed by Alderdice. And we can see lining up here the women's third 8 final. And it looks like St. Joseph Academy is just moving around into lane 2 out of lane 1 there. The other boats are lined up in lane 3, Loyola. In lane 4, New Trier. So we're moving right to left. In, lane 5, New Trier. Lane 4 was Magnificat. Lane 6, Upper Arlington. 7, St. Joseph Academy B, and 8, New Trier B. This is the women's third 8 final. You see that St. Joseph Academy A boat spinning around, having one set of oars row backwards and one set of oars row forwards, which will cause the boat to spin on a dime there, and then they'll row backwards into the stake boat, which is basically a dock.
So the last events of the day, they're all 8s. So last one, fast ones.
My favorite events here. I love 8s.
The dragsters of the rowing world, and that they can hit the top, the fastest speeds of any of the boat classes.
I think one thing that I think is really great about rowing eights at the high school level is it forces you to learn how to work with other people who you may not like.
That's
and work
very true.
really closely with them and figure out how it is that you're going to blend together.
Yep. Yeah, it's a balance of personalities. Depending on your program and what priorities are in what spaces. Speaking as someone who didn't row at a youth level but rowed at the collegiate level, eights were our priority events. And so sometimes you get your fair share of divas because everyone's naturally really competitive and they know what makes them tick and what makes them go. But you have to combine all of that with 8 athletes, with 8 rowers and your coxswain. You have to come together as one no matter how different you are. You're all in this 2,000 meter race together and you've got to get your bow ball across the line first.
And they are off. And so it looks like St. Joseph Academy is going to row off in lane 1. There'll be a gap in lane 2, followed by Loyola, Magnificat, New Trier, Upper Arlington, St. Joseph Academy B, and then New Trier B. And it looks like the 2 New Trier boats are off to a strong start here. Those are the boats with the blue and green blades here. Furthest right on your screen is the B entry in lane 8. And then over in lane 5 is the A entry. So what is an A? What is a B entry? Basically, typically a team will enter the A entry as the set of rowers they think is faster, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case. And oftentimes we see B boats beat the A boats. So,
but what I'd say too is this being the women's third eights.
They may be very similar.
They might be very similar, but also this means that they have 16 other rowers ahead of them in their program. That's
Exactly.
a really deep program. That's a lot of bodies.
Yeah. And there's a lot of points at stake. You know, we've been talking about the sculling and sweep and the divisional trophies that are available to the teams. These eights command a lot of points because obviously it's harder to win having an 8 people because you have to field a boat and compete with 8 people compared to 8 people on another team. So, but it looks like this New Trier B boat in lane 8 at the bottom of the screen is out to an early lead as we cross the 500-meter mark here. About 3/4 of a boat length of lead over the New Trier A boat in lane 5.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think we're looking at Loyola in lane 3, Upper Arlington in lane 6, St. Joseph Academy over in lane 1, and Magnificat in lane 4. So one thing that you'll see with the stroke here on the recovery is the part of the stroke where the blades are out of the water. When they're flat against the surface of the water, not touching but parallel to the surface of the water, we call that on the feather. And then they'll square up the blades or they'll turn them vertical just before they get to the catch or the point where they drop the blades in the water. And you want to make sure that you're fully squared before the blades enter the water so that you can really lock on. And some of the best rowing that you'll see when you look at the catch, you'll actually see a bit of a splash going towards the bow because you want to make sure that the blade is entering and really getting fully locked on and not missing any of the water. So we see some nice strong rowing from this New Trier B boat here. A little bit close to the lane line there. See the coxswain making a small adjustment over to the starboard side or over to the coxswain's right.
And you see that New Trier A boat just trying to keep that same speed. Maybe they've advanced a little bit, but I think the difference between the 2 boats is just a little bit of timing. That B boat, you can see the splash, both that backsplash of the entrance and the exit of each blade. They're all coming in together, in and out, almost imperceptible that there's any difference between any of the 8 blades, where you still see, I can see the effort and the body language of that A boat. There definitely is a lot of effort, a lot of horsepower in that boat, but just not quite as tight together as the New Trier B boat.
Well, the New Trier B boat is in the enviable position of being in the lead right now. So all 8 of those rowers can see their peers over 2 lanes. Whereas the New Trier A boat they're relying on their coxswain to give them updates.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's just a different level of motivation if somebody is in your sights versus if you're just trusting this voice that's coming out of the back of the boat saying,
Yeah.
we're moving on them.
It's definitely heightened sense. So like if you've got that confidence that you're ahead because you visually see it, you're going to sharpen up, you're going to want to have more. So these athletes are all digging deep, but the B boat's able to dig a little bit deeper and be a little bit sharper while doing so.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like being on the hunt.
Yeah.
Just everything becomes tunnel vision. They're totally clued into what's going on, and the more success they have, the more focused they are. But again, these are both crews from the same program. So this is an incredibly deep and focused program, clearly succeeding here in this 8th event. I mean, they've got plenty more to come in the upcoming event, so they're just adding on to their points total here for the women's sweep.
Coming into the finish line here. These crews can hear you from shore, so be sure to be cheering for them. If you're from New Trier, we want to be hearing you at the top of your lungs, shouting for these crews here as they come up to this finish line. And crossing the line first in lane 8, New Trier B, followed by lane 5, New Trier A.
Really great to go 1-2 in this event to kick off these flights of 8s for the rest of the day. In third place for this women's third 8 final looks to be, is that Upper Arlington?
Hard to tell from this angle.
Or Loyola, but it looks like maybe Upper Arlington has a bit more momentum, a couple seats ahead. A couple seats ahead of Loyola.
St. Joseph Academy, closest to the shore, top of the screen, crossing next.
Next will be Magnificat and the St. Joseph Academy B boats, rounding out this first flight of finals here of 8s. This is the women's third 8 final. Next, after these wrap up, will be the men's third 8 finals. So from here on out, sort of alternating between the men's and women's, between second, third, and then first varsity 8s, all the way to the end. And so underway, it's again that men's third 8 final. In lane 1, we've got New Trier. Lane 2, Central Catholic Pittsburgh. Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 3. Lane 4, St. Ignatius Cleveland A. Lane 5, Loyola A. Northville in lane 6. Lane 7, St. Ignatius Cleveland. And in lane 8, Loyola B.
And we're crossing the halfway point at the island there. And it looks like we've got a tight race for first. I think St. Ignatius Cleveland A has just a foot lead over New Trier in lane 1. And New Trier is only about a foot ahead of Central Catholic Pittsburgh in lane 2.
And it's so exciting when you're in 8s side by side like that. You can literally hear the other coxswain. I picked up something from you today that sometimes the coxswains intentionally turn their mic up or down so they want the other athletes to hear what they're saying to their athletes, perhaps a bit of an intimidation move. But also would they actually turn it down a little bit, kind of keep some secrets?
Oh yeah, if you have a secret move that you want to make, I've oftentimes turned the volume down and just we may have a code word for some sort of call that you're going to, some sort of aggressive move you're going to take at a certain key point in the race that you want to keep secret so that maybe you can take a jump of a couple seats before the other crew realizes and responds.
Mm-hmm. And I think, too, something as far as a technical skill that I really appreciate as a rower is that kind of emotional intelligence of the coxswain to read the room. Is it going to be volume that my athletes need, and is that going to maybe affect those around me? Or is my actual turning it down? I'm not using volume, I'm using intensity to motivate the crew.
Yeah.
And so that just really speaks to how much coxswains pay attention to the athletes that they have in their command and really figuring out what buttons to push at what point.
Now, Grace, you were talking about in a quad or a 4, the different roles of the different rowers. What about in an 8 here?
Yeah, so I'll start from the stroke seat here. So the athletes closest to the coxswain, they're really kind of locking eyes there with that coxswain. They're setting the rhythm, that first person, that eighth person to cross the line. They're followed by 7 seat, which they make a stern pair to set the rhythm and translate that to the rest of the boat. The middle 4 are largely your engine room, so your strongest athletes. But those who maybe you need the technical bookends for, and then the bow pair, those are going to be sometimes your shorter athletes, your spicier athletes, who are kind of your bulldogs trying to claw their way to the finish line first.
And we've got New Trier out to a lead here as we come up to the finish line here in the men's third 8 final, providing a nice complement to the 1-2 finish in the women's third 8 final. Second place is going to be St. Ignatius Cleveland A, followed by Central Catholic Pittsburgh in lane 2. This is a competition for the Ann E. Nelson Cup. So the Ann E. Nelson Cup will go to New Trier. Now we've got the women's second 8s lining up on the stake boats here. New Trier's locked in lane 1, Loyola in 2, St. Joseph in 3, Skyline in 4, Upper Arlington in 5, 6 Orchard Lake St. Mary, 7 Evanston, and Magnificat just locked on in lane 8. Got Evanston getting its point there. You can see they're doing that pinching maneuver where the person in the bow seat is given their blade up to the person in front. And Magnificat's doing the same, but on the other side there, they have the 2 seats given their blade up to the 3 to do that pinching maneuver. Everybody's getting their points there. Make sure that they are pointed both straight down the course and that they're not going to hit any of the other crews.
It's a beautiful day here at Maple Beach in Kensington Metro Park to have a start to this race.
We've got Orchard Lake St. Mary's is very close to Upper Arlington there at the start. We've got close blades. Orchard Lake St. Mary's doing a good job to now pull away back into their lane. But that'll cost them a little bit of distance here. New Trier's out to an early start, followed by, it looks like, Skyline in 4, Upper Arlington in 5, and in lane 3, St. Joseph Academy. It's still early time here, just into the white buoys, out of the breakage zone. Still in our high strokes here. And we're going to see folks settling down into a nice race pace here. New Trier out to a comfortable lead off of these first high strokes.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see the races sort of start closer centers to each other, getting aligned and locked on quicker because the weather has taken a nice turn for the better. It's not quite as windy as it was middle of today's race program, so the wind has died down a bit, a little easier for these athletes to get ready to go at the start, and then also easier for them to be speedy through the race, but tougher in that it's not conditions that really could typically spread out the racing. So our margins are very close here as we get down the program to these last couple events.
And so this event here, both first and second are qualifying berths at the SRAA Scholastic Nationals up in New Jersey in a couple weeks here. And right now it looks like New Trier is trying to push for that first place there. They've got a lead of about a full boat length over lane 2 Loyola, followed by lane 5 Upper Arlington, Skyline, and St. Joseph Academy. Pretty close, but St. Joseph Academy just slightly ahead of Skyline for 4th place.
So we've talked about this middle third of the race, kind of maybe around halfway we hear a bit of a move. What are some examples of moves that crews make to make a difference in their speed at that point?
So sometimes you'll hear coxswains call what's known as a power 10 or a power 20. And those can be, people have different opinions on how successful those are. But what those are often is, those are going to be an unsustainable 10 or 15 or 20 strokes that we know it's not a pace that we can hold the whole time. But strategically, we think if we can make a move right now and start taking some space, we may be able to break the spirit of the other crew. And it may be worthwhile. Other times in the middle, you may have a move that's going to focus on some technical aspect. So it may be something about focusing on the application of the leg pressure, or putting the blades in the water together, or extracting them at the finish cleanly, tapping down. Maybe something about laying back more if there's a strong headwind, or sitting up taller if there's a bit of a tailwind. And we've got Loyola in second place behind New Trier. New Trier out to about 3/4 of a boat length of open. Loyola has a little bit of open water over St. Joseph Academy, who has about a canvas over Skyline, or a bow deck. Skyline's bow ball about on the 2 seat of St. Joseph Academy. Upper Arlington still holding contact, the bow ball about even with the coxswain from Skyline. You can see the times are a little bit faster in these 8s, because we have eight women in this case applying pressure. You know, when you think about rowing, we oftentimes talk about pulling, but oftentimes it's kind of like it's almost like you're hanging, where you put the blade in the water and it's like you're doing a pull-up, or you're just hanging there and propelling the boat past where that blade is locked in.
A lot of people who are maybe new to the sport or new to watching it, you've got that seat on wheels that's moving back and forth, and so people think it's pulling. But these athletes, the movement is more akin to doing a lot of deadlifts or squats, and you wouldn't say you're pulling if you're doing a squat. You're pushing.
Yeah.
You're trying to push the floor away. You're trying to, in this case, push your feet away from you and move. Push the blade away from you. The blade, if it stayed in the water, you're trying to ply you and your crew past the blade.
And one thing that's great about nowadays that we have drone footage. Back when we were in our prime, I don't think we had much drone footage. But you get this excellent vantage where the blade enters the water and the blade actually stays put, and you're propelling the boat past that point of where the blade is in the water. So it acts very much like a lever or a pry bar.
Yeah, and it's been a fantastic race to follow via drone. Back in the day, what it used to be is there'd be folks on a launch riding alongside. It might be bumpy. Didn't really have a gimbal for it to be smooth sailing. So it was quite difficult to follow. So it's easy and nice that drones are able to show you this vantage point of the race. So here we're seeing a fantastic win from New Trier in this second women's 8, followed closely there by Loyola. I guess a little bit of open back. Loyola just ahead of St. Joseph Academy, just ahead of Skyline by a half boat. Skyline, half boat of open to ahead of Upper Arlington. Orchard Lake St. Mary is coming on screen now, but I've lost track of where Evanston and Magnificat might be, but it looks like Evanston trying to pour on the sauce here at the end, and Magnificat rounding out this final of women's second 8s here, all adding up points towards those sweep trophies and those overall team points trophies, every single boat counting towards their program finish.
So right now in the lead overall is New Trier, just ahead of Northville. Third place is Skyline, but we still have some high-powered events to come. Here we have the men's second 8 final, and they are about 450 meters. You can see the 500-meter mark right there. And we have Central Catholic Pittsburgh, lane 3, out to an early lead, followed by St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 2 in the yellow boat. New Trier on the top of your screen in lane 1, closely followed by Orchard Lake St. Mary's in lane 4. Lane 5 is Northville, 6 is Loyola. Then St. Ignatius Chicago at the bottom, and St. Ed's in lane 7. Central Catholic Pittsburgh out to a boat length, trying to push for open water by the halfway point here. Dead even between Ignatius Cleveland and New Trier.
It was really interesting talking about points and whatnot. I just spotted that those sweep points had kind of made an update and change. So the Orchard Lake St. Mary's bumped up a spot or two to be in top 5 for women's sweep, but we've got Orchard Lake St. Mary's here too, so they may also contribute, bumping their current 4th place overall points into a little bit higher spot here, depending on how they can do in these next 4 events.
Yeah, and when we're talking about these points trophies, 8 races contribute the most, and as you move down, you still get points. So it's not just first, second, or third.
Right.
You know, you want to be pushing for that 5th place position. That is a big contribution to your team's point trophies, particularly in these 8 events that are worth more. And in terms of the men's second 8, we are competing for the Roy R. McElroy Cup. First and second place earn a berth at SRAA championships in 2 weeks.
So still strong lead there by Central Catholic Pittsburgh. Second place, New Trier. St. Ignatius Cleveland in 3rd. From there, Orchard Lake St. Mary's still fighting for those spots. Northville, Loyola, in that order. St. Ignatius Chicago and St. Edwards just kind of just off the screen here, but in this fight, Central Catholic Pittsburgh, probably one of their most commanding leads here over the course of the regatta in this event.
Yeah, I know some of the training methods that they use at Central Catholic Pittsburgh. I've a lot of respect for that team. I'm not surprised to see them being really mentally tough and out in a lead here as we come up to Maple Beach. Now these gentlemen can hear you from the shore, so please, you should be shouting right now if you are on the shore, and if you have an athlete out there, even if you don't, just pick your crew that you want to cheer for and cheer them on. We got 20 strokes to go here as we close in the red zone here.
One of my favorite things about this point of the regatta and this point of the race, not only are these athletes all out here competing, but those who had competed maybe 10 minutes before, they've thrown their boat back on slings and they're out here cheering for their squad because they want to cheer on their teammates for those overall points. So it is Central Catholic Pittsburgh for the 1st place position, New Trier in 2nd, St. Ignatius Cleveland in 3rd. Good charge here of the next 3 between Orchard Lake St. Mary's, half a boat over Northville, the same, or maybe a whole boat length of them over Loyola. Starting to see St. Edward on screen here, just a couple seats ahead of St. Ignatius Chicago.
Maybe a close finish here. And for those of you who are watching the live stream on online, hard to describe just the feeling here. You know, I walked down over by the tents a little bit earlier, and it's just a great vibe. We've got a lot of folks out on the beach. If you are not here this year, you need to make a point of coming next year.
Yeah.
Because it's a great atmosphere.
Great atmosphere, great weather. It's also Mother's Day.
Yes.
It's a great combo trip, especially because, you know, a lot of people come out to support athletes. And so thanks to all the mothers and mother figures out there, people who are supporting athletes, they can't do this without you, whether you're a parent, a family member, a volunteer, whether you're here doing some of the race direction, if you're a referee, if you're doing safeguarding and safety patrol. You know, there's so many people behind the scenes to make these sorts of events happen. So thank you for all spending your fine day today with us to make the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships happen.
We're now looking at the women's varsity 8B final. So lane 1 is Huron in the yellow boat. Lane 2, Magnificat. Lane 3, Marietta. 4, Theodore Roosevelt. 5, St. Ignatius Chicago. And 6, East Grand Rapids at the bottom of your screen.
First time in a while we don't have 8 boats to keep track of.
Yeah. Well, we will in the next event.
Give our brains a little bit of a break while we try to follow these, because as we go down the program, the faster all of these crews will get, the closer the margins will be, because it's just a higher next tier level of competition. But here we've got a really good race unfolding for first place across 4 boats between Huron, Magnificat, Theodore Roosevelt, and St. Ignatius Chicago. Looks like the yellow crew, Huron, probably out in front by about a foot or two, but that might not be for long, because as all the crews come to that island, that halfway point, we cannot be surprised if crews start to take their moves and maybe change up how things are right now. It looks like there's some momentum with the Magnificent crew off to that current second place position, but they're not losing any speed to Huron. We were taking a look over at the team standings to see how does this race potentially impact the other points trophies, whether it's overall, women's, or men's sweep. Because as we go down the program, like Jen's been saying, the more points are attributed to these programs. So that's always something to keep an eye out on. You're competing for you and your combination, but also the pride of your program.
And right now, in men's sweep, St. Ignatius Cleveland is in the lead. Women's sweep, New Trier is in the lead. Overall, New Trier is in the lead. All the sculling events are done for the day.
So it looks like Huron still keeping about the same distance over Magnificat. Magnificat did make a move there at the halfway mark, but Huron was able to be just enough ahead to be able to respond. Then we got Theodore Roosevelt in their third place position. St. Ignatius Chicago in the fourth place position. Marietta just a little bit open behind St. Ignatius Chicago. And then we've got East Grand Rapids there in lane 6.
And I think Ignatius Chicago is making a little bit of a move here. They seem to be gaining a bit on Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt working to push them off while still keeping in contact with Magnificat in lane 2. Huron in lane 1, still out to about a boat length lead. Coming in towards the finish line here. We're in earshot of the beach. All the Huron rowers better be out on the beach cheering your crew on. Magnificat, Theodore Roosevelt, Ignatius Chicago closing that gap. Don't know if they'll have enough distance left in the race course to make the distance. Got about 2/3 of a boat length to make up here. Marietta following behind, then East Grand Rapids.
Lots of people going down to the shore looking like ants here from the drone's perspective on cost of all these water bugs crushing it towards the end of this race. But it is Huron who will take away first place here, trying to have open on the crew next to them, but Magnificat's not letting go.
Nope. Nothing to hold back on. This is their last event of the day. They are not going to be competing in the next event, so need to empty the tanks right now.
So that was Theodore Roosevelt, followed by St. Ignatius Chicago, Marietta, and East Grand Rapids, rounding out the women's varsity 8B final here at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships.
And the women's varsity 8A final, one of the marquee events of the day, competing for the MSRA Women of 1984 trophy. First place gets a berth at the Youth Nationals. First, second, and third get a place at SRA Nationals. We have in lane 1, New Trier. In lane 2, St. Joseph Academy. 3, Skyline. 4, Loyola. 5, Orchard Lake St. Mary. 6, Evanston. 7, Upper Arlington. And 8, Forest Hills Central. We have, it looks like, New Trier out to an early lead, followed by lane 4, Loyola. And then lane 2, I believe. St. Joseph Academy, Orchard Lake St. Mary's in 4th position, Skyline in 5th.
Again, all crews are looking out for that Dorito-shaped buoy, as you called it, for the last 500 meters. Just counting it down. These athletes may have raced in other events earlier today, or perhaps they're just focusing strictly on this one. But this is the last event for the women's category to add points to the overall sweep team points. So on top of also getting a point or getting your ticket to youth nationals and to SRAs. So it's really laden with a lot of meaning. So being able to handle that kind of pressure at a high school level is such an experience and a privilege to be able to choose your obstacle, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right now, just checking on the standings of the women's sweep, New Trier is in 1st place with 100 points. St. Joseph Academy, 2nd place with 95 points. So this is going to be a critical race. New Trier right now is in the lead. They have a fairly healthy margin coming into the finish line here, but it isn't over yet. 2nd place, fighting out St. Joseph Academy in lane 2. Loyola in lane 4. Pretty much dead even here. Loyola maybe 6 inches ahead. But this is a very important finish here for the points trophy.
It really could come down to this race. I think the coxswain over in that St. Joseph Academy boat must have said something good to their crew because they have taken up the rate. They've taken up, I can see in their bodies, there is a lot of emotion behind each one of these strokes. They're going neck and neck with that Loyola boat. Loyola trying to hold on and not give any advantage to St. Joseph because they got a little bit ahead, but they're trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, the Loyola crew has really stepped up their rate now. They are inching ahead with each stroke, pulling out. They are at a very high rate here. I wish I had a rate clock right now to see what they are rowing, but I imagine it's in the very high 30s. But St. Joseph is actually having a very commanding push.
Oh, I would say...
I believe it's Loyola by a couple of inches, but you're going to want to check the official results on that because we don't see the exact finish line here.
From there, it was Orchard Lake, St. Mary's, Skyline, Evanston. Followed there, we've got Upper Arlington battling it out, final strokes with Forest Hills Central.
And there you have it for the marquee women's event of the day. Now we have the B final of the men's varsity 8. Lane 1, St. Edward. 2, Evanston. Forest Hills Central, 3rd from the right. 4th from the right, St. John's Jesuit. 5, Marietta. 6, Pioneer. 7, Cranbrook Kingswood, and 8, Huron. And it looks like Pioneer has had a nice start. We've seen them have good starts throughout the day as they move into the high strokes here. Still holding just a bit of a lead, but we see St. Edward, Evanston, Forest Hills Central pushing hard here.
Again, so this is the B final of the men's varsity 8. So places 9 through, what did we say, 16?
9 through 16.
There we go. Of this Midwest Scholastic rowing championship. So of the region, these are some of your top crews duking it out for points relative to their men's sweep or their overall points. Perhaps some of the last races they have together this season before they break for their summer training or if they did other events earlier today. But we've got a really good push out of, is that Cranbrook Kingswood?
Yeah, when they settled into their base pace here, they really just found a nice groove and have just been inching into Pioneer here. Evanston has done a really nice job of pulling away from Forest Hills Central there. St. Edward on the far side of your screen in lane 1, closest to that triangle buoy there, is not making it easy for Evanston. They are vying for first place. They are slightly behind, probably from this angle we're looking at, about 2 to 3 seats back. Still contact from Cranbrook Kingswood in the blue boat down on the near side of the screen, or the bottom of your screen here. Central has decided now to put on a little bit of a push here. They are dead even with St. John's Jesuit.
And really, kind of a funny observation here, but sometimes you see races and it's all this flurry at the start, and that's where you think the action is, and that's where it's really tight and close, and then it kind of gets a little sleepy there in the middle of the race. But I feel what's happened here is actually the inverse. We had one or two boats out ahead in the start, but like I think all the crews, as they go down the course, are sort of turning up the volume.
Yep.
Each time they're going towards these different mile markers, milestones down the course. Now here at halfway, it's only gotten closer.
Yep. Now I want to bring your attention to that Marietta crew. I mean, you may think, well, they're the furthest behind out of these, but they have been inching into those crews ahead. There is, in my opinion, no difference in speed in any of these boats. I mean, the Evanston boat had an early start, but they have just been out there and they haven't been able to really break free too much. They've got half a boat length of open from the other crews, maybe still overlap with St. Edward, but these other crews here are really fighting hard. St. John Jesuits making a strong push here. Forest Hill Central not giving in.
And that's really a way to end the season. To be able to go out there and just put everything you've got into it and have such tight racing, I mean, that's how you want to end a regatta such as this, is putting everything out there, see what you've got. And so you talked about Evanston being out in front. St. Edward, I think, has edged their ball further up the lineup of that Evanston crew.
Definitely.
There used to be a little bit of open, but now I would say there's probably about 2-3 seats of overlap at this point.
We're looking at probably about 350 meters here. We hit the 1,000-meter mark at about 3.5 minutes. So it is fast rowing. These are the fastest boats that you're going to see all day today, these varsity 8s.
And the wind has died down. Early in the day, it was a headwind, kind of was a little bit higher headwind. The wind has died down, so we're seeing some faster times, but also some more skilled athletes. They're crossing our area here where we are at the announcing booth. We can see Evanston still in the lead, but St. Edward, every single stroke, they've taken a move. They are now walking on Evanston. There's a very strong fight happening between third and fourth there, between Forest Hill Central, just ahead of St. John's Jesuit. Momentum with Forest Hill Central. But this is one heck of a race.
Let's hear you on shore now. Come on. This is exciting. This is as good as it's going to get here, where you have all these boats really laying it down here. The last few strokes, emptying the tanks out here. Got probably 5 strokes left from Evanston there. 6 strokes from St. Edward. Getting across the finish line. And there you have it. Evanston first, St. Edward second, Forest Hill Central coming in third.
St. John's Jesuit, Marietta, and Pioneer neck and neck there. Then Cranbrook, Kingswood, and Huron will round out that field. That was some really exciting change-ups there in speed, gear changes happening. You know, people got the start sort of like out of the way, and then the racing happened, which was really exciting. But here we have it, the last event of the day, the fastest boats on the water. It's the men's varsity 8s, it's the A final. In lane 1, we have Central Catholic Pittsburgh, St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 2, New Trier in lane 3, lane 4, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, St. Ignatius Chicago in lane 5, lane 6, Loyola, Northville in lane 7, and in lane 8, Upper Arlington.
And these crews are competing for the Robert J. Valerian Cup. First place gets a spot at Youth Nationals in Florida. First, second, and third get a berth at the SRA Scholastic Nationals. Now, the Valerian Cup was named after a longtime coach at St. Ignatius Cleveland. So, in addition for wanting to win this just because they want to win it, I'm sure, it would be great to bring that trophy home.
Really tight here as they cross into the first 500-meter mark. Perhaps New Trier,
Central Catholic.
Central Catholic Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and then New Trier and St. Ignatius Cleveland, close third.
Noticing much higher stroke rates than we did earlier in the day, but also, you know, part of it's the conditions, part of it is the ability of the athletes to be able to execute a higher stroke rate. So both with strength and with technique, they're able to just have their blades in the water more frequently. And when your margins are tight, that's that's what you need. You need to be able to propel the boat forward as many times as possible between now and that finish line.
Now, Central Catholic Pittsburgh at about half a boat length at the halfway point, but New Trier has been closing that gap, inching in ever so slightly. St. Ignatius Cleveland still in contact with the New Trier boat, still about a seat or two of overlap between the two, and it looks like Central Catholic now has given a good push. They probably, part of their race plan was at 750, we are going to give a push, try to break free, because if they can get ahead of New Trier, if they can sort of break the spirit there, it'll make their lives a lot easier in the second half of this course. Problem is New Trier has St. Ignatius Cleveland right on their tail, pushing them along, and I think New Trier has responded now.
They're definitely staying similar speeds. Those moves are just bringing everyone along the field. So current first place to Central Catholic Pittsburgh, New Trier in second. St. Ignatius Cleveland, is that St. Ignatius Chicago?
Yeah.
They're right in there too. Again, sometimes hard to keep track of if you're in the thick of a race, lane to lane.
Sorry, I believe that's Loyola there.
Thank you. Yes, Loyola. But then when you've got a number of lanes between you and that fight, sometimes you're not paying attention to them. So Loyola may be able to sneak in a third place here, trying to get in a spot at SRAAs. Again, we've got 4 boats for 3 spots for SRAAs, and the first boat also gets a ticket to Youth Nationals in Sarasota. Currently, Central Catholic Pittsburgh's feeling good about that ticket, but New Trier is closing in.
Yeah. But Central Catholic Pittsburgh, look, they've just lifted their rate right here. They are hearing that cheering from shore. It is propelling them towards the finish line, and they are starting to expand that lead here. With each stroke opening up maybe a foot. There's a really strong sprint coming from Central Catholic Pittsburgh. But New Trier is not rolling over here. A dogfight developing for third place here. St. Ignatius Cleveland has the advantage right now, but Loyola is pushing in.
Each crew over the courses trying to raise the rate, and how many gears do they have left? It will be Central Catholic Pittsburgh crossing the line for the first place, the men's varsity 8, followed then by New Trier, but it's coming down to the line between Loyola and St. Ignatius. Loyola was strong, but St. Ignatius may just have them for that
I
third
think just
place.
by a seat. Ignatius Cleveland gets it, followed by Loyola, and then Northville made a strong sprint there.
Over Orchard Lake
St. Mary, Ignatius Chicago, and then Upper Arlington.
Oh, very exciting. As you get through, you watch so many races over the course of the day, seeing them all tally up and have it come down to just seconds is always so exciting, because what we're seeing is seconds, but it's actually months of work.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I know
years, actually, when you think about how a lot of these athletes have been putting in the time for a whole high school career.
Yeah, and on top of all the coaches and the parents who invest in all of this, we can see all the fans on shore. Look at that crowd who've showed up to cheer on here at the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships here at Maple Beach, Kensington Metro Park. Beautiful weather. Couldn't ask for anything better. I mean, even the wind decided to calm down a little bit here for the finals. But great weekend, great weather, great racing.
Yeah, great Mother's Day. And it's been a pleasure to be with you. If you are at the SRAA Nationals, I will be speaking with you there. If you're at the Youth Nationals, Grace will be speaking with you. But we've been happy to have this day with you. Hope you've enjoyed this fantastic racing. Hats off to everybody who took part in organizing this crew. The army of folks that you need to put together an event that basically went off without a hitch. Everybody was safe. We had some fantastic racing, and we look forward to seeing you again next year at one of the other championship regattas this spring.
Yeah, so thank you all, and that's it for the Midwest Scholastic Rowing Championships. Stay warm, and congrats to all of the teams, depending on your trophies and events. It's been a pleasure to call your races here, and we hope to see you back next year.
Take care.